Hey truckers, today we're seeing I get a random occupation every week. Let's dive into the video. Lin Yi, pack your things and leave. The sales manager of Chaoyang Group, Yu Lily, said. I'm being fired? Lin Yi paused. I was doing fine, why am I being fired? The company doesn't think you're suitable for this job, so they don't need you anymore. Lin Yi was an employee in the sales department of the Chaoyang Group. He had not taken a day off from work for more than half a year. He thought that he would get a promotion and a raise if he put in so much effort. However, he never thought that he would be fired today. Manager Yu, you're going too far. You're firing me for no reason just because I don't give you gifts. That's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? Lin Yi argued. Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. Reasonable? What right do you have to be reasonable with me? Do you really think you're a piece of meat? I have a meeting soon. Let's go, don't waste my time. Yu Lily waved her hand impatiently and left with the documents in her hands. Thus, Lin Yi was the only one left in the office. Now that he had no job, even food and clothing would be a problem in the future. What the F***ck, Lin Yi cursed. Luckily, I have a shabby sherry. I'll go out and drive for Didi. That way I shouldn't starve to death yet. Ding! Full class experience system activated. A new class will be activated every week. Completing the built-in mission in the system will allow you to receive the ultimate reward, assisting the host to become a global boss. Experience class, Didi Driver. Class completion rate, 0%. If within a week, the class completion rate is above 90%, you can activate a new class ahead of time. If you reach 100%, you will receive a mysterious gift. Please receive the Didi Driver Registration Gift Pack, $10 million. 100% controlling stake of Peninsula Hotel. The Pagani Zonda worth $28 million. What the F***ck? Seeing the notification in his mind, Lin Yi was in a bad mood. He was a loyal fan of online novels, so he naturally knew what the system was. He just didn't expect to encounter it. System, what if the completion rate doesn't reach 100% within a week? The host can choose to open a new class or continue with the current class until the completion rate reaches 100%, at which point the new class will automatically open. Through the system's explanation, Lin Yi understood the specific functions. The system's flexibility was very high, and the initiative was basically in his hands. This was great. Collect! Lin Yi didn't hesitate. Ding, $10 million has been transferred into the host's account. The Peninsula Hotel requires the host to register on the spot. The Pagani Zonda is parked in the Chaoyang Group parking lot, Area C, number 22. You can see the car keys in the elevator. At that moment, Lin Yi received a text message on his phone. Your savings card account with the N number 4255, April 27, 9:48 p.m., net income and expenditure $10 million, current balance are $100,101.15. Construction Bank. At the same time, another text message came. Congratulations, you've registered as the owner of Didi. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi calmed down. The system was here, so what was the point of having this lousy job? Excitement! Ring, ring, ring. At this time, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was his girlfriend, Lu Cici. Lin Yi, let's break up. You don't have to come to my birthday party, and don't call me again. Lu Cici's cold voice surprised Lin Yi. Are you serious? Of course. I've been with you for so many years, but what did you ever buy for me? I can't even afford to buy a broken phone when I'm with you. I don't want to waste my youth on you. Are you sure you won't regret it? Haha, regret? I've been with you for more than half a year. This is the thing I regret the most. From now on, don't contact me. All right then, let's part on good terms. Linny did not say anything else and hung up the phone. Looks like the system isn't the only thing that's appeared. There are other scenes in the novel as well. Let's break up then. The next one will be even better. Linny cursed in his heart as he stretched lazily. Other matters weren't important. He decided he had better go check on his sports car first. Linny made up his mind and ran out of the office like a madman. The other colleagues around shook their heads helplessly. Poor Linny. He's a good person, but he's too straight-edged. He'd be able to get away with it if he gave the boss a gift every New Year. Sigh. The number one handsome man in our company is gone. He doesn't even have a girlfriend anymore. The old witch has hinted at him a few times, but he didn't agree. We just couldn't keep him around. How pitiful. There was a delivery bag inside the elevator. Linny opened it without needing any explanation. As expected, it was the car keys to the Pagani. Linny ran straight to Area C-22 when he reached the underground garage. He was familiar with this location. His little Sherry was parked at Area C-21. What's wrong? Why won't it start? In front of Linny stood a woman in a beige dress. Her makeup was exquisite, and her nose was straight. She was wearing black stockings and high heels on her long legs. Her voluptuous figure was perfect, and it was hard to take one's eyes off her. Boss G? Linny asked tentatively when he saw the figure in front of him. Linny didn't see who it was because he was standing at the side, but he recognized the car. President G owned the only Maserati in the company. The person called President G was called Ji Qingyan, the president of the Chaoyang Group. Ji Qingyan swept her hair to the side and looked at Linny when she heard someone call her name. Are you Linny from the sales department? President G, you still remember me? He was just an unknown employee, a transparent figure. However, even as a high and mighty president, she still remembered him. This was surprising. I saw you once, so I remembered you. Ji Qingyan would never admit that it was because of Linny's good looks that she remembered him. President G, is there something wrong with your car? Linny asked. Ji Qingyan nodded and said anxiously. It was fine when I drove here during the day. I don't know what happened, but now it's not working. I'm not good at repairing cars. If you have something urgent, you can take my car. Ji Qingyan frowned slightly before finally nodding in agreement. I need to go to the construction bureau to meet the chief. Please send me there. No problem. Linny smiled. My car is in Area C. You can follow me there. Area C of the parking lot was the parking space allocated for the employees. It would take a while to get there. Okay, thank you. Ji Qingyan didn't know that Linny had been fired, but she was still very polite. Just then, a person walked out from behind them and said with a smile, Qingyan, I heard that your car broke down. Where do you want to go? I'll send you. Why bother troubling others? The two turned around and saw a young man talking. He was wearing a casual suit and a Vacheron Constantin watch, appearing very high profile. Linny had some impression of the man in front of him. He seemed to be the young master of the navigation group, known as Li Yunhang. The navigation group was a little bigger than Chaoyang Group, and he had been madly pursuing Ji Qingyan for the past 6 months. However, Ji Qingyan never had the slightest feelings toward him. Though he seemed helpless, the other party had not given up and continued pestering her until today. "Why are you here?" Ji Qingyan asked coldly. "I originally wanted to come here to discuss some matters, but it just so happened that your car has broken down. Coincidentally, I just bought a Lamborghini Huracan that costs more than $2 million. If you want to use a car, you can just take my car." Ji Qingyan's Maserati wasn't as expensive. It was only worth $1 million, half as much as Li Yunhang's Lamborghini. However, she still had the right to show off. Even so, Linny felt that this was rather strange. How did Li Yunhang happen to appear right after Ji Qingyan's car broke down? He was probably behind this whole thing. "Forget it, my colleague has a car too. I'll just take his car." As she spoke, Ji Qingyan gave Linny a look. "Let's go." "Okay. President Ji, I heard what you guys said just now. He's just a small employee in your company. He only drives a domestic car. It can't be compared to my Lamborghini." "So what if it's a domestic car?" Ji Qingyan said. "It's fine as long as I like it." Ji Qingyan didn't want to bother with Li Yunhang anymore and walked toward Area C alongside Lin Yi. As soon as they reached Area C, Ji Qingyan and Li Yunhang both froze. They were all attracted by the silver Pagani Zephyr. Ji Qingyan was a little puzzled. Whose car was this? Why was it parked here? If there was a big shot around, why didn't she know about it? "President Ji, this Pagani Zonda seems to be worth more than 28 million yuan. It couldn't be that you just bought it, right?" Li Yunhang was trying to trick Ji Qingyan. This car was enough to buy 10 Lamborghini Hurricanes. If it really was hers, then it would be a little awkward. "This car isn't mine. You're overthinking things." Li Yunhang instantly became confident again. "That's why we should take the Lamborghini. No matter what, it'd be faster than his domestic car. I'm not interested in sports cars. I like to take domestic cars." Ji Qingyan looked at Lin Yi. "Where's your car? Let's go now." "It's over there." Lin Yi pointed at the Pagani. However, Ji Qingyan and Li Yunhang misunderstood. They thought that Lin Yi was referring to the shabby Sherry. After all, Lin Yi was just a small employee, so how could he afford to drive such a luxury car? Haha, it's a shabby Sherry. Looking at the sorry state of this car, it's probably more than 10 years old. It's probably not even worth as much as one of my tires. Li Yunhang was about to burst into tears. "President Ji, with your condition, I don't think you've ever sat in such a shabby car in your life. What's wrong with the Sherry? It's fine as long as it can fetch you around. Don't tell me your Lamborghini can fly in the sky?" As she spoke, Ji Qingyan walked toward Lin Yi's shabby Xiaoli in her high heels. "Let's go, get in the car," Ji Qingyan said as she stood by the passenger seat. Lin Yi didn't say anything as he pressed the car keys in his pocket. DD. The Pagani's headlights lit up, and the gull-wing door opened automatically, giving both Ji Qingyan and Li Yunhang a fright. Was the owner here? "President Ji, you're standing at the wrong place. This Pagani is mine too." "What did you say? This Pagani is yours?" Ji Qingyan asked in shock. He was just a small employee in the sales department. How could he afford to drive such a luxurious car? It was not possible, right? "It really is mine. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to open the door," Lin Yi said with a smile. Find new stories on NOV/ELBin.com. As she walked to the passenger seat of the Pagani, Ji Qingyan still couldn't believe it. As the boss, even she didn't drive such a good car. How could he own it? Bro, driving a Huracan and trying to hit on our president, Ji? That's a bit lacking. Lin Yi meaningfully patted Li Yunhang's shoulder and got into the driver's seat. Li Yunhang was dumbfounded. He felt a burning pain on his face. You can't slap my face like that. Ji Qingyan, didn't you say that you don't like to ride in sports cars? Why did you get into his car? Li Yunhang asked hesitantly. I don't like other people's sports cars. I just like riding in his sports car. The door closed with a smack. It was as if he had slapped Li Yunhang in the face again. Inside the car, Lin Yi was a little nervous. After all, it was his first time driving a sports car, so he wasn't used to it yet. Fortunately, he had watched a lot of sports car test driving videos online, so he knew how to drive this thing. Otherwise, he would lose face in front of Ji Qingyan. Lin Yi, aren't you a sales employee? Why are you driving this car? Questions filled Ji Qingyan's mind, and she simply could not figure out what was going on. I just wanted to experience the life of an ordinary person, that's why I came to work. I didn't expect to be fired for no reason. Lin Yi sighed. Okay, I'll stop pretending. I'm actually a rich second-generation kid. My next job is to drive Didi and experience the life of an ordinary person. Ji Qingyan was stunned for a second before she burst out laughing. Don't tease me. Do you really think I'd believe you? No one will believe me if I tell you the truth. I won't explain further. All right, hurry up and drive. I still have urgent matters to attend to. No problem. Don't forget to give me a 5-star review after this, Lin Yi said. I think you're too deep in character and really think you're a Didi driver. Why would I lie to you? See for yourself. Lin Yi took out his phone, and Ji Qingyan was shocked when she saw it. Was he really the owner of a Didi car? Was he really a rich kid who was going out to experience life? Was that not a little too weird? You're really the owner of a Didi car? Of course, President Ji, do you want to place an order to support me? You'll be my first passenger. Ji Qingyan laughed. Looks like I'll have that honor. As she spoke, Ji Qingyan took out her phone and signed up for the Didi app. Under Lin Yi's guidance, she registered an account and placed an order. According to the rules regarding the nearest delivery order, Ji Qingyan's order was snatched up by Lin Yi. Thus, he began his journey as a Didi driver. He stepped on the accelerator and a roar that sounded like it came from a monster sounded. Such strong waves made Ji Qingyan a little scared and she subconsciously fastened her seatbelt. Lin Yi glanced at Ji Qingyan. What are you looking at? Hurry up and drive, Ji Qingyan scolded. No problem. As they drove, the 28 million Paganini Zonda instantly became the focus of attention on the road. F***CK, it's the Paganini Zonda. I heard that it's worth 28 million. Look at the woman in the passenger seat. She's even prettier than the car. As expected, only the rich can have beautiful women. Lin Yi drove Ji Qingyan to her destination amidst the envious glares of the crowd. Thank you for bringing me here. Lin Yi was no longer his employee, so she had to be more polite. It's okay, when you go back, if you're not willing to take a taxi, remember to place a request for me. Didi's driver will be at your service. Add me on WeChat. Will it be convenient for me to contact you? Of course. The two of them added each other on WeChat and Lin Yi drove off. At the same time, the system notifications sounded in Lin Yi's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first order. Reward is 50,000 experience points. Job completion 5%. Reward is $50 million. F***CK. Lin Yi was surprised to see the reward from the system. $50 million after completing an order. Exciting! Adding this to the $10 million he received before, it totaled $60 million in liquid assets. Apart from that, he also had the Peninsula Hotel. He could be considered a rich man now. Lin Yi rubbed his chin. Although the rewards were tempting, the Peninsula Hotel was still waiting for him to claim it. It just so happened that no one had placed another DD order yet, so he went to claim the hotel first. The Peninsula Hotel was a standard 5-star hotel, and it was one of the top hotels in Zhonghai. There were even many celebrities who had come here to hold weddings. It was obvious how luxurious it was. In the past, Lin Yi only dared to look at it from afar when he passed by this place. He didn't expect it to belong to him now. Life was so full of ups and downs. After parking his car, Lin Yi entered the hotel. As soon as he stepped into the hotel, he heard a series of chatters. Yunjia, thank you for booking my birthday party here. It's my first time being in such a luxurious hotel. You're welcome. It's all part of my job. The guy who spoke had an ordinary appearance, but his clothes were very stylish. He enjoyed the envious gazes of others. His name was Yunjia. His family was in the timber business, and he was considered a little rich in Zhonghai. He drove a Mercedes-Benz E-Class car worth more than $500,000. It was many times better than Lin Yi's old shabby Sherry. Lu Cixi and Yunjia met at the bar the previous night. They chatted on WeChat for the whole night, and she found out that he came from a decent family, so she ditched Lin Yi and chose to be with Yunjia. Meanwhile, Yunjia didn't disappoint Lu Cixi. After learning that it was her birthday today, he changed the venue of the birthday party to the Peninsula Hotel. Muma, I love you so much. The voice sounded familiar. Lin Yi turned his head and realized that it was Lu Cixi. Lin Yi was a little surprised. He didn't expect her to change the venue of the party to the Peninsula Hotel. However, there were two other people besides Lu Cixi. They looked familiar to Lin Yi. They seemed to be her best friends whom he had met a few times before. As for the rest of them, Lin Yi didn't know them. They were probably friends of the guy. What's the big deal? The Peninsula Hotel is expensive, but with my wealth, I can still come here once in a while. Darling, I wish I'd met you earlier, Lu Cixi said sweetly. It's okay. Now that you're with me, I'll make you the happiest woman in the world. Cixi, look. Isn't that Lin Yi? Hearing her best friend's voice, Cixi looked toward the door. She realized that the person standing in front of the hotel was really Lin Yi. Lin Yi, what are you doing here? Cixi's expression changed instantly. She had already told him that the two of them were done with each other, but he seemed to still be chasing after her. He was really haunting her. This isn't your house. Can't I enter the place? Lin Yi said. Didn't I already call you? I told you not to come. Why are you still here? Lu Cixi questioned. It's over between us. I hope you won't bother me anymore. Even if you kneel down and beg me, it's impossible for things to continue between us. Just die. At that moment, Yunjia and his friend walked over before the former wrapped Lu Cixi in their arms. Your name is Lin Yi, right? Cixi told me about you, but from now on, Cixi is mine. I hope you won't bother her anymore. Jia bro, don't waste your time with this loser. It's a waste of time, one of Yunjia's friends said. You're right. It's not worth it to waste your time with him. Yoonjae smiled at Lu Cece. Cece, he's your ex-boyfriend at the end of the day. You can handle this yourself. I have a friend coming over later. I don't want him to get in the way. Okay. I'll get rid of him right now. Lu Cece looked at Lin Yi and said earnestly. I know you're not happy about this, so you didn't even go to work. You came here on purpose to ask me for an explanation. Well, let me make things clear to you. Yoonjae and I are true love. No matter what you say, it won't change our relationship. You should give up and leave now. Why did I leave? Lin Yi said. Who said I came here to see you? He. Lu Cece put her hands on her chest and laughed coldly. If you didn't come here to see me, did you come here to eat? Open your eyes and look carefully. This is the Peninsula Hotel, a place only rich people can visit. Did you want to come here to spend money after closing the sale of a shabby sherry? What a joke! Cece's right. Her best friend added. Lin Yi, although you're handsome, you can't compare to Yoonjae in other aspects. He's not only richer than you, but he also has many connections. You'd better give up and stop struggling. Discover NW Chapter SNN0EL by.com. Yeah, even the manager gave him 95% off when he came here to eat. Do you have the ability to do that? Another girlfriend said. 95% discount? Lin Yi smiled. Let me see who has the power to do that. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded. A dozen men and women in black suits jogged over from not far away. Didn't you want to see who has the power to do that? Well, he's here. Yoonjae said. The man in the lead is the manager of the Peninsula Hotel, Wang Tianlong. My dad knows him. He's the one who gave me the discount. Brother Jia, let's ignore him. Since Manager Wang is here, let's go and greet him first, said Lu Cece. That's good. After all, they are all famous people. Yoonjae tidied up his clothes and walked toward Wang Tianlong. However, just as he was about to greet him, Wang Tianlong pushed him away. Get out of my way! Yoonjae and Lu Cece were stunned. They were quite polite when they met just now, but why was he so arrogant now? The men walked past Yoonjae and Lu Cece before standing in front of Lin Yi, bowing forward 90 degrees. Director Lin, you're here. He called Lin Yi Director Lin? Lu Cece was so shocked that she almost lost her footing. Was he not just a lousy salesman? How could he be the boss of the Peninsula Hotel? The Peninsula Hotel's annual revenue was over 100 million. 1 month's revenue was enough to cover the annual earnings of the Yoonjae family. She had missed out on such a rich man. At this moment, Lu Cece felt like she was a sand sculpture, the kind that was super big. Looking at the manager of the Peninsula Hotel, Lin Yi nodded and said lightly, Let's go. From today onwards, we are colleagues. Yes. You are right, Director Lin. Lin Yi's words shocked the middle and upper management of the hotel. The person who bought the Peninsula Hotel was so young and so amiable. It was unbelievable. Director Lin, let's go to the meeting room upstairs. You are the owner of the hotel now, so we need to report to you about our work. Okay, let's go. Lin Yi was trying his best to adapt to his identity. This was his business now, he had to get to know it better. Boss Lin, this way please. Under the escort of a group of executives, Lin Yi arrived at the meeting room on the 5th floor. Boss Lin, these are our financial statements, as well as the recent expenditure reports. You can take a look at them first. Looking at the pile of documents on the table, Lenny realized he had underestimated the management costs of a hotel. He was not even a professional, while even someone experienced would need a few days to finish reading everything. I'm not going to read these anymore. Everything will operate according to the old business model, Lenny said. You don't need to be so suspicious. Even though I'm the new boss and we've never interacted before, I see sincerity in your eyes. I believe that you won't make a mistake. Lenny had been in sales for more than a year, and he didn't even hesitate to say such things. Lin Yi's words made the middle and upper management of the hotel extremely grateful. It was their first meeting today, and they didn't expect the new boss to trust them so much. It was so touching. Thank you for your trust, boss. We'll do our best and strive to achieve greater things. Okay, I believe in you. Dang dang dang. Just as Lin Yi was about to leave, there was an urgent knock on the door. Come in, Lin Yi said. A female employee of the Peninsula Hotel came in. She was very anxious. Manager Wang, the customer of room 1704, wants to file a complaint against us. We couldn't stop them. Please handle it quickly. A complaint against us? For what? She submitted an application for a car rental service to our hotel yesterday, but the Mercedes-Benz she wanted to rent happened to be forcefully borrowed by a VIP customer instead. We provided a car exchange service, but she didn't accept it and insisted on filing a complaint against us, so... Tianlong didn't say anything. The boss was here, so he had to see what the latter wanted first. You guys go handle your own matters. I'll go check it out. Lin Yi got up and walked out. Although he didn't know much about the rules and regulations of the hotel, VIP users did indeed enjoy more privileges than ordinary guests. The hotel seemed to have acted appropriately. Lin Yi took the elevator to the 17th floor and knocked on the door of room 1704. I'm telling you guys, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation for this, I'll... The door opened and Gu Jingshu was stunned when she saw the person standing at the door. Where did this little brother come from? He's too handsome. Are you the one who's going to file a complaint against us? Lin Yi asked. No, it's fine. It's not a big deal. Just arrange for another car for me, Gu Jingshu said in a ladylike manner. Who would have the heart to file a complaint against such a handsome little brother? She actually yelled at such a handsome brother. Her ladylike image was ruined. I have a Pagani. If you don't mind, you can drive it. What did you say? You want to lend me a Pagani to drive? That's right. In terms of quality, it should be better than a Mercedes-Benz. Forget it. With my financial resources, I can afford to rent a Mercedes-Benz, but I can't afford a car like a Pagani, Gu Jingshu said. Besides, even if I could afford it, I wouldn't know how to drive it. It's said that supercars handle differently from other cars. How about this? Where do you want to go? I'll drive you there. The/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m. She was a guest of the hotel. After such a thing happened, he could only drive her for free. It would not be counted as a DD order. You want to drive me there? Gu Jingshu was so surprised that she could not close her mouth. Such a handsome young man was giving her a ride to the wedding in a Pagani? Did she save the world in her previous life? That's not good, I'd be troubling you. If you don't want to, then forget it. I'll try to get you a Mercedes-Benz as soon as possible. Lin Yi didn't have any connections, so it was impossible for him to borrow a Mercedes-Benz. Even so, money could make the world go round, and he still had 10 million in cash on his card. Getting a Mercedes-Benz wasn't a difficult task. Gu Jingshu? Were all good-looking people that honest? I was just being polite. I'm in a hurry, so I'll have to trouble you to send me off. Gu Jingshu quickly said. Sure, I'll leave the decision to you. Lin Yi said. Okay. Give me a minute, little bro. I'll go change. Gu Jingshu replied. Okay. 10 minutes later, Gu Jingshu changed into her new clothes. Her light blue skirt accentuated the full peaks in front of her, and her black high heels made her look different. I'm done changing. Let's go now. Okay. At this time, the hotel entrance was already noisy. Yunjia, you should go. Lin Yi will be out soon. I don't want him to misunderstand, Lu Cixi said. What are you talking about? Aren't you with me now? The moment Lin Yi turned around, I realized that I still love him. So now, I have nothing to do with you. UB*TCH, do you really think that Lin Yi will fall for you? F*CK, you're dreaming. After cursing, Yunjia drove away with his friends. He left Lu Cixi and her other two best friends behind. Cixi, you just such mean things about Lin Yi. Will he really come back? Lu Cixi's best friend asked. He will. Although I did something wrong, we were in a relationship. As long as I sincerely apologize to him, he will definitely forgive me. You have a point. Let's not talk about this for now. I think he will be out in a while. Let's not just sit idly. Let's clean his car first. After all, I still have to sit in it later, said Lu Cixi. I really envy you. I'm afraid I won't have a chance to sit in Pagani in my life. Don't feel sorry for yourself. After our relationship has eased up, I think you will give this car to me to drive. When that time comes, I will take you for a ride. Thank you in advance then. All right, there's tissue in your bags. Start wiping now. Lin Yi and Gu Jingshu walked out of the hotel just as Lu Cixi and the others were having a good time. What are you doing? Dear, we saw that your car was dirty, so we wanted to help you clean it. As she spoke, Lu Cixi saw Gu Jingshu and asked with a smile. She should be your secretary, right? In the future, I can help you with your work and daily life. You don't need her anymore. Which eye did you use to view her as my secretary? Did you use your belly button to look at her? Then what's your relationship with her? You guys aren't a couple, right? Why not? Lin Yi asked. Her front is curvy and her back is more upright than yours. Do you think I'd still fall for you? Gu Jingshu was nervous for a while. She didn't even dare to believe it. They'd only known each other for less than half an hour, and she'd been promoted so quickly. Happiness came so suddenly that it was hard to believe. He was a gentle-looking man. He wasn't a scumbag who played with relationships, was he? Lin Yi, don't tell me you don't love me anymore? Have you forgotten about our romantic relationship? Even if she has a better body than me, her skills are definitely not as good as mine. How do you know that my skills are not as good as yours? Gu Jingshu retorted unhappily. Losing was not always the same. Even if she had never experienced something like that before, she could not ignore it right now. Lin Yi sighed. Being handsome and rich, it seemed that everyone wanted to involve themselves with him. If there's nothing else, please make way for me. I'm leaving, Lin Yi said lightly. Lu Cixi and the others gave up their seats, stunned. Pagani's gullwing door opened, and Lin Yi and Gu Jingshu got into the car before driving off. Gu Jingshu's eyes widened when she saw Pagani's interior. Supercars were different. Although Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi were considered good cars, they weren't on the same level as Pagani. Mr. Lin, I hope you don't misunderstand. What I said just now was just to anger her. I'm not a promiscuous person, Gu Jingshu explained. I'm just a driver now. Your situation isn't important to me. Gu Jingshu was a little disappointed, but she found it normal after thinking about it. She had only known him for a short while and wasn't familiar with him yet. There was no way he would have other thoughts about her. I apologize for what happened just now. I shouldn't have threatened to complain about you guys. It's okay. We're responsible for this. Lin Yi replied as he drove. Where are you going? Jinqiu Hotel. My classmate's having a wedding there. Okay, I know where it is. Lin Yi nodded. No wonder she insisted on getting a Mercedes-Benz. It was to save face for the wedding. There was an arched door made of balloons in front of the hotel, which made the place appear colorful and beautiful. What's going on with Jingshu? It's almost midnight, and the wedding is about to start. Why isn't she here yet? A woman with dyed yellow hair asked. Jingshu is different now. She has a rich boyfriend, and time is precious. She doesn't have as much free time as us, a short-haired girl replied. A few days ago, she said that her boyfriend bought her a Mercedes-Benz, so she is a true rags to riches story. Don't listen to her bragging. A few days ago, I saw her squeezing on the bus. Where did the rich boyfriend come from? It's just to show off. That can't be. The short-haired girl said, we are all classmates and not outsiders. Won't she be bragging a little too much? Our boyfriends are all young masters. She is an envious and jealous person. That's why she said that. She is deliberately trying to anger us. If you say that, I will really believe it. Oh my God, look. It's a supercar, it's a Pagani Zonda. Hearing the shouts of the other guests, the women looked up. To their surprise, they saw a silver supercar slowly driving toward them. Are they here for the wedding? The blonde girl asked. Impossible. Ying is our classmate. She and her husband are from an ordinary families. How could they know a friend who drives a supercar? They must be passing by here. But this car is so attractive. It must be worth over 10 million. That's definitely possible. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Yi parked the car at the entrance of the hotel. The gullwing door opened and Gu Jingshu walked out while clutching her handbag. She stared at everyone. Jingshu, you actually came here in a supercar. He happened to be free today, so he sent me here. Gu Jingshu pretended to be nervous and prayed that Lin Yi wouldn't expose her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to keep this act up. Jingshu, you're the best. How did you manage to get such a rich boyfriend? Tell me the truth. What did you do to get him? The women believed her. Jingshu wasn't bragging as she seemed to have really gotten a rich second-generation boyfriend. Jingshu bent down and looked at Lin Yi, who was sitting in the car. Thank you. Drive safe. Okay. Lin Yi nodded and drove away. He used her as a shield before, and now they were even. All test NOVL on novelben/.cm. Ring, ring, ring. Not long after he drove away, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was the landlady. Lin Yi's landlady was a middle-aged woman named Wu Jinlan. She was in her 40s, and her job was to play mahjong and collect rent from the 3 houses she owned. Every time Linny saw her phone call, he felt a shiver run down his spine. This was because every time she called, it meant that she was chasing his rent. However, this time, Linny wasn't afraid anymore. He wasn't afraid at all. It was just the rent. He could afford it. Linny, you're 18 days behind on the rent. When are you going to pay this month's rent? Wu Jinlan's voice was heard as soon as the call connected. Don't worry, I'll send you the money now. Come back quickly, I have something to do later. He could transfer the rent through WeChat, but Linny didn't plan to stay there anyway. He didn't have a house yet, but the Peninsula Hotel was his. He could move into the hotel, so why bother suffering in a rented room? Thus, he would just go back to pack his things. Linny's neighborhood was an old neighborhood that was nearly 30 years old. Apart from the cheap rent, there were almost no other advantages to living there. Heping District, Building 4, Unit 3, Room 602. Wu Jinlan and her daughter were eating lunch while reading the popular grave robbery notes. Mom, it's just 10 days of rent. Don't rush, Linny. The person who spoke was Jinlan's daughter, Zhang Jingjing. After graduating from university, she had been studying at home, preparing to take the civil service exam. Zhang Jingjing was not bad-looking. She was not the same type of girl as Ji Qingyan, who was dignified and magnanimous. She looked more like a little girl next door. How could I not rush him? If he runs away one day, won't we lose the rent that is owed? No, Linny isn't that kind of person, Zhang Jingjing replied. How do you know he's not that kind of person? Jinlan asked. I'm telling you, you'd better not have any thoughts about pursuing him. It's impossible for something to happen between the two of you. I won't let the two of you get together. Wu Jinlan snapped. Linny's house was too shabby for Lu Cece, so she rarely came by. That was why Jinlan and her daughter didn't know that Linny had a girlfriend. They always thought that he was single. Why not? Linny is not only handsome, but he's also good at his job. I think he's pretty impressive. What's the use of being attractive? He's not a meal that you can eat. Wu Jinlan said. You're going to be a civil servant in the future. When you break into the public sector, with your looks, the guy who will be chasing after you will definitely be better than Lin Yi. Why bother settling for an employee like him? Zhang Jingjing didn't say anything in response. Her mother had a point. A house in Zhonghai was so expensive that it could easily cost tens of millions. With Lin Yi's salary, it would be difficult to ever buy a house in Zhonghai. Moreover, his shabby sherry was indeed a little cheap. These were all real problems, and she had to face reality. Knock, knock, knock. Jingjing put down her chopsticks and went to open the door. Lin bro, you're here. Lin Yi nodded. Where's your mom? I'm here to deliver the rent. Jinlan followed from behind. It's just rent. You just need to transfer the money. There's no need to ask for leave to pass it to me. She didn't think much of Lin Yi in private, but after meeting him, Jinlan found him polite and collected. I didn't ask for leave. The company let me go, so I'll be a free man from now on, Lin Yi said. Jinlan's heart skipped a beat. Lin Yi was fired from the company. If he continued to stay here, how was he going to pay the rent in the future? With a beep, Jinlan's WeChat suddenly rang. She saw that Lin Yi had transferred 4,000 yuan to her. The rent is 2,000 yuan. Why did you transfer 4,000 yuan to me? I owe you 18 days worth of rent. I'll pay for 2 months in advance. However, I won't be staying here anymore. Lin Yi said. You won't be staying here anymore? Jinlon asked Finn the new STovels on n/velban.com. When Wu Jinlon heard this, not only was she not reluctant to part with him, she was even a little happy. This way, she would be able to find a richer tenant who would pay the rent on time. Yeah, I'm not going to be staying here anymore, I just came back to pack my things. I'm leaving now. Lin Yi said. I'm sorry, I overcharged you by almost $1,000. Wu Jinlon said. Lin Yi didn't want to hit the smiling face. After all, he was so generous, and Jinlon was also being a lot more polite right now. They had known each other for so long, and they still had a little bit of affection toward each other. It's fine. I'm sorry for always being late with your rent. Lin Yi said. Jingjing, don't be idle. Help your brother Lin with his work. Wu Jinlon quickly snapped. Although she despised Lin Yi for being poor, she still thought highly of his character. He didn't even live here anymore, yet he gave her an extra $1,000. Thus, she had to do some superficial work and could not be too cold toward him. All right, I'll go change. Lin Yi said. Lin Yi did not have anything to pack. The most precious thing was the quilt he had brought out from the orphanage. It was not anything valuable, but it meant a lot to him. He could buy a new version of everything else, but he had to take the quilt with him. Lin Yi carried the 2 sets of quilt in his arms as Wu Jinlon and Zhang Jingjing helped him bring the other little things downstairs for him. It was a good thing that the deal didn't work out. Money aside, Wu Jinlon still had a bit of humanity left in her. Lin Yi, you got fired from the company. What are you planning to do in the future? Jinlon asked as she walked downstairs. I'm driving for Didi. That way, I shouldn't starve to death. Jinlon and her mother looked at each other, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Her mother's words made sense. One had to be realistic in a relationship. If one didn't have a stable income, how could one live in the future? Mom, look, there's a supercar parked downstairs. Zhang Jingjing yelled when she saw the silver sports car parked downstairs. Unfortunately, she was car blind. She didn't know anything other than Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi. Still, judging from the shape of the car, she knew that it was a sports car. It definitely wasn't cheap. That's weird. Who can afford to drive a sports car here in this old neighborhood? Wu Jinlon muttered. Obviously, she knew that this car wasn't cheap. Lin Yi, where's your car? I don't see it anywhere. Jinlon looked around for a while, but she didn't see Lin Yi's shabby Sherry. I'm not driving the Sherry anymore. I've swapped to this car. Lin Yi pressed the car key, and the Pagani's gullwing door opened, giving Jinlon and Jingjing a fright. What did you say? This is your car? Jingjing asked, her mouth agape. Huh? I just changed it today, Lin Yi said. This car isn't cheap, is it? It's not bad, it cost more than 20 million. Lin Yi put everything in the passenger seat as he spoke, clearly relaxed. Lin Yi, when did you get so rich? Aren't you just a salaried worker? Working was just to experience life, Lin Yi joked. Now, I'm going to pretending I'm actually a rich second generation. After this, Lin Yi got into the driver's seat and left. Seeing Lin Yi's disappearing taillights, Zhang Jingjing was in a bad mood. Mom, isn't Lin Yi an orphan? He said his parents died a long time ago. How did he become a rich second generation? Maybe he robbed his parents' graves. You said Lin Yi was poor and didn't want us to be together. Now that he's rich, can we? Don't think about those useless things. Wu Jinlan replied. He wasn't good enough for you in the past, but you're not good enough for him now. It has nothing to do with you anymore. Go home and study. Half an hour later, Linny drove to the Peninsula Hotel and met Wang Tianlong in the lobby. President Lin, the presidential suite has been prepared. On the way back, Linny had already told Tianlong about the matter. He was going to stay in the hotel for a few days, and he would buy a house when he had time. Linny nodded. Help me carry the things in the car and bring some food over. I've been working all day, I'm starving. Got it, Boss Lin. I'll make the arrangements right away. Tianlong was very efficient, and everything was arranged for in less than half an hour. After dinner, Linny took a bath and enjoyed the pleasures of being rich. Ring, ring, ring. The phone on the side rang. It was Wang Ying, his ex-colleague. Wang Ying was 4 years older than Lin Yi. She was a beautiful young lady. She took good care of Lin Yi at work, but no one knew if she had other motives. Sis Wang, did you want to speak to me? Lin Yi asked politely. Your colleagues are reluctant to part with you after you left. They want to have dinner together as a way to send you off. Thank you, Sis Wang. You can book the place. It's my treat. Lin Yi said generously. I said I'm sending you off. How can I let you spend your money? Wang Ying answered, I'll see you at the usual place at 5:30 p.m. The so-called usual place was not the name of the restaurant, but rather, a restaurant called Ipinju. It was where all the department dinners were held, and they always referred it as the usual place. Okay, I got it. I'll definitely be there on time. Okay, that's all for now. I'll see you there. After hanging up, Lin Yi looked at his watch. He still had 2 more hours to enjoy himself. At that moment, a WeChat message popped up on Lin Yi's phone. It was from Ji Qingyan. We're almost done. Can you pick me up? I'm still staying at the construction bureau. Of course, Lin Yi replied. I'll be there in 30 minutes. The system reward was given to him by running orders. Now that he had a job, he had to accept it. Time to work. Awesome. Lin Yi got dressed and walked out of his room before driving to the building. When he arrived, Ji Qingyan was already waiting at the door. Sorry for the wait, there was a bit of a traffic jam. It's fine, I just got out too. After getting into the car, Ji Qingyan combed through her hair, and a faint fragrance wafted over. President Ji, do you want to place an order first? Huh? What order? Ji Qingyan still hadn't gotten used to it yet. Lin Yi took out his phone. An order on Didi. I have to support my family with this. If you don't place an order, I won't be able to earn any money. I'll have to live on air in the future. I really can't help you. Ji Qingyan said with a smile. It seemed he was really serious about Didi. However, Ji Qingyan was also relieved. Despite owning a luxury car worth tens of millions, he had still humbled himself to become a salesperson in her company. Now that he had been fired, it was understandable for him to come out to experience life on Didi. Soon, Lin Yi received Ji Qingyan's ride request on his phone, which he accepted immediately. At that moment, the system notifications sounded. You have received the second order successfully. You have triggered the system mission to pick up 2 beauties with 85 points and above. The reward is 10,000 experience points. Mission completion, 1 out of 2. Lin Yi could not help but frown when he saw the mission in his mind. This mission was a little metaphysical. What kind of beauty could be above 85 points? What if there was a difference between his aesthetic standards and the system's? Even so, looking at the mission notification, there was no doubt that Ji Qingyan was a beauty worth more than 85 points. Since the mission was already half completed, he decided not to worry about it for now. He should just finish this order first. President Ji, aren't you going back to the company? Lin Yi asked when he saw the address on the order. It was not Chaoyang Group. I'm about to get off work, so I'm not going back. I have a computer at home, so I can still work from there. All right, I'll send you back now. Oh right, I've been wanting to ask you this for a long time. Why were you fired? Ji Qingyan asked on the way back. I had some problems at work, so I got fired. He had the system now, and his life had taken a different path. Lin Yi didn't want to dwell on the trivial matters of the past anymore. It would be as if he was speaking ill of someone behind their back. He had to be magnanimous and not be petty. It can't be that bad, right? I saw your sales department's report a few days ago. You were the champion of sales last month. What could possibly have gone wrong? Ji Qingyan asked with a smile. President Ji, don't ask. It was my fault anyway. Lin Yi replied with a smile. Ji Qingyan rolled her eyes, thinking that there might be something else going on. She would have to investigate the matter later. Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, Ji Qingyan's phone rang. Did you ask all of them? I'll think of something, but keep trying to contact your side. See if you can contact other hotels. Okay, that's all for now. Soon, Ji Qingyan hung up the phone. Lin Yi noticed that her expression didn't look so good, so he asked. What happened? The company wants to hold a press conference soon, but they've contacted all the five-star hotels in the city, and none of them have time or space for us. They're all full, and I'm worried about how to deal with this. Can't you just push it back a little? This press conference is very important. We can't drag it out for too long, or else I wouldn't be in such a hurry. We can go to the Peninsula Hotel. It should be appropriate, Lin Yi suggested. Don't joke around. The Peninsula Hotel is a super five-star hotel in Zhonghai. I'm not afraid of spending money, but I can't get a reservation at all. Ji Qingyan shook her head. Lin Yi found this issue easily resolvable. Her company was considered a small fish in the industry. It could not be compared to those big companies. With the size and level of the Peninsula Hotel, they would not even spare her company a glance. Even if she went there as the CEO, it would be useless. That's not necessarily true. Life is full of surprises. You might be surprised if you go there. You sure know how to talk. I'll listen to you for once. Let's turn around and go to the Peninsula Hotel. Ji Qingyan said with a smile. But I'll be honest with you. If we can't come to an agreement, I won't pay for the trip fare. It's on you. What if we can come to an agreement? Lin Yi asked with a smile. If we can come to an agreement, I'll treat you to a meal. Eating is so boring. Do I look like someone who needs that meal? You're quite greedy. Ji Qingyan smiled. If we can really talk it out, I'll cook a meal for you myself. No way, you can cook? No. Then is your food edible? Ji Qingyan rolled her eyes at Lin Yi. That's not the point. Since we won't be able to negotiate it, I can promise anything I want. I know I won't have to cook anyway. Then let's wait and see. Maybe a miracle will happen. If a miracle really does happen, forget one meal, even 10 meals wouldn't be a problem. You've never cooked before, and I don't even want to eat a meal. I might as well ask you to do an S-squat. S-squat? You don't even know what that is? That's the standard skill of a female streamer. Wait a minute, I'll check it out. Ji Qingyan opened Baidu and searched. This action is a little. Lin Yi smiled. If you don't agree, the miracle might not happen. Qingyan covered her mouth as she smiled. No problem, I'll say the same thing. Don't worry about 1, even 10 won't be a problem. Qingyan was full of confidence. She had called before and told them her identity, but their manager still did not buy it. She also told them that their schedule was booked for the next half of the month, so there was no time or space for her. Therefore, this time, she was confident she would come back empty-handed. She had nothing to do anyway. Since someone had offered to drive her for free, she thought of it as a way to relax. Thus, it didn't matter even if she offered to squat or something. Soon, Lin Yi drove to the Peninsula Hotel. Upon seeing Lin Yi's car, the greeters at the door were tempted to step forward, but they were stopped by Lin Yi's eyes. If she found out who he was, the game wouldn't be fun anymore. After parking the car, the two of them walked into the hotel. Hello, I'm looking for your manager, Wang Tianlong. The waitress at the front desk looked at Ji Qingyan and then at her boss. She replied politely. Hello, let's go to the reception room first. I'll inform Manager Wang right away. Okay, thank you. Led by the attendant at the front desk, the two of them arrived at the meeting room. Soon, someone came over with coffee and tea. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. Such a warm attitude made Ji Qingyan speechless. She had come here once a long time ago, but she had never received such treatment. Very soon, Wang Tianlong strode over and said with great enthusiasm. Hello, President Ji. Ji Qingyan stood up and shook hands with Tianlong when he walked in. Hello, Manager Wang. I'm Ji Qingyan from the Chaoyang Group. I spoke to you on the phone earlier. Hello, President Ji. Please don't take offense at my lack of hospitality. Tianlong was very polite and didn't expose his relationship with Lin Yi. This was because he had just received Lin Yi's reminder to cooperate with Ji Qingyan's request. Thus, he had to be more enthusiastic. He could not block the boss from picking up girls. Tianlong's attitude made Ji Qingyan grumble in her heart. Tianlong was also very polite on the phone before, but he always maintained a sense of distance. The way he spoke and his tone were very official. However, this time it was different. He was very warm and even a little respectful. Hello, Manager Wang. I'm here to talk to you about the venue. Our company wants to hold a press conference. We want to see if there's any available slots for the hall of the Peninsula Hotel. Ji Qingyan had already predicted the outcome. She figured she would definitely be rejected by Tianlong. As for the miracle that Lin Yi mentioned, such a thing was impossible. After all, she had already asked before. Even if she came here personally this time, there would not be any change. The size of Chaoyang Group was obvious. She didn't have that much reputation to influence others. No problem. When do you want to use it? I'll arrange it right away, Tianlong said politely. Huh? Ji Qingyan was stunned. She could not believe Wang Tianlong's words. What did you say? You can free up your schedule now? Wang Tianlong nodded and said, yes. We will make sure that it is free on the day you need it. Ji Qingyan was elated. Thank you, Manager Wang. I plan to hold the press conference in 10 days' time. No problem. I'll arrange it right away. Do you have any other requests, President G? As long as it's within our abilities, we'll try our best to meet them. No, no more. We'll get someone to do the set. We won't trouble Manager Wang with anything else. Up until now, Ji Qingyan still felt a little incredulous. Previously, they had made it clear that they did not have any open slots for half a month. Now that she was here, she could pick any time she wanted. What the hell was going on? She was just here to try her luck and didn't have any hope at all. However, a miracle had really happened. It was unbelievable. All right, I will inform the people below to clear the schedule and ensure no other reservations will be accepted. Thank you, Manager Wang. Ji Qingyan said, how much is the deposit for our hotel? I will have the finance department transfer it to you later. No need, no need. Wang Tianlong waved his hand and said, with President Ji's character, there is no need to pay the deposit. It is not necessary, and everything will be settled after the transaction. Ji Qingyan could not believe her ears. Did she have that much influence? It wasn't possible, right? Even so, she did not mishear. Are you sure you don't want the deposit? Of course not. It's our honor to serve President Ji. Manager Wang is too polite. It's our honor too. After exchanging a few simple words, Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan left the Peninsula Hotel. Wang Tianlong walked them out politely and watched them leave. Wang Tianlong felt that his performance wasn't too bad. There did not seem to be any mistakes. Manager Wang, the hall has been booked by Yunkai Group on the 7th of next month. If we break the contract unilaterally, we have to pay 3 times the penalty fee, the deputy manager said. 3 times is nothing. We will pay 10 times the penalty fee. Wang Tianlong said, if we delay the boss from picking up girls, we'll have to pack up and leave. The two got into the car together after leaving the Peninsula Hotel. Ji Qingyan's excitement had not yet subsided at this point. Lin Yi, you're really a lucky star. You were right. There was really a turn for the better. I told you. Try more and maybe a miracle will happen. Yeah. Thank God I believed you. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to handle this. Gee, I think we should put this matter aside for now. It seems like it's time for you to keep your promise, Lin Yi said. Ji Qingyan paused, her face turning red as well. Why are you still thinking about this? Ji Qingyan asked. Are you trying to cheat me, Ji? Lin Yi asked. How is that possible? I'm the CEO of Chaoyang Group, after all. How can I go back on my word? Ji Qingyan said. That'd be great. Let's keep our promise now, Lin Yi said with a smile. We're in the car. How am I supposed to keep my promise? We'll talk about it when we get home. No problem. Lin Yi stepped on the gas pedal as he spoke, and the Pagani let out a beast-like roar, leaving the other cars far behind. Ji Qingyan's face was dark. Was there a need to fight so hard just to watch her perform an S-squat? According to the address marked on the GPS, it would take less than 20 minutes to drive the car to Ji Qingyan's home. Ji Qingyan's home was in Yunshui Villa, in Zhonghai. Among all the villas in Zhonghai, the Yunshui Villa was not considered high-end and could only be ranked in the middle. With Ji Qingyan's social status, it was reasonable for her to live here. Seeing the silver Pagani slowly driving over, the security guards at the entrance of the villa district were stunned. Although the people who lived in the Yunshui Villa were all rich and powerful, most of the cars they drove were sports cars worth millions. This was the first time they had seen a property owner driving a Pagani. How F asterisk king luxurious. Explore Tati stories at no/l/bin.cm. Open the door. As it was a private villa district, no one was allowed to enter without an access card, so Ji Qingyan greeted the security guard at the entrance. Got it, Boss G. The security guard opened the door without a word and let her in. The security guard watched as Pagani drove into the villa area and trotted back to the concierge. Wong bro, don't sleep anymore. Boss G of Villa number 8 has been taken down. It can't be that bad. Boss G is a famous cold and aloof female CEO. The people who sent flowers could form a line. Has she really been taken down? That's right. I think the person driving the car is very handsome, and he is driving a Pagani Zonda. It seems to be worth more than 28 million yuan. He is definitely a super rich second generation. It seems that CEO G is not that indifferent. It's just that the people who pursue her were not good enough for her. Sigh, beautiful women are indeed prepared for the rich. Even a woman like CEO G was taken down. Life feels so bleak. Driving to Villa number 8, Ji Qingyan unbuckled her seatbelt and prepared to get out of the car. President Ji, did you forget something? Ji Qingyan, who had just regained her composure, blushed again and stomped her feet angrily. Ah, I got it. 10 squats. You're unbelievable. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Linny held his phone and replied. Since we arrived, shouldn't you pay for the ride? Ji Qingyan's face was completely dark. It was only right and proper to pay for a taxi, you rode it, but it should not be such a serious matter, right? Although it was quite embarrassing to do an S-squat, that was probably the main point. This little bit of money isn't even enough for you to refuel, so why do you care so much about it? It adds up. I still have to earn money to buy a house in Zhonghai. Ji Qingyan laughed. You're already driving Pagani. Who would believe that you can't afford a house? As she spoke, Ji Qingyan paid for the trip. Lin Yi sighed to himself. I'm really a poor guy with only 60 million in cash. After getting out of the car, the two entered the house one after the other. The layout of the villa wasn't big. It was about 400 square meters in total, and the modern and simple style decorations were very sleek. Furthermore, there was the faint fragrance of jasmine. What would you like to drink? Coffee or tea? Tea, it'll quench my thirst. Lin Yi did not bother being overly formal. Soon, Ji Qingyan brewed a pot of tea and handed it to Lin Yi. The atmosphere in the room also fell into silence. It was a bit awkward. You want to watch it now? Ji Qingyan asked, embarrassed. Yes, I have something to do later, so it's best if I can hurry up. The farewell banquet his colleagues were holding for him was about to start. As the main character, he couldn't be late. Let's be clear, I've never done this before, so don't blame me if I don't do it well. Lin Yi said. Don't worry, I won't, Lin Yi answered with a smile. She walked to the coffee table and grabbed onto the chair as she recalled the movements in the video. Then, she completed the first S-squat stiffly. Her back was straight, her waist was slim, while her legs were long. It wasn't very standard, but after watching Ji Qingyan's squats, Lin Yi felt that all the female anchors on the internet were weak. This was especially true for the feeling of it coming out, as it wasn't something an ordinary person compete with. Discover W stories on no/e/lbin.com. Especially Ji Qingyan, who was wearing a body-hugging skirt and black silk. If she had not taken off her high heels, she would have gotten even more points. Lin Yi sighed as he drank his tea and watched Ji Qingyan do the S-squats. This was life. What are you doing? They heard someone talking halfway through the second S squat. Both of them froze when they saw a middle-aged man in a black polo shirt standing at the door, looking at them in shock. Dad, why are you here? The middle-aged man's name was Ji Ontai, Ji Qingyan's father. Should I not be here? Lin Yi almost vomited blood. It was indeed a bad time for you to be here. You should be under the car, not here. Dad, don't misunderstand. He's my new yoga instructor, he's teaching me new yoga moves, Ji Qingyan explained. I want to know which yoga instructor teaches his students with his legs crossed. Ji Ontai said. Shouldn't he be teaching them directly? Lin Yi? That was a pretty good idea. He's a high-level yoga instructor. He's only in charge of verbal guidance and doesn't usually do it himself, Ji Qingyan said nervously. Stop lying, do you think I don't watch live broadcasts? Lin Yi? He watches live broadcasts? Does your wife know about this? Dad, listen to me. Stop talking. Go to the side. I have something to say to him, Ontai said as he pointed at Lin Yi. Uncle Ji, what do you want to say? Ontai's expression softened a lot in front of Lin Yi. This person was very likely to be his future son-in-law, so he had to be nice. Young man, what's your name? Lin Yi. What do you do for a living? It looked like Ji Ontai was going to get to the bottom of this. Didi, Lin Yi answered honestly. What did you say? Didi? Ji Ontai's eyes widened in disbelief. I'm really a Didi driver. Lin Yi said helplessly. What was wrong with this world? No one would believe the truth anymore? Stop fooling around. How can a Didi driver chase after my daughter? Ontai said. Unless you're driving a sports car. You're right. The sports car at the door is mine. You're really driving a sports car? Ontai was surprised. When he came in, he saw a sports car parked at the door. He thought it was his daughter's new car, but it was actually her boyfriend's. Although my car is a little nicer, I really drive for Didi. That's right. Ontai laughed. To be able to use a sports car to drive a Didi, you must be a rich kid who doesn't want to be ordinary. You're much better than those rich kids who only know how to eat, drink, and play. I don't need to worry about giving my daughter to you. Lin Yi was speechless. How did your daughter suddenly belong to your son-in-law just because she did an S-squat? Was this not a forced sale? Ji Qingyan sat down again, her face red. It was really hard to explain now. Little Yi, my father's 80th birthday is in a few days. Since you two are together, there's no need to hide it. You two can go together and let the rest of the family see you. That won't be appropriate. Lin Yi resisted. After all, they did not have a special relationship. There's nothing bad about it. Since you two are together, you have the right to participate in such a big event. Ji Ontai said. All right, I won't say anything else. You two continue with your matters. Don't let me affect your mood. Ontai stood up and left, leaving Ji Qingyan embarrassed. Lin Yi, don't listen to my dad's nonsense, Ji Qingyan pretended to be calm. Lin Yi nodded and looked at the time on his phone. President Ji, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Leave? There are still 8 more squats to do. After saying that, Ji Qingyan realized that something was wrong. Wouldn't it be better if she didn't finish this embarrassing task? Thanks for reminding me, Lin Yi said. I'll owe you the remaining 8. All right then. Since she had already said it, there was no way she could go back on her word, so she had no choice but to acquiesce. After watching Lin Yi leave, Ji Qingyan returned to the villa and called her secretary. Secretary Gua, there's someone called Lin Yi in the sales department. Send me a copy of his information. After giving her instructions, Ji Qingyan hung up. She wanted to investigate Lin Yi's dismissal. After leaving Ji Qingyan's house, Lin Yi drove to Yipinju. It was not a big deal that he was a few minutes late because of Ji Antai's appearance. I'm really sorry. I was stuck in traffic and was late. When he arrived at the private room, he found that everyone in the sales department was already there. Thus, Lin Yi said embarrassedly. It's okay, we just got here too. The person who spoke was Wang Ying. She had been taking care of Lin Yi for a long time. She was about 30 years old and had long hair draped over her shoulders. She was wearing a green floral dress, looking very charming. Come, Yi, sit here. I've already reserved a seat for you. Wang Ying took down the clothes on the empty seat next to her and gestured for Lin Yi to sit next to her. Thank you, Sister Ying. Lin Yi said with a smile. What's there to thank? Wang Ying said with a smile. You got fired out of nowhere. It won't be easy to see you again in the future. It's okay. Don't you have my contact number? Just call me if you need anything. I promise to pick up. Lin Yi became the topic of conversation in the room as soon as he arrived. However, most of the people around him were female colleagues. The rest of the male colleagues were sitting on the other side, looking at Lin Yi with fake smiles. Lin Yi, you're too unlucky. With your skill level, the sales director position would have been yours. Wang Ying said regretfully. She had a good relationship with Lin Yi. If Lin Yi could become the sales director, he could take care of her in the future. Unfortunately, now it would be difficult for her to see him again, let alone rely on him to take care of her. Sister Wang, you're wrong. Although Lin Yi's performance is good, Dongbro isn't bad either. How did you know that the position of sales director would have been Lin Yi's? The person who spoke was called Huang Yue, a colleague of Lin Yi's. The person he called Dongbro was called Li Jiangdong. Before Lin Yi came to the company, he had always been the sales champion in the sales department. However, after Lin Yi came, the position of the sales champion changed hands. Although he was angry, he couldn't do anything about Lin Yi. Furthermore, this time, Lin Yi was fired because of him. The position of sales director has a fixed target. Lin Yi's performance is better than his, so the position of director naturally belongs to him, Wang Ying said unhappily. Although there weren't many people in the sales department, they were divided into two factions. The male colleagues were all on Li Jiangdong's side, and Lin Yi and the other female colleagues were on the other side. They only maintained a harmonious relationship on the surface. What's the use of that? Hasn't he still been fired? Yu Wei said. Besides, I heard that the resignation papers will arrive soon. Dongbro is going to be promoted to sales director soon. I suggest we toast to him. Haha, don't be like that. Jiangdong said with a smile. Although I'm going to be the sales director soon, the main character today is Lin Yi. How could I steal the spotlight? It's okay, we'll toast him later. Huang Yue said with a smile. Then I'll accept your offer. As he said that, Jiangdong and the others raised their glasses and downed the wine in one gulp. As for the other female colleagues, they didn't move at all. Why do I feel like you're not here to send me off? You're even showing off a little, Lin Yi said. Don't say that. I'm just having a drink. You're still the main character today. Jiangdong looked at Lin Yi as he placed the cup down. You, on the other hand, do you have any new plans after being fired by the company? Shanghai is a big city. It's not easy to survive here. Brother Dong is right. The city is too dangerous. It's better to go to the countryside. Yu Wei chimed in. What countryside? Don't you know about Lin Yi? He's an orphan. He doesn't even have a home. He can't go anywhere, Jiang Dong said with a smile before looking at Lin Yi. Read the latest stories and novelbin.com. Lin Yi, if you want to stay in Shanghai, I have a way out. I'm familiar with the property manager in our community. I can arrange a security job for you. Are you interested? Ha ha. The other male colleagues were all laughing at Jiang Dong's joke. He had brought this upon himself. He'd only been in the company for half a year, and he wanted to compete with Dong Ge for the sales director position. Look at himself. You don't have to worry about my work, Lin Yi said with a smile. Oh right, I was just about to ask you the same thing, Wang Ying said. Now that you've been fired from the company, do you have any plans for the future? Any update on your work? I'll drive for Didi from now on. I should be able to support my family. Drive for Didi? Wang Ying and the other female colleagues didn't seem to believe it. That's a bit of a leap for you. I can't help it. I'm doing it for a living. Lin Yi, you're really something. You can actually register that lousy sherry of yours? Huang Yue said. I bet all the passengers will give you a bad review when they see your stupid sherry. It might be a little difficult for you to support your family after that. It's fine, little E. We'll order our rides in the future to support you. Wang Ying said angrily. Dang 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 dang. Just as they were talking, there was a knock on the door of the private room. The hotel lobby manager walked in. Hello, I would like to ask, which guest owns the Pagani Zonda downstairs? What did you say? Pagani Zonda? Everyone in the room was stunned. It was a supercar, and there were only a few of them in China. At the thought of this, a few male colleagues stood up and looked out of the window. There really is a Pagani parked there. It's so damn handsome. As expected of the most developed place in Huaxia. There are so many rich people in Shanghai. Huang Yue sighed. This car seems to cost more than 20 million. Only those super rich people can afford such a car. All right, stop looking at it. You can't afford it no matter how much you look at it. As he spoke, Li Jiangdong looked at the lobby manager and said, We are just ordinary white-collar workers. We definitely can't afford that kind of car. You can go to another room and ask. All right, sorry to disturb your meal. The lobby manager was about to leave when Lin Yi's voice sounded. What's wrong with the Pagani? The other cars are being blocked by it. I want to tell the owner to move the car. Lin Yi, why are you asking so many questions? They're talking about the Pagani, not your stupid sherry. Huang Yue smiled. That Pagani is mine, so I'll ask as much as I want, okay? Everyone was shocked when they heard that. What did you say? That Pagani is yours? Why, is it so unbelievable? Lin Yi took out the car keys from his pocket and waved them in front of Huang Yue and the others, almost blinding them. It really was his car. Seeing that Lin Yi was so young, the lobby manager was very calm. People who bought this kind of car were usually the second generation of the rich, and they were all young. However, he was already so rich, yet he was still eating with these poor friends. He was too approachable. Lin Yi, what's going on? Isn't your car a sherry? When did it become a Pagani? Who said you can only have one car? Can't I just buy another one? Everyone felt a little dizzy. That was a sports car worth more than $20 million, not a piece cabbage that cost $2 a piece. Didn't you say you wanted to drive for Didi? You're already so rich, so why are you still doing Didi? Jiang Dong asked. Of course you can, I just didn't think of it. Jiang Dong smiled awkwardly. There's a lot of things you didn't think of, but you'll learn of them later. Lin Yi ignored Jiang Dong and smiled at the lobby manager. I'm really sorry, I'll go downstairs and move the car now. Okay, I'll have to trouble you. Lin Yi and the lobby manager went downstairs as the others looked at each other. Then, they got up quickly, wanting to go downstairs and see what was going on. They went downstairs and found a lot of people gathered in front of the car to take photos. Lin Yi walked over, and the crowd automatically dispersed. Their eyes were full of envy and jealousy. My God, he's so handsome and so rich. This is too unreasonable. He must have given God a present when he was reincarnated. Lin Yi didn't care about the comments from the people around him. He moved the car and stuck his head out of the window. You guys can continue eating. I have something to do. Since the main character has left, I won't be eating either. Wang Ying said. I'm leaving too. Sister Ying is going home? Yes. Then I'll send you home. I have nothing to do. Thank you, Yi. The two had been very close when they were at the company. Now that Lin Yi was driving a supercar, she naturally wanted to see what it felt like. They got into Lin Yi's car and left under everyone's watchful eyes. Yi, I didn't know you were the second generation of a rich family. It's so hard to live an incognito life. Wang Ying took photos as she spoke. It was her first time riding a supercar, so she had to take a few photos as a memento. Money is just a worldly possession. Experiencing life is the most important thing. I remember now. Aren't you an orphan? Where did you get so much money? Inheritance. I see. Wang Ying nodded. But you just said that you drive for Didi now. Is that true? Wang Ying couldn't believe it. Of course it's true. Lin Yi took out his phone. My registration information is all there. Sister Ying, do you want to place an order to support me? With their relationship, Lin Yi would never accept Wang Ying's money. However, the system's mission was for him to pick up two beauties with 85 points or more. Although Wang Ying was a little old, her charm didn't decrease. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been named the #1 beauty of Chaoyang Group. If Wang Ying placed the order, it would not be difficult for him to complete the mission. Since you've already said that, so if I don't place the order, I'll be taking advantage of you. Wang Ying said as she held her phone. Don't worry, Sis is placing the order now. Watch out, lest someone else takes it away. No problem, I'm watching. Soon, a notification appeared on the phone. Wang Ying placed the order successfully, and Lin Yi accepted the order immediately. However, there was no notification at all. What was going on? Could it be that Wang Ying wasn't a beauty with an 85 or higher score? She was only 29, so it was better for her to get married earlier. Scan completed. The passenger's overall score is 84, not meeting the requirements of the mission. Lin Yi was speechless. Was the system not being a little too strict? Could it not give him an extra point? Where was he going to meet so many high-scoring beauties? Why are you still in a daze? Wang Ying asked. Yingjia, I want to ask you something. Lin Yi asked as he drove. What is it? What do you think you can do to increase a woman's charm? The system had already said that Wang Ying's overall score was only 84 points. It must have considered many aspects before giving her the score. That was why it was possible to increase one's charm through other means. However, Linny didn't know if this little hack would succeed, so he could only give it a try. Increase a woman's charm? Wang Ying was a little puzzled. What kind of strange question was that? I'm just asking. If Sister Ying doesn't know, then forget it. The so-called increase in charm is to make yourself more attractive. This is a compulsory course for every woman, Wang Ying said. How do you improve it? Lin Yi was curious to see how confident Wang Ying was. Don't worry, Wang Ying said with a smile. She opened her bag and took out 2 pairs of unopened silk stockings. One pair was flesh-colored, and the other pair was black. Tell me, which one do you think is good-looking? Ahem, Sister Ying, I don't think it's appropriate to ask me such a question. What's there to be afraid of? There's only the 2 of us in the car. Wang Ying smiled and said, choose one. The black ones are better. Okay, wait. As she said that, Wang Ying opened the black silk stockings and slowly put them on her legs. What made people unable to control themselves the most was that during the process of putting them on, Wang Ying unintentionally lifted her skirt, revealing her black leggings. This really made people's thoughts wander. How is it? Doesn't it feel different? It really does feel different. After putting on the black silk stockings, it almost appeared like her legs had grown quite a bit, and she became even more attractive. System, scan again and see what Wang Ying's overall score is. A second later, the system's real voice sounded. Scan completed. The passenger's overall score is 85, meeting the requirements of the mission. Ding, mission completed. Reward, 100,000 experience points, job completion rate, 15%. Reward, 1 villa in Jojo Pavilion. Get it from the sales manager. F***CK. The name Jojo Pavilion was well known in Zhonghai City. Ever since it was being built, it was considered to be a top-tier mansion. When it was completed, it became the #1 mansion in Zhonghai City just as expected. Even the richest people on the list would be intimidated by Jojo Pavilion. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but in their eyes, it wasn't worth it to spend hundreds of millions on such an expensive house. To put it bluntly, they were not rich enough. Lin Yi could not help but feel excited. He wanted to buy a house, but the system's reward came right after. He had to finish this order quickly and check it out later. Wang Ying's heart skipped a beat when she heard Lin Yi swear. Did he have such a big reaction when he saw her wearing black silk? This thing really had a fatal attraction. Little E, focus on driving. We'll talk when we get home, Wang Ying reminded shyly. No problem. Lin Yi smiled. Thank you for your support, Sister Ying. Remember to give a 5-star review. That depends on your service. Wang Ying said with a smile. She was a beautiful young woman. At first, Wang Ying had bad thoughts about Lin Yi, but now, her bad thoughts were even stronger. Soon, Lin Yi sent Wang Ying home according to the address on his phone and completed his 3rd order. Do you want to go up and sit for a while? No thanks, I'm sorry to bother you, Lin Yi said politely. Read the latest stories and novelbin.com. What do you mean bother? My husband is on a business trip and I'm the only one at home, Wang Ying pretended to be calm. I can't do it today, Lin Yi said. I have to go on a business trip. I'll drop by on another day. My husband will be back from his business trip in a few days. You won't dare to come then. It's fine. I'll visit the next time he's on a business trip. Damn it. Linny drove off after saying goodbye. He looked at the time and realized that it was already past 7. However, Linny had been in sales before, so he knew the rules. The sales center had a shift system. During the day, everyone was on standby, and at night, a small portion of the sales team would be left behind until 8 o'clock at night. If he drove fast, he would still make it in time. After about 30 minutes, Linny arrived at the Jojo Pavilion area. Like its namesake, there were a total of 9 villas in the Jojo Pavilion. TL note, Jojo translates to 9 region pavilion in Chinese. Each of them faced the river and looked at the sea, appearing magnificent and magnificent. However, depending on the size, style, and location, the prices of each unit were different. Even so, the difference in price wasn't big, so any one of them could be regarded as the king of buildings in Zhonghai. Sitting in the car and looking at the view of the Jojo Pavilion, Linny was very satisfied. He would have a place here in the future. Despite this, he didn't know which building the system had give him. After enjoying the scenery outside, Linny parked the car and pushed the door open before walking into the sales hall. Seeing a guest enter, the saleswoman glanced at Linny and her expression changed. "What are you doing here?" Linny was a little surprised to see the person who spoke. The saleswoman's name was Mingyu. She was Lin Yi's former colleague. Back in the company, she had pursued Linny crazily. After being rejected sternly, she became the laughingstock of the company and left in anger. "I want to look for your manager," Linny said with a smile. This world was too small for him to actually meet her here. Hee, our manager has to meet a big client in a while. He doesn't have time to deal with you, Mingyu said. But you, what are you doing here? Did you get fired and come here to apply for a job? I got fired today and you already know about it. Linny was a little puzzled. Why would she say that so quickly? You really got fired? Mingyu was just gloating a bit, but she actually hit the nail on the head. Yeah. Linny nodded with a smile. Just help me get your manager, please. We'll talk about it when I have time, Mingyu said indifferently. And let me remind you, don't expect me to put in a good word for you. When you think about our job application, it's all about strength. Don't think that just because you're handsome, you have an advantage. Linny rubbed his chin. He had just rejected her, so was there a need for all this drama? Let me explain first. Although I've been fired, I'm not here to apply for a job. Then what are you here for? Mingyu crossed her arms in front of her chest, her expression arrogant. Don't tell me you're here to buy a house, Mingyu said. Linny nodded. I'm really here to buy a house. That's why I'm looking for your manager. Linny, stop messing around. We've been colleagues for a few months. Do you think I don't know your situation? Mingyu said disdainfully. You live in an old neighborhood, and you own a shabby sherry. Yet, you say you want to buy a house in the Jojo Pavilion? Can you stop fooling around? Any one of them is worth more than 800 million. What can you afford? You can't even afford a toilet if I were to try to sell it to you, Mingyu said. Forget it if you don't believe me. I'll talk to your manager later. Linny sighed. Haha, do you think our manager works for free? How would he have time to receive you? Mingyu rolled her eyes. Who do you think you are? At that moment, the sound of high heels could be heard. A woman in a gray work dress was walking toward Linny. Manager Wang, Mingyu said politely when she saw the woman in the uniform. Go away! I'll deal with you later. Mingyu was stunned after being scolded for no reason. She didn't do anything, so why was she being scolded? After scolding Mingyu, the female manager changed her expression and smiled at Lin Yi. You must be Mr. Lin Yi. Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Hui, the sales manager of Jojo Pavilion. I went to the washroom and couldn't come out to greet you personally. I hope you don't mind. It's okay, you don't have to be so formal. Should I show you the rooms first? Or should I give you an introduction to the situation here? First. Mingyu interrupted before Lin Yi could finish. Manager Wang, you don't have to waste your time on him. He's my former colleague, and he was fired today. He's an orphan, and he can't afford a villa in Jojo Pavilion. It's a waste of time to show him around a house. Mingyu said. What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Hui glared at Lin Yi. Go report to the personnel department. You are to stop working here. Mingyu was even more confused. She didn't do anything, and she only said a few words of truth out of kindness. Why did she suddenly get fired? Wang. Manager Wang, I'm not talking nonsense. I really know him. I know his situation. Know my *SS. Wang Hui couldn't help but swear. Mr. Lin bought all the villas in the Jojo Pavilion in one go. You say he's your colleague? Do you think you're worthy of holding that title? Bought all the villas? Mingyu stared at Lin Yi as if he was an alien. She hadn't even left her job for a month, so how did he become rich? Even if he won the first prize in the lottery, he wouldn't be that rich, right? Lin Yi was a little stunned as well. It turns out it wasn't just one villa, but 9 whole villas. In other words, he would be the owner of Jojo Pavilion from now on, and this place would become his private territory. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't manage my staff properly and gave you a bad experience in buying a house. It's my fault. It's okay, Lin Yi said generously. Now that Jojo Pavilion is my property, I should wrap up the registration procedures. Can you give me the keys? It's all ready. Please wait a moment. Wang Hui jogged away as she spoke. When she returned, she had 9 documents in her hands. Ariad updated stirise at n/vel/bin.com. Mr. Lin, these are all the property rights and the keys to the 9 villas. Please keep them well. The 9 documents in her hands carried a lot of weight. It turned out that having too many houses was also a problem. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first, Lin Yi said politely. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Don't worry, you guys are pretty busy too, so you can go back to your own matters. Lin Yi said. Wang Hui walked out anyway, and Mingyu followed behind. Mingyu was in a bad mood when she saw Lin Yi put all 9 documents into his Pagani sports car. This was a supercar. Why did she try to scold a super rich man? Lin Yi drove back to the Peninsula Hotel and prepared to stay there for the night. He was going to pack up his things and move into the Jojo Pavilion the next day. Just then, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was Wang Ying. Little Yi, did you know? I heard through the grapevine that the old witch and Li Jiangdong were fired. Lin Yi was surprised by Wang Ying's words. Why were they fired? Was this not a little too sudden? Are you sure? I'm sure. I have a friend in the personnel department. She told me the news. This kind of news usually doesn't come out of nowhere. The 2 of them might really have been fired, Lin Yi said. Lin Yi, this is too strange. Wang Ying said, you just got fired. Both Li Jiangdong and the old witch who used to bully you were fired at the same time. Could this have something to do with you? How is that possible? Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't have that kind of connections. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been fired. You're right. After a short conversation, Lin Yi hung up and sent a WeChat message to Ji Qingyan. Lin Yi, you fired Yu Lily and Li Jiangdong? Ji Qingyan, you knew about it? I looked into it and found some problems with them, so I fired them. I'll take it as venting your anger for you. Lin Yi smiled when he got an affirmative reply. Ji Qingyan was pretty fast. Is there anyone suitable for the position of sales director? Lin Yi asked. Not at the moment. I can leave it with you if you come back. Not interested. I think Wang Ying from the sales department is pretty good. You can take a look at her. Read the latest stories and novilbin.com. No problem. My car hasn't been fixed yet. Come pick me up tomorrow. Lin Yi, Didi driver, at your service. He could pick her up, but she had to pay for it. After this, Lin Yi took a comfortable bath and slept until dawn. He drove to Yunshui Villa, and when the security guard saw Lin Yi's Pagani at the door, he opened the door without saying a word. Who would dare to stop a man who could conquer President Ji? You're here so early. Ji Qingyan, who was washing up in the bathroom, said in surprise. I used to work at 6 in the morning. It's a habit. Give me a moment, I'll be done soon. It's okay, there's no rush. Ji Qingyan's movements were very fast. In about 30 minutes, she finished washing up and putting on her makeup. Lin Yi, help me take a look. What do you think of that dress? Ji Qingyan stood on the second floor, holding a one-piece dress in her left hand and a floral dress in her right. I think I'll go with that one. It looks pretty good. Sure, I'll wear this today. A few minutes later, Ji Qingyan walked down the stairs. Only a tall woman like Ji Qingyan could wear a dress like this. Although it was a very ladylike dress, she gave off a regal vibe when wearing it. This was interesting. After putting on the high heels, the two got into the car together and Lin Yi took out his phone. Boss Ji, please place the order. Don't worry, I won't forget about it. Ji Qingyan rolled her eyes at Lin Yi and thought to herself, you really don't know how to flirt. Soon, Lin Yi's phone received the order from Qingyan, and he grabbed it immediately. System mission, 5 5-star rating, reward 200,000 experience points, 3 out of 5. Looking at the numbers in parentheses, Lin Yi guessed that this should be his current mission completion rate. That was because he had completed 3 orders since yesterday. 2 of them were from Ji Qingyan, and the other one was from Wang Ying. They were all from the same team, and they all gave 5-star reviews. The 4th one would be from Ji Qingyan, and the next 5-star review was all but guaranteed. Victory was beckoning to him. Stepping on the accelerator, Lin Yi drove the car to the company's underground garage along with Ji Qingyan. President Ji, don't forget to give me a 5-star review. It'll depend on my mood. After unlocking the safety button, Ji Qingyan got out of the car and saw a white Sagittar parked not far away. President Ji, Lin Yi? The person who spoke was Wang Ying. She was riding in the car of another female colleague. She didn't expect to meet the president and Lin Yi together. As you know, I'm a Didi driver and coincidentally met President Ji who was calling for a taxi. Lin Yi explained. The 2 colleagues did not believe him. He had obviously taken the president away, and he even tried to explain it as him being a Didi driver. Who would believe that? Only then did Wang Ying realize that the reason why Yu Lili and Li Jiangdong were fired was because of Lin Yi. He and the president had been having an affair, and they were actually bullying him. It would be weird if they weren't fired. At that moment, the elevator door of the underground garage opened, and Yu Lili and Li Jiangdong walked out with a cardboard box in their hands. They were obviously here to pack their things. Seeing Lin Yi and the president here, their expressions were as awkward humanly possible before they left dejectedly. "It's almost time for work, let's go up together." Facing Wang Ying and the others, Ji Qingyan returned to her cold and aloof image, unlike when she was with Lin Yi. "Got it, President." Wang Ying and another colleague greeted Lin Yi before heading upstairs with Ji Qingyan. Lin Yi sat in the car and was about to take a stroll around the mall. He already had a house, so he had to go buy some daily necessities. He'd been wearing these clothes for 2 days already, and it would start to rot if he wore them any longer. Lin Yi was about to drive away when he received a WeChat message from Ji Qingyan. "Ji Qingyan, do you want a 5-star review?" Lin Yi, "Of course." "Ji Qingyan, I still owe you 8 squats which I will trade you for a 5-star review. Otherwise, I'll give you a bad review." Lin Yi, "I don't want a 5-star review. 8 squats, not a single one less." Lin Yi didn't care about the squats, but a little woman like you was threatening him? That was not acceptable. Ji Qingyan, pervert. Not long after, a 5-star review notification appeared on the app. It had to be from Ji Qingyan. Lin Yi smiled. "You sure have a sharp tongue but a soft heart." He glanced at the system mission. It was already 4/5 complete, so Lin Yi decided to buy clothes later. He wanted to take on another order and complete the mission before going to the mall. It would not take long anyway. He opened the app, where the newest order would automatically be displayed. Thus, Lin Yi grabbed a random order. The pickup point was at the nearby Tianyi homestead. It wasn't too far, only a few minutes away. Tianyi Homestead, Building 4, Unit 1, Room 1302. The house was about 60 square meters, and it was a standard 2-bedroom, 1 living room house fit for a family of 3. "Dad, why are you bringing me to your colleague's party?" "I don't want to go." The person who spoke was a young woman, about 25 or 26 years old. She had a good-looking oval face and long hair that fell over her shoulders. She was very attractive. The girl's name was Xia Xinyu. She was an outdoor streamer and was somewhat famous on the platform. "No, you have to come with us," Xia Hongyuan, Xia Xinyu's father, said. "I know what you're thinking. You just want to introduce me to someone. Aren't we doing this for your own good? You're not young anymore. You don't even have a boyfriend. I'm worried sick about you. When I was young, didn't you always say that you wanted me to be by your side for the rest of my life?" Xia Xinyu said, "Why are you in such a hurry to marry me off now?" "I was just speaking freely at the time. Who would have expected you to be so obedient?" Xia Xinyu was speechless. "Anyway, I've already told my colleagues that you would go with me. That young man is not bad. He works in a public institution and has some money. You two are suitable to be together," Xia Hongyuan said. "I already have a boyfriend." "I don't need you to introduce me," Xia Xinyu said. "You have a boyfriend?" Xia Hongyuan asked in surprise. "Where did you find a boyfriend? Where else could I get a boyfriend?" "I found one myself," Xia Xinyu said. "Do you think I dug him out from the ground?" The old couple was abnormally excited when they found out that their daughter had a boyfriend. "Then what are you waiting for? Ask the family to take a look. We'll check him out for you." "Aw. You want our family to take a look?" Xia Xinyu was at a loss for words. She had just said it casually. Why did these guys take it so seriously? That's right. Since you have a boyfriend, we naturally have to see who he is. We can't just casually hand you over, right? Forget about meeting him. He's also quite busy with work. We'll talk about it another day. Xia Xinyu stood up. I still have something to do in a while, so I'll be leaving first. Stop. Xia Hongyuan said, I think you're trying to trick me. Upted chapters nnvelben.com. No, I really have a boyfriend. Don't even think about introducing me to someone else. I've raised you for more than 20 years. Don't you think I know what you're like? Xia Hongyuan said. If you don't bring your boyfriend here today, you must obediently follow me to the party. You can choose your fate. All right, I'll make a call and ask him then. Back in the house, Xia Xinyu was running around like a headless chicken. It had been so many years, and she did not have many friends of the opposite sex. Where could she find someone to pretend to be with her? Huh? Suddenly, Xia Xinyu's eyes lit up and she muttered to herself, how about finding a delivery boy to pretend to be with her? However, very quickly, Xia Xinyu dismissed these thoughts. A delivery boy was definitely not allowed. If he did not dress appropriately, her parents would not believe her. It would be too easy for her to be exposed. A Didi driver seems to be a pretty good option, Xia Xinyu thought. At the very least, he would have a car and would have some form of assets. The only thing left was to find a younger driver. It was perfect. Because she usually took taxis, there were 2 taxi hailing apps on Xia Xinyu's phone. One was Didi, and the other was Kuadi. She would use the service that offered more discounts. However, the situation was different this time. Due to the size of Didi, she ended up choosing Didi. She picked a random destination and started placing orders. About 5 seconds later, the order was received and she hurriedly called the other party. Ring, ring, ring. Lin Yi's phone rang before he could get out of the car. Hello, are you the Didi driver? Lin Yi already knew who the person was. It was the passenger who placed the order. It's me, what do you want? Lin Yi said. I want to ask, how old are you? Huh? What kind of question was that? How old was he? Did that have anything to do with the passenger? Although he didn't know what he was up to, Lin Yi still told him his age. 24. Oh nice! Xia Xinyu was a little excited. She actually met someone her own age. Soon, Xia Xinyu calmed down and asked in a low voice. I want to ask you for a favor, can you do that? No, I'm just a Didi driver. I don't provide extra services. Lin Yi had seen too much of this kind of news. There were some perverted customers who would always making things difficult for the Didi driver or the guy outside. They would either ask him to buy cigarettes, take out the trash, or even buy sanitary pads. Lin Yi was not interested in that sort of thing. Don't misunderstand me. My name is Xia Xinyu. I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend and deal with my parents. I'll give you a 5-star review afterwards. What do you think? Lin Yi paused. This was a good idea. On account of the 5-star review, it's a deal. Then it's a deal. What's your name? Lin Yi. Okay, my house is in Tianyi Homestead, Building 4, Unit 1, 1302. You can come straight here. Okay. Because Tianyi Homestead was nearby, Lin Yi arrived at Xia Xinyu's house after about 10 minutes. Knock, knock, knock. Xia Xinyu heard someone knocking on the door and opened it. She prayed in her heart that this Didi brother was not too ugly, or else it would arouse suspicion. Creak. The door was pulled open and Xia Xinyu froze on the spot when she saw Lin Yi. What kind of godlike beauty was this? Did she save the earth in her previous life? Yo, it's Xiao Yu's boyfriend, right? Seeing Lin Yi standing at the door, Xia Xinyu's mother greeted with a smile. This young man was really good-looking. He was more than enough for her daughter. Before Xia Xinyu could say anything, Lin Yi was pulled in. Your name is Lin Yi, right? How long have you been with my daughter? Xia asked. More than half a year, Xia Xinyu answered first. I didn't ask you, what are you talking about? After scolding Xia Xinyu, Mother Xia asked again. Young man, what do you usually do? I'm a driver, Lin Yi replied. A driver? The old couple's faces changed. This didn't seem like a decent job. Are you a pilot? Then you should call yourself a captain. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The old couple's imagination was quite rich. I'm not flying a plane. I don't have that kind of skill. Lin Yi said. The old couple's expressions weren't as warm as they were before. Are you driving for a certain boss? Lin Yi asked. The two of them could accept it if it was for a certain boss. After all, this gig was quite attractive. However, this was their bottom line. You've misunderstood. I'm driving for Didi, I'm a Didi driver. Lin Yi said. Didi driver? Why did Xia Hongyuan's expression suddenly change? He now looked a little ugly. How much money could a Didi driver earn? If they were to be together in the future, how would they support their child? Would they be able to live off the wind? That's right, he's a Didi driver. Xinyu said. Dad, Mom, he's actually making a lot of money now. Lin Yi bought all my cosmetics and jewelry for me, Xinyu explained. Plus, he still has some money on him. We're planning to start a business in the future, so we won't work for Didi forever. Hearing that, their expressions softened, but it was obvious that they weren't very happy. Let's talk about this later. Because Lin Yi was here, there were a lot of things that Xia Hongyuan still could not talk about. He planned to talk about it when there was no one else around at night. Oh right, Mom and Dad, aren't you going to a gathering? You should leave now or you'll be late. Xia Hongyuan looked at the time and said. All right, let him send us there. Don't leave either, just come with us. The two of them had not yet thought the matter surrounding Lin Yi through. Although his work was suboptimal, his looks were not bad. They had to weigh it properly before deciding which one to choose. I don't think it's possible for us to go together, Lin Yi said. Huh? Why not? My car is a two-seater. It can't fit 4 people. What did you say? Your car only has 2 seats? Forget Xia Hongyuan and his wife, even Xia Xinyu couldn't accept it. All cars have 4 seats, no? How could it only have 2 seats? Was Didi now in the motorcycle business? Before this, because of Lin Yi's looks, Xia Hongyuan decided to give him a chance even if he was working for Didi. Now, it turned out he was actually riding a motorcycle. Xia Hongyuan could not accept this. His own daughter could not be with such a person. If that's the case, then let's take a taxi. We don't need your car anymore. Okay. Lin Yi didn't care. Xia Xinyu had already placed the order anyway. He would give her a 5-star rating later and it would be done. Xia Xinyu wanted to kill herself. She really wanted to shoot herself in the foot right now. She would definitely be scolded when she got back at night. After leaving the house, Lin Yi walked to the front, and the three of them walked to the back, ready to take a taxi. You damn girl, did you grow eyes on the back of your head? You actually found a motorcyclist as your boyfriend. Xia Hongyuan lectured. If we didn't call him to our house in advance, we would still be left in the dark. If others learned that I found a motorcyclist as my son-in-law, they would laugh at me. All right, stop talking. Xia Xinyu was already on the verge of tears. She thought that with a handsome man, this matter could be concealed from the world. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. Although he was handsome, he was indeed a motorcyclist. It was natural for his parents to object. Your father is right. Hurry up and tell him clearly. In short, I won't recognize such a son-in-law. Mother Xia said angrily. Even if it's a domestic car, I wouldn't say anything. What future can I have with a motorcyclist? D.D. The three members of the Xia family heard the sound of a horn. They looked up and froze on the spot. This should be a sports car. Xia Hongyuan stuttered. This is the Pagani Zonda. There are only a few of these supercars worth more than 20 million in China. Xia Xinyu was very surprised. Tianyi Homestead was just an ordinary neighborhood. It was the first time she had seen such a good car parked here. Seeing Pagani's gullwing door open, Xia Xinyu was filled with a feeling of longing. If only she could ride such a good car for once in her life. Baby, what's going on? That Lin Yi, doesn't he ride a motorcycle? Why is he walking towards that car? Xia Hongyuan said in surprise. Xia Xinyu was also very surprised. Not only did Lin Yi walk over, he also got in the car. Lin Yi. Hearing someone call him, Lin Yi, who was closing the door, glanced at Xia Xinyu. What's wrong? The three people from the Xia family hurriedly ran over. Is this your car? Yeah, I wouldn't be in here if it wasn't mine. Aren't you riding a motorcycle? Do you also drive a sports car? Xia Hongyuan was almost too puzzled to ask. Who said I'm a motorcyclist? Can a motorcyclist register on Didi? You said it yourself. Your car has 2 seats. Isn't my car a 2-seater? Xia Xinyu felt like an idiot. Sports cars had 2 seats. This was the most basic form of common sense. Why did she not think of it? However, who would have thought that you would drive a supercar while working for Didi? If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Lin Yi waved his hand. Remember what we talked about on the phone? Give me a 5-star rating. Hey, son-in-law, you're already here, so don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's find a place to have a meal and talk about our daily life. Xia Hongyuan said with a smile. Didn't you guys have something to do? It's fine. It's just an ordinary colleagues gathering. It's fine if we don't go. Then there's nothing else I can do. I still have other things to handle. I'm sorry. It's all right. If there's anything you need to do, go ahead and take care of it. If you get too busy, I'll get Xiaoyu to help you. As he said that, Xia Hongyuan even gave Xia Xinyu a push. Don't stay at home all the time. Help him out. Xia Xinyu got into the car half-heartedly. After all, she was the one who had called for the car, so she had the right to take it. Seeing the luxurious interior of Pagani, Xia Xinyu felt like her eyes weren't big enough to take it all in. Moreover, the seat below her was a little hot. Where are you going? Are you going to the destination listed the order? Lin asked. I'm not going anywhere. Where do you want to go? I just want to experience it, and then I'll get out of the car. I'm going to the mall to buy something, but you have to change the destination, or else the order won't be completed. Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. Okay, which mall do you want to go to? Times Square. Okay. Soon, Lin received a message to change the destination on his phone and drove toward Times Square. You drive such an expensive car, and you definitely don't lack money, so why are you still driving for Didi? Xia Xinyu asked in the car. To experience life, what's the point just living every day as if waiting for death? Lin said in a high-class manner. You're amazing, Xia Xinyu said sincerely. There are a lot of second-generation rich kids who aren't as good as you, living a luxurious life every day. It's not easy for you to think of so many things. Everyone has their own aspirations. You can't force it. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Brother Yi, I have a small request. Can you agree to it? Xia Xinyu asked carefully. They were the same age and they did not know who between them was older and who was younger, but Xia Xinyu had already taken the initiative to call him brother. What request? I'm a female streamer. Can I stream in your car for a while? If she could stream in such a good car, it would definitely increase the popularity of her streaming room. It doesn't matter to me, Lin said. Just give me a 5-star review after the event. Okay, no problem. Xia Xinyu said happily. As soon as the order is completed, I'll give you a good review immediately. Deal. Xia Xinyu took out her phone and started the live stream. After 10 minutes, there were already dozens of people in the live stream room. Xiaoyu, where are you? Are you the co-partner of a tycoon? Haha, stop fooling around upstairs. Xiaoyu is a 10,000-year-old single dog. How could a tycoon like this be interested in her? Maybe it's the passenger seat of a Wuling Hongguang, TL Note, a type of mini Chinese electric car. Xia Xinyu was speechless when she saw that everyone in the live broadcast room was mocking her. Was she really that bad to them? Let me tell you, the car I'm riding in this time isn't a Wuling Hongguang. It's a real luxury car. The kind that you've never seen before in your life. Haha, stop bragging. Show me the logo. You're wrong. She's a woman. She doesn't have the guts to do so. No, you're wrong. She's a cross-dressing boss. I saw her once that night. TCH, didn't you just want to see the logo? There's no harm in showing it to you. Xia Xinyu slowly turned her phone and aimed it at the steering wheel. After that, the entire live broadcast room fell silent. Damn, it's actually a Pagani. Looking at the interior of the car, it seems to be the Pagani Zonda. This car seems to be worth more than 20 million. An ordinary rich second generation cannot afford to drive it. And look, the driver is so handsome. He's definitely a rich second generation. Seeing the comments in the live broadcast room, Xia Xinyu's lips curled up as she said, "Now you should believe it. You know what a luxury car is, right?" Xia Xinyu felt proud in her heart. You guys always look down on me. This time, I will definitely turn things around. A nouveau riche 666. I suspect that this is a car that the host rented herself in order to increase her popularity. She even found a handsome driver along the way. It's just to attract attention. She must have spent a lot of money, said a troll in the live broadcast room. Are you crazy? This is the Pagani Zonda. It costs more than $20 million each. There are only a few cars of them China. Who would be willing to rent it out? Do you think it's a garbage car like Mercedes-Benz or BMW? How is that not possible? There might be dirty deals in private. Xia Xinyu almost exploded in anger when she saw the troll's message. In this era of the internet, there were all kinds of retards. I'm not the kind of model with curves. How could I attract such a rich second generation? Why didn't he think before he spoke? This guy was definitely a loser who hated the rich and the handsome. Even so, Xia Xinyu did not kick them out. If he stayed here, he would still contribute to her popularity. When she could not take it anymore, she could kick him out again. This streamer was too humble. Bro, there's a parking space in front. Let's park there, Xia Xinyu pointed at the empty space in front. I see it. Don't worry. As one of the most luxurious shopping malls in Zhonghai, people came to Times Square every day. Many people, like Xia Xinyu, had their eyes on the only empty space available. However, when they saw Lin Yi's car approaching, they didn't dare to move. If they weren't careful, they wouldn't be able to afford offending this figure even if they sold their bodies off. Hubby, there's an empty seat in front. Go over quickly. If you're any slower, you'll be robbed. A woman in a low-cut short skirt said as she sat in a Porsche Panamera. Go to hell. The middle-aged man next to her scolded. That's a fucking supercar. Who dares to fight with him? Supercar? The woman in the front passenger seat was stunned. So what if it's a supercar? This is also a sports car. Why should we let him win? Idiot, that is a Pagani Zonda. Its price is more than 20 million. My car is only worth just over $1 million. In front of that car, it's not even worthy to be called trash. You want me to compete with him for the parking space? That car is actually more than 20 million? The woman in the passenger seat was instantly horrified. Before she came to Zhonghai, she heard everyone say that there were many rich people in Zhonghai. Now, she finally saw it for herself. Thinking of this, the woman in the passenger seat rolled her eyes. She still had to use all her strength to find a richer man. A person driving a mere Panamera was just too poor to be worthy of her. After parking the car, Xia Xinyu was a little stunned. She still remembered the scene of the car parking. Upon seeing Lin Yi's car driving over, everyone else's cars didn't dare to move. Was this the ability of money? Wait, don't go yet, Lin Yi said. What's wrong? Visit novelbin.c.m for updates. Good review. Oh, I remember now, I'll do it now, Xia Xinyu said in a fluster. Because Lin Yi only said good review, the people in the live broadcast room didn't understand what was going on and didn't think of him as someone who drove for Didi. Soon, Lin Yi heard the system's notification sound. Mission completed. Obtained 200,000 experience points. Job completion, 35%. Reward, 1 Zhonghai International Racetrack, Master Level Driving Skills. Zhonghai International Racetrack? Lin Yi had a slight impression of the place the system mentioned. It seemed to be the most luxurious racetrack in Zhonghai, and even in all of Huaxia. Some people even said that it was the best racing venue apart from the Abu Dhabi racetrack in the Middle East. Lin Yi didn't know if the rumors were true or not, but it was definitely the #1 track in all of China. He didn't expect it to become his business today. It was unbelievable just thinking about it. Ring, ring, ring. Lin Yi's phone rang at this time. It was an unknown number. Hello, Lin Yi said. Hello, President Lin. I'm the manager of Zhonghai International Circuit, Zhou Haitao. Since you've just bought all the shares of our circuit, I have some procedures here, and I'd like to hand them over to you. I don't have time at the moment. I'll be there in the afternoon. Will this time be convenient? Lin Yi said politely. Of course, of course. I'll be here all the time except for my official holiday on Sunday. Okay, see you in the afternoon. Lin Yi did some calculations in his mind. It wouldn't take long for him to go around to buy his daily necessities. He estimated that he would be done by the afternoon. Moreover, the system rewarded him with master-level driving skills. It would be a waste if he did not go to test them out. Bro? What are you thinking about? Seeing that Lin Yi was in a daze, Xia Xinyu asked tentatively. Nothing, let's go now. Bro, what do you want to buy? Xia Xinyu asked after getting out of the car. I want to buy some daily necessities, clothes, and anything that suits me. Oh. Xia Xinyu was a little nervous. This was her first time coming to such a high-end mall. The things were so expensive that it was shocking. It wasn't a place for commoners like them to wander. Lin Yi looked around inside the mall and saw the Apple store not far away. Let's go there first. I want to change my phone. Lin Yi's phone was only a domestic phone that cost just over 1,000, and it was already starting to lag. It would be easier for him to take orders if he changed his phone now. Okay. The two of them went to the Apple store together. The clean lobby, bright lights, and all kinds of new equipment displayed on the counter made the entire store feel high-end. Sir, do you see any products that you like? I can introduce them to you, the salesgirl greeted politely. Lin Yi pointed at the Apple iPhone 11 Pro Max on the counter and said, "Help me pack this up. I need 512 GB of memory." Xia Xinyu and the salesgirl were stunned. A phone worth more than $10,000 was bought just like that? Okay, please wait a moment. Wait. Xia Xinyu stopped the salesgirl and pulled Lin Yi aside. Bro, it's not worth it for you to buy it here. How is it not worth it? The phones in the store are all at full price. If you buy them online, you can get at least $1,000 cheaper. There's no need since I'm already here. I'm too lazy to buy them online. I'll just them early and enjoy them early. Lin Yi walked back as he spoke. Help me pack it up. Okay, please wait a moment. Because of Lin Yi, Xia Xinyu's popularity reached over 5 million, 5 times more than the usual. It's so good to be rich. Even the salesgirl was stunned. She probably wanted to give herself to him. As long as one is rich, you are fated to be with anyone you want. You poor people. Do you think someone is rich just because they bought a phone that costs more than $10,000? The troll asked. A few days ago, a friend of mine bought the same phone, but he wasn't as high profile as him. F***ck, it wasn't you who bought it, so why are you acting so pretentious? What the F***ck? You F***king baseless accuser. At this time, the salesgirl walked over. Hello, sir. This is your phone. Do you want to choose a case from us? They are all original products, so the quality is guaranteed. Lin Yi looked at the counter. I don't like using those things. It doesn't feel comfortable to use. Well, it's a phone that costs more than $10,000. It's not cheap. If you don't get a case too, you might ruin its beauty, the salesgirl suggested. Lin Yi thought for a moment before agreeing. You're right. Seeing that Lin Yi was willing to buy the case, the salesgirl beamed. Sir, these cases in the counter are all new models. I can give you a 20% discount of their sticker price. If you buy 2 at once, you can get a 30% discount. Seeing that Linny wanted to buy the phone cases, the live broadcast room became lively with discussion again. It was filled with sour comments. Haha, I just saw a phone case that cost more than 1,000 yuan. If he buys it without blinking, I'll admit that he's rich. Bullsh *T, buy the phone case that cost more than 5,000 yuan. Only then can you be considered rich. You guys are thinking too low. Someone called Lemon King said. The truly rich are those whose phone cases are more expensive than their phones. A few days ago, a friend of mine bought a phone case that costs more than $20,000. That's what you call a rich person. Xia Xinyu was speechless when she saw the trolls in the live broadcast room. These people were hopeless. Sir, is there a model that you like? Let me show it to you. I didn't say I wanted to buy a phone case, Linny said. No? Didn't you just say? I meant I wanted to buy a few more phones. If I break one, I can just use a new one, Linny said. Read latest chapters at no, vel, bin/.c/o/m only. Get 5 of each color and pack them together. 5 of each color? The salesgirl almost lost her balance. Sir, there are 4 colors in our store for the Apple iPhone 11 Pro Max. We'll have 5 for each color. Do you want 20 phones in total? Linny nodded. After that I'll get a top quality Mac to go with it. Okay. You'll have to wait a moment. She watched as Linny bought almost 300,000 worth of items in one go. Xia Xinyu was in a bad mood. This was way too extravagant. The live stream exploded again, and there were too many comments. You trolls should have seen it by now, right? The real rich people don't buy phone cases, they just replace them with new ones. This is the real deal. Awesome, a god-level tycoon is out there, not even a blade of grass can grow in his presence. He only spent $200,000, what kind of god-level tycoon is this? Have you ever seen a real rich person? I once saw a person buy more than $500,000 worth of things in one go, so this was nothing. Xia Xinyu was speechless when she saw the messages left by the trolls. These losers who couldn't afford anything was mocking Linny. They were really drunk. Linny didn't care too much. After swiping his card, he waited for the shop assistant to prepare the goods. At this moment, those who were wandering around the shop looked at Linny, intentionally or otherwise. Those women who were slightly more beautiful in particular were suddenly filled with ulterior motives. Soon, everything that Linny wanted was packed up. 20 cell phones and a laptop was not a small amount. Linny put them back in the car and returned to Times Square. Bro, what are we going to buy this time? Xia Xinyu felt that her little heart could not take it anymore. Would there be such a big difference between the consumption methods of a rich second generation and an ordinary person? I want to buy a watch. A woman's diamond ring, a man's watch. Linny had always dreamed of having a good mechanical watch, but due to his lack of money, that dream never came true. Now, he had tens of millions in cash in his pocket. If he didn't buy a good watch, he would be letting himself down. Do you know anything about watches? Linny asked casually as he entered the mall again. What level of watch do you want to buy? Xia Xinyu replied. As an anchor, she had to know a little bit of everything in order to be able to talk to her friends. Thus, Xia Xinyu knew a little bit about this topic too. Something high-end. Seeing Linny buy 20 phones in one go, Xia Xinyu felt that she wouldn't be able to catch his eye if she recommended an average brand. In the watch industry, the most high-end brands are Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin. Lin Yi nodded. Let's go to these two places first. Xia Xinyu was speechless. She was just saying it casually, but now they were really going. This was a luxury item in the watch industry. Vacheron Constantin is in front. Let's go check them out first. Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Yi said. A salesgirl looked up at Lin Yi and Xia Xinyu as they walked in, ready to welcome the guests. Where are you going? The other salesgirl asked. Big Sis Li, there's a guest here. I'm going to receive him, the tall salesgirl replied. There's no need to receive him. It's just a waste of time. Why is it a waste of time? Didn't you see that woman live streaming on her phone? She's probably here to have fun. I've seen a lot of people like her, so there's no need to pay attention to her. Li Jie said. I don't think so. She seems to be making a lot of money as a streamer. But we're in Vacheron Constantin. Other than the super rich, most people don't have the ability to spend money here. Go do something else. Don't take it too seriously. Li Jie commented. Got it, Big Sis Li, the tall girl said. Lin Yi and Xia Xinyu strolled around the shop. Upon seeing the price, Xia Xinyu felt like she was living in a slum. An unremarkable watch cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Who could afford such a thing except for those evil capitalists? Although Lin Yi liked watches, he didn't know much about them. He went through item by item, just checking them out. Can you show me this watch? Lin Yi pointed at a leather watch. Sorry, the watches in our store are only displayed in the window. If you like it, we can take it out after you pay, the female store manager, Li, said. Huh? What kind of logic was that? How can I buy it if I cannot even look at it? Just then, a middle-aged couple walked in from the outside and started shopping on the other side of the store. The female store manager walked over. Sir, madam, is there anything I can help you with? I'm looking to get a watch. I want to choose a birthday present for my husband. You can choose anything you like. These watches were all released this year. I think that black watch is pretty good. Can I take it out and have a look? Of course. Please wait a moment. The female store manager opened the window below and took out the watch that the woman had her eyes on before handing it to the other party. Lin Yi and Xia Xinyu exchanged glances. What was going on? They couldn't look at it when they asked, but this woman instantly took it out when serving others. Was she looking down on them? Xia Xinyu felt a little awkward. She had long heard that these luxury goods clerks all had a kind of arrogance and did not take ordinary folks seriously. Now that she looked at it, the rumors were indeed true. Even so, you can look down on yourself, but you could not look down on Brother Yi. Subconsciously, Xia Xinyu looked at the situation in the live broadcast room. She noticed that the trolls in her chat were getting sour again. You must be being ridiculed. They didn't show it to you because they saw that you couldn't afford it. That middle-aged couple is obviously rich. They would naturally introduce themselves to these folks. Let's go quickly. That's Vacheron Constantin. It's not an ordinary brand. Don't embarrass yourself. Lin Yi looked at the female store manager. What do you mean? We are all customers. We should be treated equally, right? I'm sorry, we provide services according to the customer level. I hope you can understand, the female manager said. Customer level? I have my own evaluation principles. I'll assign different levels and then provide different levels of services. Haha. To put it bluntly, it's like looking at a person and thinking of him as lowly. Seeing that Linny was angry, Xia Xinyu quickly pulled him back. Bro, calm down. These people from luxury stores are always like that. There's no need to be angry. Sir, please watch your words and attitude. Otherwise, we'll have to call security. The female store manager rolled her eyes and said. They were just two grandstanding streamers. It was already an act of mercy for her to let them look around inside the store. If it was the luxury store upstairs, they wouldn't even give you the chance to enter the shop. You're just a dog with a few Vacheron Constantines. How can you be so pretentious? Where does your sense of superiority come from? Linny cursed. But this might be a brand you can't afford for the rest of your life. The female store manager mocked. Bro, let's go. Xia Xinyu knew that rich people like Linny had bad tempers. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Xia Xinyu pulled Lin Yi's arm and dragged him out of the Vacheron Constantine store. There were other brands of expensive watches anyway, so they did not have to buy them here. Seeing Lin Yi and Xia Xinyu leave, the middle-aged couple who were shopping for watches shook their heads with a smile. Young people nowadays are too hot-tempered. They don't have the ability to spend money, yet they're still so arrogant. These young people are too impetuous. They're so arrogant just because they have a few fans online. A high-end brand like Vacheron Constantine isn't a place for them. You're right. Times have changed. Grandstanding has become a trend, the female store manager said with a smile. Exactly, the middle-aged customer replied with a smile. But these two are quite interesting. They actually went to Patek Philippe. Even if they are young, they can't be ignorant. Patek Philippe's store. Seeing Linny and Xia Xinyu come in, the female store manager was very polite and didn't show any annoyance. Sir, madam, do you want to see a men's watch or a women's watch? I can show them to you, the uniformed salesgirl said. Linny looked at Xia Xinyu. Any good suggestions? This is a bit high-end. I don't really know much about it, I only know how it looks, Xia Xinyu said guiltily. Ask the people in your live broadcast. Linny liked to spend his time watching live broadcasts when he had nothing to do. He knew that there were people in the industry who understood the lifestyle of being a young master better than he did. Xia Xinyu checked on the situation in the streaming room and found that someone had indeed given a reasonable suggestion. The 7140G001 timepiece series is not bad. It fits the temperament of a god-level tycoon. The 7140G001 seems to be worth more than 2 million. The price is suitable. It's indeed not bad. Hee, a watch worth more than 2 million is also referred to as a watch. Just by wearing a watch worth more than 2 million, do you think you are worthy to be called a godly tycoon? If so, godly tycoons in this world are too worthless. I've let two act all high and mighty, yet you actually look down on a watch worth more than 2 million? Come. You can recommend it. Let us see what kind of watch is considered a good watch. Lemon King's words instantly caused the people in the live broadcast room to surround and attack him. However, Lemon King had been on the battlefield for so many years. Naturally, he would not be intimidated by such a display. When they entered the shop just now, there was a Patek Philippe 175th anniversary commemorative piece in the window. It was sold for 17.5 million. If you really think you are a god-level tycoon, you should buy this watch. Are you King retarded? Even the Emperor of Shanghai said that he would not buy this watch. You want god-level tycoon Lin to buy this watch? You must be out of your mind. Haha, if you can't afford it, then say you can't afford it. Why are you criticizing me? At that moment, Lin Yi moved closer to Xia Xinyu and looked at the screen. Did the netizens in the room give their opinions? Don't listen to him. This person is a sour spirit. It makes him uncomfortable seeing how rich you are, Xia Xinyu said. There was a netizen who recommended you buy a 7140 G001. He said that this watch is pretty good. Lin Yi looked at the situation in the broadcast room. He actually recommended that I buy a 175th anniversary commemorative piece? The female Patek Philippe employees shook their heads at those words. These keyboard warriors were really daring. The 175th anniversary commemorative piece was limited to 6 pieces worldwide and sold for $17.5 million each. Its actual significance wasn't just in its exquisite workmanship and value. More importantly, it represented the value of the 100-year-old Patek Philippe brand's workmanship. The person who recommended this watch did not know anything at all. All he knew was the price. It was too low. Brother E, don't listen to them. That 7140 G001 is not bad. Xia Xinyu said. As the old saying goes, you get what you pay for. For the 175th anniversary watch to be sold at such a high price, there must be a reason for it. That's true, but this watch costs 17.5 million. The price is indeed a bit too high. Seeing that Lin Yi had admitted defeat, the trolls in the live streaming room stood up and attacked him. You're a coward now, aren't you? If you don't have money, don't pretend to be a tycoon. It's too easy to slap you in the face. You bought an iPhone and a computer for hundreds of thousands of dollars and you think you can show off your superiority? You're too naive. You'll get struck by lightning if you act so cool. You should keep a low profile when you go out. Don't think that the whole world is yours just because you drive a Pagani Zonda. There are still things in this world that you can't afford. Bro, don't be angry. I'll kick these people out of the live broadcast room right now. There's nothing to be angry about. Lin Yi said with a smile. Although the price is a little expensive, I can still afford it. Lin Yi walked to the window and looked at it with confidence. It looked pretty good, and he should be able to bring it around with him. Can you help me pack up the 175th anniversary watch? Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Their eyes and mouths were wide open, and they couldn't believe their ears. Sir, what did you say? You want to buy the 175th anniversary watch? All test NOVL on novelben/.cm. Lin Yi nodded. Can't I? Of course you can. Then help me put it away. Lin Yi did some calculations. With his current assets, buying a watch worth 17.5 million was a bit of a luxury. However, the guy was mocking him in public. If he didn't show off, he'd really be looked down on. After all, the Peninsula Hotel and the Shanghai International Racetrack were both his now, and he'd have a steady stream of income in the future. It didn't matter if he spent some money to buy a watch at this moment. The people in the broadcast room exploded when they heard that Lin Yi was going to buy the 175th anniversary model. Grandkids, did you see that? Almighty Lin is going to buy the 175th anniversary model. Is there anything else you want to force him to do? He spent 17.5 million just like that. You've never seen so much money in your life, have you? Is Almighty Lin looking for a sugar baby? I can do anything. Faced with the crowd's attack, the trolls stopped talking. In reality, they just wanted to use the keyboard in their hands to mock him. However, he had casually bought a watch worth 17.5 million. There was no more room for them to mock him anymore. Sir, There's something I need to explain to you. The female store manager walked over and said in the gentlest tone. The model in the window is just a model. If you really want to buy it, we'll need to transfer the goods over from the Swiss headquarters. It'll take at least 3 days. All right, but I might not have time to come over. Do you provide door-to-door service? Sir, you must be joking. If you buy this watch, even if the officials don't provide delivery service, we'll still pay out of our own pockets to deliver it to you. Don't worry about that. All right then, use your card now. Lin Yi handed the card over. Password 0000000. He took the card from Lin Yi's hand and swiped away 17.5 million yuan. Even the female employees who were used to seeing rich people were amazed, let alone Xia Xinyu. Spending so much money to buy a watch. Most rich people would not do such a thing. Little son, go and take down the watch from the window display, said the female shop assistant. Got it, Sister Lu. I'll go now. Xia Xinyu was a little curious. Why did you take it down? Are you not selling it anymore? Ma'am, it's like this. There are only 6 pieces of this 175th anniversary model available throughout the world, and only 1 piece is allocated to China. If Mr. Lin buys this watch, Patek Philippe stores across the country will no longer have the right to sell this watch, so we have to take it down. I see. Seeing the female shop assistant take down the model in the window, the surrounding people came over to watch the show. This 175th anniversary commemorative watch had been displayed in the window for more than a year. No one had expected that it would be taken down on such an ordinary day. This meant that someone had bought this watch. The staff members of several nearby stores were very curious. They wanted to come out and see which tycoon had bought this $10 million watch. Little son? You sold the 175th anniversary model? Zhang Li, the female store manager of Vacheron Constantin, asked in surprise. We just sold it. A gentleman bought this watch. There are too many tycoons in Zhonghai. They actually bought this watch? Let me see what it looks like. Zhang Li was a little jealous. Vacheron Constantin was not a bad brand. Why did the tycoon go to Patek Philippe instead? He's in the shop. The salesgirls said. Zhang Li tilted her head and glanced at the Patek Philippe store. She was stunned. Isn't that the young couple that came to my store just now? Zhang Li asked. At that moment, Lin Yi walked out of the store with a receipt and bumped into Zhang Li. What a coincidence, you're here. Lin Yi remarked. Sir, you bought the 175th anniversary watch? Do you have a problem with that? No, I don't have a problem with that. Zhang Li wanted to die. If she didn't look down on people just now, they would have spent their money in her store, right? She was freaking losing my mind. Sir, our store has a lot of new models too. Why don't you come to our store again? Forget it. Your Vacheron Constantin is too high class. A poor man like me can only afford Patek Philippe. Lin Yi said. The employees of Patek Philippe were secretly laughing. These rich kids really knew how to rub salt in their wounds. Sir, I'm just a small shopkeeper. Why do you have to lower yourself to my level? Zhang Li smiled awkwardly. It's mainly because your brand is too high class, and I really can't afford it. Lin Yi pointed at the middle-aged couple not far away. You can go look for them. They're obviously rich people. I only have coins in my pocket, so how can I compete with them? Seeing Zhang Li and the middle-aged couple being ridiculed, the live broadcast room was filled with jeers. Serves you right for looking down on almighty Lin. You're courting death. Even the noble Vacheron Constantine cannot afford to offend him. What the F***ck, even Patek Philippe is considered a cheap to him? Lin Yi looked around and found the elevator. He said to Xia Xinyu, "Let's go upstairs." Okay. Xia Xinyu felt good when she saw Lin Yi mocking Zhang Li. It was great to be rich. If it was her, she would have left quietly after being provoked by Zhang Li. However, Lin Yi was different. He bought a watch worth nearly 17.5 million and verbally slapped Zhang Li in the face. She didn't even dare to say a word in response. It was good to have money. Under the envy of countless people, the two of them reached the 6th floor together. This was a section that sold luxury goods. If you just gave the word, there was nothing that could not be bought here. F0 Low New Hapters at nov/el/bin/.com. Do you know anything about men's clothing? Lin Yi asked. The clothes he used to wear were Anta, Samir, and the like. Lin Yi didn't know much about other brands of men's clothing, so he wanted to ask for Xia Xinyu's opinion. I heard that Versace and Armani's men's clothing are pretty good. You can go check them out. Xia Xinyu had only heard of them. She didn't know much about the two brands. If it wasn't for Lin Yi, she wouldn't have had the guts to come to this floor before this. Let's go. Versace seems to be in front. Let's go check them first. Okay. They walked a dozen meters forward and were stopped by the salesgirl as soon as they entered the store. Sir, please wait. What's wrong? The salesgirl didn't say anything but pointed at a small sign next to them. The two looked at it and saw that it read, "No webcasting allowed." Xia Xinyu felt awkward when she saw the sign and her face turned red. Huh? What kind of rule is that? Your mall is too weird, Lin Yi said. It's not a mall rule, it's because one online streamer's reputation in particular wasn't very good. Not only did she criticize us, but she didn't even buy anything in the end. We had no choice but to enforce this rule. The salesgirl's face was filled with a sense of superiority. She was basically saying that Lin Yi was a poor guy who was just trying to please the crowd. Bro, why don't you go in? I'll wait outside. What's the point of waiting outside? Lin Yi said. The customer is God. There's no God who waits outside. But let's go. We can always buy it at home, so let's go to another store for now. Don't they have Armani here? Xia Xinyu thanked Lin Yi from the bottom of her heart. To a certain extent, he had protected her dignity. Although she was a woman, she still had to save face. They didn't walk far before they reached the Armani store. The men's clothes were pretty good, and they were ready to buy a few pieces. Sir, madam, I'm sorry. There's a rule in the store that forbids streamers from entering. Before they could enter the store, they were stopped again. What's wrong with streamers? Is there a need for this? Lin Yi was a little confused. They didn't break the law, so why could they not enter? We're a luxury store. Firstly, filming is forbidden. Honestly, if streamers were to film in our store, it would affect our daily business. Lin Yi shook his head. Selling a luxury product wasn't enough to give him a sense of superiority. Then I'll put away my phone. It should be enough, right? Xia Xinyu didn't want Lin Yi to be embarrassed, so she took the initiative to say this. It's up to you whether you want to keep it or not. If you really want to come and spend, we will welcome you. But if you just want to watch, I don't think we should waste each other's time. Let's go to the other shops, Lin Yi said. I don't believe it. All the shops are like this. If he shook Xia Xinyu off, no one would stop him from entering. However, she had been following him this whole time and given him a lot of pertinent advice. Naturally, he couldn't leave her behind. Lin Yi didn't think of himself as a gentleman, but at the very least, he had to be gentlemanly. It's the same if you go to other stores. Unless it's a domestic brand, you won't be able to enter. International brands like us don't allow webcasters to enter. You'll be rejected even if you try, so you'd better go somewhere else, the female employee from LV said. Seeing the people from the other stores watching the show, Xia Xinyu was extremely embarrassed. Were webcasts so unpopular? She did not do anything wrong. Since we can't buy anything here, let's go somewhere else, Lin Yi said lightly, not taking the situation to heart. Okay. Xia Xinyu responded and the two of them walked toward the elevator. Just then, the elevator door opened. Get your Avrite ovals at no/fee/e/lbn.com. A young man in a suit walked out and ran to Lin Yi's side. Hey, Mr. Lin, I found you. You're looking for me? Lin Yi was a little confused. I don't think we know each other. Mr. Lin, let me introduce myself first. I'm Li Shuqing, the manager of Times Square. You're looking for me? It's like this. You bought that $17.5 million watch at Patek Philippe's store just now, and you automatically got a diamond member from Times Square. I'm here to give you a card. $17.5 million. Li Shuqing's words made all the employees in the store gape in shock. They were in a bad mood. How could they reject such a super rich man? Who gave them the courage to do this? Li Shuqing handed over a platinum card. It seemed to be covered with real gold dust. If there's such a rule, Lin Yi said with a smile, then I'll take it. Yes, you can get a diamond membership if you spend more than 10 million in our mall. All right, I'll take it first. Bye. Mr. Lin, aren't you going to look around anymore? Li Shuqing asked when he saw Lin Yi leaving empty-handed. They won't let me in either. What's the point of walking around for? They won't let you in? Li Shuqing paused for a moment. How can that be? We're a high-end mall, we won't stop customers from entering. My friend is a streamer, so these people are blocking us from entering, Lin Yi said. Maybe they're afraid that we won't be able to afford the things inside. No, sir, please don't misunderstand. A few female employees of LV walked out and stood in front of Lin Yi, apologizing profusely. We didn't mean to offend you. I hope you won't hold it against us. The female employees almost peed their pants. They could afford $17.5 million watches, so would they not be able to afford a few clothes? Besides, the diamond members of Times Square had many privileges. If they complained, they would be fired without any room for negotiation. This time, they had disturbed a hornet's nest. At the same time, the employees of Versace and Armani also stood up and apologized to Lin Yi. Sir, I'm really sorry. We didn't mean it. I hope you can give us a chance. Lin Yi looked around and saw the female employees of various specialty stores all standing around and apologizing. Xia Xinyu's live broadcast room immediately turned into a large-scale carnival. I can't stand those disgusting mouths of theirs. They think they're superior just because they're selling luxury goods. Where does their sense of superiority come from? Hurry up and file a complaint against them. Fire all of them. They actually dare to look down on Almighty Lin. Don't they know what they're doing? Why don't you let the webcasters in? They've dug their own family's graves. Li Shuqing did not know that such a big commotion was going on in the live broadcast room. However, from his expression, the staff knew that he was about to die from anger. What's wrong with you people? How many times have I told you not to judge people based on their appearance? Do you all want to quit? Just now, Li Shuqing secretly checked Lin Yi's spending records. He found that not only did he buy a 17.5 million watch, but he also bought 20 mobile phones and the latest Mac computer. He didn't look at the price of things like this. If it wasn't for this incident, he could have spent at least a few $100,000 more. This was great. He had been ruined by these people. The female employees all lowered their heads, their arrogant expressions swept away. In order to protect their jobs, some of them were still apologizing. There's no need to apologize, go back to your work. Lin Yi waved his hand lightly and brought Xia Xinyu downstairs. Li Shuqing lectured the others a few more times before rushing downstairs with Lin Yi. On the 5th floor, most of the brands were second-tier luxury brands. Both domestic and foreign brands accounted for half of the shops here, and the styles were pretty good. After buying 5 sets of clothes in one go, Li Shuqing arranged for someone to help Lin Yi carry them down. Mr. Lin, there's a Panamera not too far away. Is that your car? The car had been sold for more than $2 million, and it was very likely to belong to Lin Yi. With his status, a car like the BMW no longer suited his temperament. Lin Yi shook his head. My car is on the other side of the parking lot. Li Shuqing turned around and sucked in a breath of cold air. Paganini Zonda. This car should be worth more than 20 million yuan. Lin Yi nodded. It's just a tool for transportation, don't make a fuss about it. Transportation. Lin Yi's words made Li Shuqing deeply feel the malice of the rich. They actually said that the 20 million plus Zonda was just for transportation. Are you joking, big brother? Lin Yi patted Li Shuqing on the shoulder. I'm leaving now. Okay. I hope that today's incident won't cause any trouble for Mr. Lin. On behalf of all the employees of Times Square, I look forward to seeing you again. Lin Yi and Xia Xinyu got into the car under the watchful eyes of countless people. Where are you going? I can take you home. Just take me home, Xia Xinyu said with satisfaction. She was already satisfied to be able to ride a supercar today and even follow Lin Yi around Times Square. Okay. This time, Lin Yi didn't make Xinyu place any more orders. After all, he had given her a lot of advice. He couldn't take her money anymore. Besides, it was just one order. It wasn't a big deal. After driving to Tianyi Homestead, Lin Yi took out a phone and handed it to Xinyu. This is for you. Thank you for your help. For me? Xia Xinyu was shocked when she saw the phone Lin Yi handed her. This was an Apple phone worth more than $10,000. What else? That's not good. I was satisfied to even ride in a supercar. Take it. It's not much money. Thank you, Brother Yi. After getting out of the car, Xia Xinyu watched Lin Yi leave with her phone in her hand. What happened today was too surreal for her. She casually dialed a Didi and pretended that he was her boyfriend, but she actually met a rich kid who was out trying to experience life. Life was full of surprises. After sending Xia Xinyu home, Lin Yi did not take any more orders. Instead, he followed the directions of the GPS and drove to the Shanghai International Racetrack. Lin Yi felt like he was in a dream when he saw the 5.5 square kilometer circuit. This would be his territory from now on. Lin Yi walked straight into the office building at the entrance. The structure was similar to other companies. There was a big reception bar at the entrance with 2 young women sitting inside. They were chattering non-stop, as if they were gossiping. Do you know? I heard that Qin Han is coming to our car racing field, one of the long-haired women said. Who is Qin Han? The long-haired woman asked curiously. Obviously, she didn't know this person. You are too outdated. Don't you read Weibo? If you don't even know the famous emperor of Shanghai, Qin Han, you are out of date. I really don't know this person, the long-haired woman said in a silly and cute manner. It's said that this young Master Qin is a rich second generation that is even richer than Principal Wang. Moreover, his identity is extremely mysterious. Until now, no one knows what his family does, the short-haired woman said in a fascinated manner. Some people say that he is a wealthy second generation, and some people say that the Qin family is a hidden aristocratic family. In any case, there are different opinions. In short, he is very rich. Such a person should not be someone we can afford to provoke, right? That is for sure. If we are lucky enough to take a photo with him later, we will make a big profit today. As for this appearance, it seems that someone is coming. Seeing that someone had come in, the two of them immediately stopped talking and stood up. Sir, we are not open to the public today. I'm here to see your manager. His name is Zhou Haitao, right? What do you want from our manager? Lin Yi thought about it. If he were to say that he bought their racetrack, these two would probably think that he was retarded. After all, he didn't look like a rich man in his current clothes. Just say my name is Lin Yi. You can inform him. Oh, okay, please wait a moment. The receptionist said. Sorry for the trouble. Lin Yi said. Just as the short-haired woman was about to leave, the door was pushed open, and 4 people walked in. They were all very young and in their 20s. In terms of clothing, they were a few grades higher than Lin Yi. Lin Yi felt that the man in the lead looked familiar. He seemed to be the Qin Han that they were talking about earlier. He wasn't as high profile as Principal Wang, but his picture was often shared on Weibo. Qin Han's expression didn't look too good when he saw Lin Yi. In fact, he looked a little serious. Didn't I tell you guys to clear the area today? Why are there outsiders here? The short-haired woman was startled by Qin Han's question. Young Master Qin, I'm really sorry. This gentleman is looking for our manager Zhou. The short-haired woman said. Get Fatty Zhou to come down and deal with this quickly. We have driving practice today and we don't want anyone to disturb us. Qin Han snapped. I'm sorry, young Master Qin. I'll make the arrangements right away. The short-haired woman said apologetically. All test NOVL on novelben/.cm. The short-haired woman walked out from the front desk and pulled Lin Yi to the side. Let's go. Follow me to the second floor. Don't make young Master Qin unhappy. The short-haired woman snapped. Lin Yi smiled. Is that necessary? He doesn't seem to be your leader. He's not our leader, but he's the famous Qin Han. Not many people can provoke him in Zhonghai. If it wasn't for you, young Master Qin wouldn't have lost his temper. The short-haired woman sighed in her heart. If it was not for this person, she might have gotten a group photo. Everything was fine before he arrived, but now it was all ruined. The two of them went to the second floor together and the short-haired woman knocked on the door. A deep voice came from inside. Come in. Lin Yi pushed the door open and entered. There was a mahogany desk inside, with a fat middle-aged man in his 40s was sitting behind it, looking at the report in his hand. Manager Zhou, there's a guest. Haitao stood up as soon as he saw who came in. Hey Lin, why are you here by yourself? You should have called me in advance so I could pick you up. Li Lin? The short-haired woman paused, looking at Lin Yi in disbelief. Which company's boss was this? He was so young. There's no need to make such a big fuss. It's the same even if you had picked me up yourself. Zhou Haitao led Lin Yi to the sofa and ordered. Little Zhao, go get a glass of water for our Lin. What are you standing there for? Our boss Lin? Our Zhonghai International Racetrack has been bought out by Boss Lin. Call him Boss Lin from now on. Bought out? The short-haired woman called Zhao was dumbstruck. The person she had been complaining about was her boss? What kind of family did he have? How could he be so rich? I know. I'll go now. While the short-haired woman poured the water, Zhou Haitao handed Lin Yi the documents that he had prepared beforehand. Lin, this is the company's production and business numbers for the past half year. Please have a look. I won't look at these professional things. Everything will be done according to your previous operational plans. If there's anything that can't be solved, just report it to me. Got it, Lin. You can give me any instructions at any time. As subordinates, we will cooperate fully. Lin Yi stood up and said, I'm not here to show you guys my power. From now on, this place will be my property. Take me down to have a look around the place. 3 cups of wine in the boundless secular world, a cup of tea in the everlasting great cause. With this top-class car racing field, his first step to stardom had finally been taken. All right. Please follow me, Mr. Lin. Under the guidance of Zhou Haitao, the two of them arrived at the viewing platform of the racing track. The winding track was magnificent and breathtaking. It made Lin Yi's hands itchy as he took in the view. Lin, since you bought this place, you must be a racing enthusiast as well. Do you want to drive a couple of laps around the track? Zhou Haitao suggested. Sure. Lin Yi nodded. He'd gotten a master-level driving skill when he'd first obtained this racetrack. Now that he had the chance, he naturally wanted to experience it. My car's parked at Gate C, get someone to drive it over for me. Lin Yi said. Haitao broke out in cold sweat when he saw the car keys in Lin Yi's hand. Zhonghai's second-generation rich kids generally owned Lamborghinis, 911s, and the like. His boss was really extravagant to get a Pagani. When it came to this brand, even the cheapest model cost close to 10 million. It was simply inhumane. Okay, I'll make the arrangements right away. Taking the keys to the Pagani, Zhou Haitao called over a staff member. Go and drive Boss Lin's car over. Be careful when driving, don't scratch it. Don't worry, manager. I often drive Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and the like, so I definitely won't make a mistake. Those multi-million-dollar cars are nothing. This is Boss Lin's Pagani Zonda. It's worth close to 30 million. It's different from other sports cars. A Pagani? The staff felt the keys in their hands grow heavy when he found out that Lin Yi's car was a Pagani Zonda. Got it, manager. I'll be more careful. Okay, go. After that, Zhou Haitao looked at Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, let's go down and take a look around. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, we can fix it in the near future. Let's go. We have nothing else to do anyway. The two of them walked down the stairs to the arena. When they arrived, waves of roaring sound could be heard from afar. 2 Porsches, an Aston Martin DB9 and a Lamborghini Aventador came from around the bend. They stopped in front of Lin Yi and Zhou Haitao. These 4 were all luxury cars, but the former 2 paled in comparison to the Aston Martin and Lamborghini. The Lamborghini Aventador, in particular, had a domestic price of more than $9 million. It was definitely one of the top luxury cars in the country. Zhou Haitao stood up straight at the sight of the cars, his expression especially respectful. The doors opened one after another, and Qin Han and his friend got out of the car with a bad expression on their faces. Fatty Zhou, what's wrong with you? Are you taking my words for granted? What are you talking about, young Master Qin? Get the latest chapters on n/velbin.com. I told you 3 days ago that I was booking this place and even brought guests in. What are you thinking? Qin Han barked. Don't you understand the meaning of the word random people? Young Master Qin, you might have misunderstood. The person standing beside me is Mr. Lin Yi. He took full ownership of our Zhonghai International Racetrack this morning. Now, this place is his property. Zhou Haitao shook his head. Even though Qin Han's name was famous. However, when it really came down to it, these guys were the random people. You said he's the boss here? Qin Han and his friends were all stunned. They didn't expect this casually dressed guy to actually buy the entire Zhonghai International Circuit. If he wanted to buy this circuit, he would need at least a few $1 billion. He was young, so he must have spent his family's money to buy it. Even so, if he could easily spend a few $1 billion, his identity was probably not simple. Manager Zhou, I'm going to run a few laps around here later. Clear everyone out. If there's a breach of contract, I'll pay the penalty. Lin Yi said. Zhou Haitao was in a bit of a dilemma. The person standing in front of him was the famous young Master Qin Han. How dare he say something like that when they were supposed to be on the same side? Qin Han smiled and took out an unwrapped packet of cigarettes from his pocket before handing one to Lin Yi. It was obviously a special cigarette. Bro, sorry about earlier. Have one. Lin Yi took the cigarette and lit it up for Qin Han. Do you want to go for a run? Lin Yi shook his head. I think I'll pass. It's fine. I'll give you 10 seconds heads up. It's just entertainment anyway. I'll treat it as if we're friends. What I mean is that you're no match for me, so forget it. You must be joking. Qin Han held a cigarette between his fingers and pointed at his Lamborghini Aventador. When I bought this car, I spent more than $9 million, and I even spent another $3 million modifying it. Do you really think I'm no match for you? Performance is only one aspect. The most important thing is still the driver. Even if you say so, I'm not convinced, Qin Han replied. I've been in this circle since I was 18 years old. I've won a lot of awards, big and small. There's definitely a gap between me and professional racers, but in the amateur circle, I've never felt challenged. Then let's run 2 laps. In any case, my hands are itching. I want to see what it feels like to race here. Where's your car? Qin Han looked around. If you think my car is too good and I am taking advantage of you, I can change it to something else. No need. It's just a Lamborghini. Qin Han and his friends' faces were dark. This pretentious guy. It's just a Lamborghini? Buzz, buzz, buzz. A rumbling sound was heard at this time. Looking in the direction of the sound, Qin Han saw a silver colossus driving in from the entrance. What the F***ck, what's that? It's Pagani's Zonda. I only ever saw this car in Yanjing. There's another one in Zhonghai. Qin Han looked at Lin Yi in surprise. This car is yours? Yeah, it's not expensive, but it should be better than your car. Qin Han was speechless. This car was not just better. Even after adding the modification, it was still not half as valuable as the Pagani. What a F*** king poser. The Pagani stopped in front of everyone and Lin Yi said, "Isn't driving this car a little unfair?" "That's not the case," Chin Han said. "Your car isn't cheap, but from the looks of it, it shouldn't have been modified. As for my Lamborghini Aventador, I spent more than 3 million on the modifications alone. In terms of performance, it's definitely not inferior to yours. It's even slightly ahead. I'm the one who is being unfair. Let's give it a try then." Chin Han waved his hand at his friend. "Move the cars aside and give up the venue. I'll run 2 laps with this guy." "No problem." The remaining 3 cars were placed in the public area. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's Zonda and Chin Yi's Aventador were also parked on the track. The 911's owner asked, "Who do you think has a better chance of winning?" "Of course. No matter how expensive his Zonda is, it's still a stock car. Old Chin's Aventador cost more than 3 million yuan to modify. Even a screw can be considered top-notch. In terms of performance, it's better than the Son of the Wind. Coupled with his own driving skills, this match will definitely be a crushing defeat." "It's no competition," the owner of the Aston Martin said. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The roar was repeatedly heard, and Zhou Haitao stood in the middle of the track, shouting, "3, 2, 1. Action!" At the sound of a command, 2 supercars leapt out like beasts. Just a few dozen meters out, Lin Yi was a body length ahead of Chin Han. "How is this possible?" The 911's owner exclaimed in shock. Young Master Chin's car's strongest point is its starting point, and now he's lost? This scene stunned Chin Han's friends. No one had expected this to happen right from the start. Don't panic, old Chin's curve-taking skills are second to none. Behind him are continuous curves, and that's where he'll show his true skills," the Aston Martin's owner said. A few minutes later, as they were halfway through the race, Chin Han's friends' hearts were in their throats. Ahead of them were consecutive curves. It was time to test their skills. F***CK, what's going on? Young Master Chin has already slowed down and is ready to take the curve, but why doesn't that Zonda have any reaction at all? Does he want to rush it at this speed? The 911's owner gasped. Read latest chapters at n/velbi.co/m. Nonsense. Even professional racers wouldn't dare to enter the corner at this speed. One moment of carelessness and the car will be destroyed. That kid is definitely crazy. A few seconds later, Chin Han's friends were stunned again. They could not believe what they were seeing. He actually went through 2 corners in a row? If I'm not wrong, he entered the corner at a speed of 130 miles per hour. This guy's definitely crazy. His car, in all aspects, isn't as good as old Chin's Aventador, yet he's still able to take turns at this speed. It's as beautiful as a painting. Lin Yi's car stopped in front of everyone after taking a few turns in a row. He was at least 10 seconds ahead of Chin Han. Chin Han's eyes turned into admiration when he got out of the car. "I admit defeat," Chin Han said. "But I want to know, how could you start faster than me?" "Because your starting method is wrong, so it's only natural that you're not as good as me." "Not as good as you?" "Before you start, step on the clutch, put it in first gear, and then step on the accelerator. Control the speed of the clutch, coordinate with the accelerator, and floor the pedal to accelerate. After squeezing out the engine's power, change the gear. That's the best way to start." Chin Han and the others were stunned. This was the first time they had heard of such a way of starting after all these years of driving. This was too unconventional. "How did you do that?" Lin Yi shrugged and said casually, "Practice makes perfect." This is a technical problem. If it wasn't my first time driving on this track, I might have been even faster. Awesome! Chin Han gave him a thumbs up. I saw a master today. Chin Han took out his phone. Bro, can you add me on WeChat? Let's keep in touch. Sure. Linny took out his phone and added Chin Han's WeChat. I'll find a place to hang out tonight. Let's have a drink and treat it as our opportunity to be friends. Before Linny could reply, his phone rang. It was from Ji Qingyan. Come pick me up at the office. I need to call a car. Let me know when you arrive. No problem. Ji Qingyan knew that Linny was out experiencing life, but she did not say that he should give her a free ride. On the contrary, she was going to get him to come over before placing an order. I'm afraid I can't do it today. I have a job to do. Linny said before hanging up. Let's do it another day. You have work to do? Someone called for a car. I have to go to work. Aw. A car? Work? Yeah, I'm a Didi driver. I can't say no if someone wants to place an order. Chin Han and the others were speechless. Don't tell me you're driving a Pagani Didi. What's wrong? What's wrong with that? F***CK. Chin Han said. You seem to be joking with me. You can't even earn back the gas money from a trip with Didi. I can still make a little money. Otherwise, how am I supposed to support my family? Linny said. Chin Han. Buying this racetrack in one go and saying that he was going to support his family by running Didi? Who the hell would believe that? I'll be going now. You guys can continue playing. Linny said. Linny waved his hand and got into the car before heading toward Chaoyang Group. Zhou Haitao didn't know how to describe his complicated feelings. He had thought that a rich young master like Chin Han would already know how to race. He did not think that his boss would be even better at it. He took the sports car and started dribbling with it. About 30 minutes later, Linny drove to the underground parking lot of the company and sent a WeChat message to Ji Qingyan. He then waited for her to come out of the car. Linny looked around and found his old Sherry, which was still parked there alone. He had to drive to the Jojo Pavilion when he had the time. This was the first car he had owned in his life. Although it was now considered a second-tier car, he had to deal with it properly. Not long after, Ji Qingyan carried her bag as she stepped off the elevator. You're really fast. I thought it would take a while to get here. Don't say fast. This word is cursed. Ji Qingyan paused for a moment, then smiled. I didn't mean anything by it. You're overthinking. I'm going to place an order. Look at your phone before someone else takes it away. Don't worry, I'm watching. The order was successful, and Linny headed toward Ji Qingyan's villa. Oh right, I have a class reunion tonight. You have to come pick me up. No need to be so polite. I'm just a manual worker. There's no reason for me not to do business. Linny said. Who's going to believe that you're a manual worker? Ji Qingyan rolled her eyes at Linny. Even I'm not driving a Pagani yet. Linny smiled. Aren't you going to a class reunion? Why are you going home? It's so troublesome to plan it that way. I've been wearing this outfit for a whole day. I need to change and tidy up. There's still 8 squats left, Linny said. TSK, you stinky men, you keep thinking about these things in your head. I originally wanted to forget about it, but you were the one who said you'd keep your promise. I'm just reminding you. How can you blame me for that? Of course. I can't believe you could even think of something like that. All men are pigs. Lin Yi was speechless. Ji Qingyan was too naive. A mere escort was not exactly complex, right? Soon, Lin Jiang drove the car to the villa. The two entered the house one after the other. Ji Qingyan put down her handbag and said, "There's drinks and coffee in the fridge. Help yourself to them." "I won't stand on ceremonies then." Ji Qingyan went upstairs and Lin Yi went into the fridge to get a bottle of iced coffee. However, he was surprised to find more than 10 pairs of stockings in the fridge. The iced coffee in his hand instantly lost its fragrance. "Why did you put the coffee back?" Standing upstairs, Ji Qingyan asked. "When I saw your stockings and coffee together, I instantly didn't want to drink it." "You haven't been to other women's homes before, have you?" Ji Qingyan ridiculed. "How did you know?" "Women's stockings are all kept in the refrigerator. This way, they are more durable," Ji Qingyan said. "Besides, those stockings are unopened, they're all new." "What are you afraid of? Your thoughts are running wild." "Forget it, I'll have a glass of water." Seeing that Lin Yi didn't drink the coffee in the fridge, Qingyan could not help but laugh. It looked quite cute. "Sure, make whatever you want. I'll be taking a shower later, it might take some time. My laptop is on the dining table, so feel free to use it. Upto.dfrm no/v/e/lb in.co/m. Okay. Soon, the sound of running water could be heard from upstairs. Lin Yi was bored, so he got up and walked around the villa. The air was fresh and the scenery was pleasant. When he came yesterday, Lin Yi was still envious of Ji Qingyan's villa. However, now he didn't feel that way anymore. All of Jojo Pavilion was his, so there was nothing to be envious of anymore. Lin Yi had nothing to do, so he took Ji Qingyan's laptop and found a movie to kill time. About 20 minutes later, the sound of running water came to an end, and the door opened. "There's a new email for you on the computer," Lin Yi said. Ji Qingyan's voice came from upstairs. "It should be a business document. Don't worry about it, just keep doing your thing. It doesn't seem to be a business email from your company." "It's not a business email?" "It seems to be a delivery notice from a certain merchant. Your 36D black lace underwear has been delivered." For the next 10 seconds or so, there was nothing but silence. "No, don't worry about it." Ji Qingyan felt like she was going crazy. "If it's been delivered, then it's been delivered. Why did you use your email to remind me of it? Why did you send the goods at this time? Are you trying to kill me?" In reality, Ji Qingyan would get this reminder every time she bought something, but she didn't take it seriously before this. "President Ji, there's another email on your computer." Before Lin Yi could finish his sentence, he heard the sound of footsteps coming from the second floor. Ji Qingyan ran in front of Lin Yi with a towel wrapped around her body. She grabbed the laptop from Lin Yi and peeked at it. It was junk mail. "It's just junk mail. Why did you call me?" "You can't blame me for this," Lin Yi said innocently. "I was about to tell you that it was junk mail when you came down." Lin Yi looked at her up and down. "You didn't buy something shady, right? Were you afraid that I'd see it?" "What are you talking about? I'm not the kind of person you think I am." "Then why are you so nervous?" Lin Yi smiled. "Did you buy an electric boyfriend?" "Electric boyfriend? What is that? Can a boyfriend charge?" "Ugh. Let's change the topic, let's not talk about the boyfriend. Lin Yi said. You haven't made yourself clear yet, so why should we change the topic? Ji Qingyan replied. I don't want to change the topic either, but I don't mind if you stay naked, Lin Yi said with a shrug. Ji Qingyan lowered her head abruptly and noticed that the clip on the towel was a little loose. It did indeed look like she was naked. Don't look at it so blatantly. It exposed itself. What could I do? Ji Qingyan also knew that she was in the wrong. Thus, she carried her notebook and went upstairs. When she came down, she had already finished tidying up. She was wearing a beige body-hugging dress that accentuated her curvy figure. Her hair was tied up in a bun and there was a diamond brooch on her chest. One look and one could tell that it was expensive. What do you think of this outfit? Give me some advice. Ji Qingyan asked. Why do I feel like you're not going to a class reunion? It's more like a beauty contest. Ji Qingyan said. That's exactly what I want. A lot of girls are going. I can't let them beat me. Lin Yi said. Lin Yi thought about it and realized that Ji Qingyan had a point. People nowadays were very materialistic and judged others by their looks. It was understandable why she was dressed like this. I think it's pretty good. Let's go if you're ready. If I remember correctly, you still owe me 8 squats. Don't worry, I didn't forget. Ji Qingyan's face was a little red. It's just 8 squats. I'll return it now so you won't have to use it again. Since you said so, I won't stand on ceremonies. With that, Lin Yi leaned back on the sofa like a grandpa. Please start your performance. Ji Qingyan pulled the stool over and was about to start when she suddenly stopped what she was doing. Go close the curtains and check if there's anyone outside. Lin Yi was speechless. You're just doing an squat. Why do you make it sound like you're having an affair? Have you forgotten the last time my dad saw me? My mom called me a few times after the incident, and I'm about to be shamed, Ji Qingyan said. If someone else sees me again, I might as well drop dead. All right, since you've said that, I'll just work hard and close the curtains. You're the one who's having fun, all right? Don't say that either. As the president of a company, keeping your promise is a most basic character trait you should have. TSK, you only know how to make excuses. Lin Yi closed the curtains on both sides of the floor-to-ceiling windows. The brightly lit villa turned dark in an instant. Ji Qingyan held onto the chair, her face slightly red. She twisted her plump waist and did 8 squats. Compared to the first time, Ji Qingyan's movements were much better, and her figure was exquisite. Ji Qingyan's movements were indeed more attractive than those of the female streamers. I've fulfilled my promise. We're even. Okay. Wait for me for a while, then we'll set off. Ji Qingyan went into the fridge and took out a pair of black stockings. After this, she put them on her slender legs to accentuate her slender figure. After putting them on, Ji Qingyan looked at herself in the mirror in a smug manner. She was very satisfied with her appearance. Let's go to Zhonghai Hailuhui. Zhonghai Hailuhui was a 5-star restaurant that specialized in seafood. It was awarded 3 Michelin stars in the previous year. The taste and consumption were top-notch. Before leaving, Lin Yi pointed at the curtains. Aren't you going to open it? No, it'll be dark by the time I get back. I'll save myself the effort. Lin Yi nodded and walked out first. However, he stopped as soon as he stepped out of the house. Why aren't you moving? Ji Qingyan asked from behind. I just saw someone I know. You have friends who live here? I just met him yesterday, but you might be more familiar with him. Ji Qingyan looked up and realized that her parents were standing in the courtyard. Are you two done? Antai was grinning from ear to ear when he saw Lin Yi. Look, wasn't I right? Isn't this guy so good-looking? Discover NW Chapter SNN0EL by.com. He really is. He's half a head taller than Qingyan, and they look good together, Song Minghui, Qingyan's mother, said with a smile. Ji Qingyan was stunned. When did you guys come? We've been here for more than 10 minutes, Ji Antai said. The curtains were drawn in the room, and we were afraid of disturbing your work, so we didn't dare to go in. Ji Qingyan wished she could find a hole in the ground to hide in. What she was most afraid of really came true. Dad, Mom, let me explain. I was changing just now, so I closed the curtains. It's not what you think. No need to explain. We've been through this before, and you're a big girl now. It's normal for things like this to happen. We understand, Minghui said. Lin Yi could tell from her kind eyes that her daughter had finally grown up. Mom, what are you thinking? It's really not what you think. I was just changing. Minghui said. Okay. I won't talk about it anymore. I'll treat it as you changing your clothes. Ji Qingyan was helpless. She would not be able to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River today. Okay, but why are you making that expression? I know you're thin-skinned, so let's not talk about this, Song Minghui remarked. You're already so grown up, so just be careful. We won't get involved. At that moment, Ji Antai interrupted, Old woman, I think they're going out. Let's not stay here anymore. If there's anything, we can talk about it later. Song Minghui nodded and looked at Lin Yi kindly. Lin, you're with our Qingyan now, so we won't treat you as an outsider anymore. Her grandfather's birthday is the day after tomorrow. You have to come. Okay. Lin Yi couldn't refuse in front of his elders, so he nodded and agreed. As for whether he would go or not, he would decide later. All right, then we won't bother you anymore. Go out and have fun. After giving them some advice, Ji Antai and Song Minghui got in the Audi A6 and left. Ji Qingyan was speechless. She wanted to die. Did the two of you come all the way here to humiliate me? President Ji, are you leaving or not? Yes, of course I'm leaving. Qingyan did not want to stay here any longer. Please place an order. Qingyan? Can you not comfort me so badly at a time like this? At the end of the day, anger was temporary, and Ji Qingyan still placed the order. Some things were just a matter of principle, and since Lin Yi didn't want to waive the order, she wouldn't force him. The order was successfully taken, and Lin Yi sent Ji Qingyan to the central hall. Wait for my call tonight. Okay, I'll be there. Lin Yi was about to turn around and leave when a push message came from the app. It was a 5-star review from Ji Qingyan. Not bad at all. You're pretty well behaved. Just then, the system's notifications sounded. Congratulations, host. Safe driving for 100 kilometers. Reward 200,000 experience points. Job completion, 55%. Reward, 21% of Didi Company shares. Looking at the reward displayed in his mind, Lin Yi realized that he was not just seeing things. It was indeed 21% of the shares. It had only been a short while. Yet, he had actually become Didi's boss? 21% of the shares was not humongous, but it was not a small amount either. Excitement! Yangqing, Didi's headquarters, CEO's office. Ring, ring, ring. CEO Qing Shuang's phone rang. All right, I understand. I respect your choice and hope to have the opportunity to work together again in the future. I need their contact information. Just send it to me via private email. After a simple call, Qing Shuang hung up and called his secretary in. Director Qing, are you looking for me? Inform the executives above the level of general manager to come to the meeting room for a meeting. Got it, Director Qing. I'll go inform them now. 10 minutes later, all the executives of Didi Company arrived at the meeting room. Qing Shuang looked at everyone and said, I just received a call. The two shareholders of our company have sold their 21% shares to a person named Lin Yi. I need to send someone to contact him. It would be best if he could be invited to our company as a guest. They actually bought 21% of the shares in one go. The executives could not believe their ears. With Didi's current valuation, buying 21% of the shares would cost at least 10 billion. Who was this mysterious tycoon called Lin Yi? He bought so many shares without a peep and became Didi's second largest shareholder? That's right, this news is absolutely true, Qing Shuang said. But I don't have much information, because all the transactions were completed over the phone. No way, such a big deal was completed over the phone? Isn't that a bit too hasty? It's very likely that some secret consortium made a move, but that's just my guess, Qing Shuang said. Now, I only know his name as Lin Yi, from Zhonghai. Contact number, 152 *****************. Qing, leave this task to me. My home is in Zhonghai, and I am familiar with the environment there. The speaker was a woman in her 30s, with wavy hair and a white suit. She gave off the air of a working woman. The woman's name was Tian Yan. She was Didi's vice president, and Qing Shuang thought highly of her. All right, I'll leave this task to you. Try your best to understand the situation there. It'd be best if you could invite him to Yangqing. I'll try my best. Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he looked up Didi Company's situation on his phone. The headquarters was in Yangqing, and its market value was around 50 billion yuan. If he sold his shares, he would be able to get at least 10 billion yuan out of it. Lin Yi thought about it. With his current situation, there was no need for him to cash out. He was not short of money either. He could just treat them like egg-laying hens. Wouldn't it be great to get a few 100 million yuan in dividends every year? Looking at the attribute panel, Lin Yi was delighted to find that his job completion rate had reached 55%. He only needed to complete another 35% to unlock a new job. However, the system had clearly stated that there would be a generous reward when the job completion rate reached 100%. It was better to wait until the completion rate reached 100% before unlocking a new job. After making the plan, Lin Yi prepared to drive back to Jiuzhou Pavilion. It was already his home, so he had to go there and take a look. I'm ready to take orders, from Starbucks to Jiuzhou Pavilion area. Lin Yi was about to pause the order when he heard the notification on his phone. The person who placed the order was going to the same place as he was. Without thinking, Lin Yi chose to accept the order. The system missions and occupational proficiency rating were all sent through the order. He couldn't be too lazy, it was on the way anyway. Lin Yi took a look at the map after receiving the order. Starbucks wasn't far from Zhongtang's Hailuhui, only about 200 meters away. It was just around the corner. At this time, there was a tall woman standing in front of the Starbucks. She was taking selfies with a cup of coffee in her hand. This angle isn't good, delete it. This one doesn't include the Starbucks plaque either. This one's not bad, I'll leave it to you. After the selfie was taken, the woman deleted picture after picture. Finally, she kept the few pictures that she was most satisfied with and shared on her moments. After drinking so much coffee, I still love Starbucks the most. Why do other coffees taste as bad as foot wash? After sending the pictures to her moments, a few foot kissing licks quickly appeared, which made the woman very satisfied. What the hell? Didn't they say that the distance was only 200 meters away? It's been a few minutes, and they're still not here. The woman could not help but complain that her car hadn't arrived yet. At this moment, there was quite a commotion on the street. Look, it's the Pagani Zonda. The appearance of this car is too exaggerated. It's much more flamboyant than a Lamborghini. Compared to a Lamborghini, this car is his ancestor. Upon seeing the Pagani driving over, many people took out their phones to take pictures. This kind of car was not common, so they had to take pictures as a memento. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Yi's Pagani stopped in front of the woman. Are you Ms. Su with card number ending in 0389? Because the order did not show the user's name, Lin Yi could only address her this way. Yes, it's me. Lin Yi said. Su Yang was confused as she watched the Pagani stop in front of her. She didn't know what was going on. Could it be that her luck with men because she had dressed up? Get in the car. Get in the car? Su Yang couldn't believe it. Did she really hear him right? Luck with women came from the heavens, and she had just been blessed with the favor of a rich second generation. Oh, okay. With that, she opened the door and got into Lin Yi's car under everyone's envious gazes. Hello. Su Yang looked very reserved as she got into Lin Yi's car. It was her first time riding in a car in her 20-plus years of life. She found everything new, but she did not take any photos because of her pride. There was a handsome guy beside her, so she had to be more reserved. Hello, Lin Yi replied. I'm Su Yang, nice to meet you. Yeah, nice to meet you too, Lin Yi replied simply as he continued driving. I'd like to ask, why did you choose me? And where are you taking me? Su Yang was very careful as she spoke. The person sitting next to him was a rich second-generation kid driving a Pagani. It was her first time meeting someone like that, and she could not afford to make him unhappy. Now that he had taken the initiative to extend her an olive branch, her life might just change forever. I chose you? Lin Yi looked at Su Yang. Didn't you call me via Didi? You should have chosen me, right? And you've already written down your address. You said you were going to Jojo Court. Why are you asking me where I'm going? Huh? Su Yang was confused. What did you say? You're a Didi driver? Yeah, why? Who drives a sports car to do Didi? Su Yang asked. New service. F***CK. Su Yang cursed. I was so happy for nothing. All I did was order a Didi. Lin Yi was speechless. His expression changed so quickly. After learning Lin Yi's identity, Su Yang took out her phone and took hundreds of pictures. She only stopped when there was nothing left to take pictures of. Your company is quite interesting. You actually have a luxury car business. Is it to create a sensation? Su Yang said casually. Who said this car belongs to the company? Lin Yi said, this car belongs to me. Stop acting cool. Do you think you can get me just by saying that? Dream on. Lin Yi was speechless. Do I look like I'm acting cool to you? Bro, do you think I don't have a brain? Su Yang said. I've lived for so many years, but I've never heard of a rich second generation coming out to rent Didi. You're just a stinking laborer. It's convenient to promote the company, so stop bragging. You can't fool me. What do you mean, stinking laborer? Lin Yi said. Aren't you a laborer too? I may be a laborer, but my profession is much more advanced than yours, Su Yang said. People like you should go and try to trick those ignorant girls. You're not my type, so you don't have the right to flirt with me. Creak. Lin Yi stepped on the brake, almost throwing Su Yang out. What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you hitting the brakes so hard? Su Yang cursed. If you were so awesome, you could have bought your own car. Why did you call for a Didi? Lin Yi said. I'm sick of seeing your plastic surgery face. Don't ruin my appetite for dinner. Get lost. You stinking bastard, how dare you scold me? Who do you think you are? I'm a consumer and I'm God. Believe it or not, I'll give you a bad review. It doesn't matter. Lin Yi felt like he was out of luck. He thought that it was on the way, so he accepted the order. However, he didn't expect to meet such a mood killer. Didn't you tell me to get lost? I won't get lost. Su Yang said arrogantly. Not only will I give you a bad review today, I'll also call in to complain. You can report me all you want, but if you don't get out, I'll kick you out. Lin Yi's cold face made Su Yang a little nervous. If she got into a fight and got their clothes dirty, she wouldn't be able to apply for a job at 9 Provinces Pavilion. All right, just you wait, I won't let this matter rest. I'll wait. After Su Yang got out of the car, Lin Yi sprayed perfume into the car for quite a while. He barely managed to cover up the B*TCHY smell. He had not driven far when he received a system notification on his phone. It was a bad review. It had to be Su Yang, and Lin Yi didn't care. Why would he be afraid of that? Just as he was about to reach the Jojo Pavilion, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Is that Lin Yi? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. It's me. What's wrong with you? How dare you scold a passenger? The person's complaints were all sent to the headquarters, and I got scolded so badly. If there's a next time, I'll deduct money from your deposit account. Up-to-date OVLS on OVL bin.cm. Lin Yi guessed who the caller was from the tone of his voice. It was probably Didi's regional agent, or else they would not have spoken to him in such a tone. Deduct whatever you want. Do you think I'm short of money? Oh boy, you've grown up. Believe it or not, I will ban you from operating. Lin Yi smiled. If it were the past, such a threat would still work on him. However, now that he was a big shareholder in Didi, why would he be afraid of this? If you dare to stop me from working, I hope you think about the consequences, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and said lightly. Lin Yi ended the call and drove to Jojo Pavilion. The security guard at the door welcomed him in. Hello, Mr. Lin. Thank you for your hard work. When Lin Yi drove to Villa Number 1, he saw a fat middle-aged man running over, panting. Hello, Mr. Lin. Let me introduce myself first. I'm the property manager of Jojo Pavilion, Zhou Xian. Hello. Lin Yi extended his hand. Hello, hello. Zhou Xian shook Lin Yi's hand in a flattered manner. He didn't expect the rich man who bought 9 villas in one go to be so easygoing. Mr. Lin, our property services include a personal butler service. We are making arrangements for the candidates and will try to send them to you as soon as possible, Zhou Xian said. I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the environment today. Don't worry about the environment. I'll take my time to look around later, and Linny said. Let's take a look inside first. Okay, okay. Follow me, Mr. Lin. Linny pushed open the door and entered. The modern and simple design style was in line with Lin Yi's aesthetic standards, and he was very satisfied with it. Mr. Lin, all the stone materials in the 9 villas are from the surface mines in the Alps. The Louvre, Versailles, and Notre Dame are all made of this material. The furniture in the house is made of mahogany, which is a rare wood species. Without a private relationship, these things are normally do not pass customs. Furthermore, the chandelier on top of the head is also made of natural crystals. The golden lines on the handrails of the staircase are also painted with pure gold powder. And Zhou Xian explained everything in detail. In short, it was expensive. Everything in the villa was of the highest standard in the world. Even a tiny screw was no exception. Only then did Lin Yi truly understand what it meant to be inhumane. Under Zhou Xian's guidance, Lin Yi realized that the developer was very considerate. Not only did they prepare daily necessities, they even prepared the tea, rice, oil, salt, soy, vinegar, and tea in the kitchen with great detail. This was not something that an ordinary high-end residential area could provide. In reality, this was not something that was available from the very beginning. It was something that the property manager had specially gone off to purchase after learning that Linny had bought the house here. Ring, ring, ring. Zhou Xian's phone rang at this moment. Okay. I got it. I have to ask Mr. Lin's opinion first. For me? Linny asked after Zhou Xian hung up the phone. Mr. Lin, the thing is, we've urgently selected a few personal butlers for you. They've already passed the interview, so it's up to you to decide who to keep them. Zhou Xian explained. For what now? What do you need me to do? Linny asked her favorite ovals at n/vl/bin.com. After today's final round of interviews, we've selected 6 people who are currently in the property office. If you have time now, we go and take a look together? Zhou Xian said with a smile. If Mr. Lin doesn't have much time, we can do it another day. Don't worry, it just so happens that I'm free now. I'll go and take a look later. Okay, then I'll have to trouble Mr. Lin. This way, please. The property office of Jiuzhou Pavilion was located in a 2-story building. In order to avoid disturbing the scenery of the residential area, it was set up across the road, next to the sales office. At this time, there were 5 young women with different styles sitting in the conference room on the 2nd floor of the building. They were all between the ages of 25 and 30. There were cute girls with ponytails, cool girls, quiet and virtuous young women, young and slim female college students, and so on. In short, any style of women could be seen here. Their goal was to satisfy Lin Yi's preferences to the greatest extent. On the 2nd floor, a man and a woman were sitting in front of the deputy general manager's office. The man was in his 40s, and his body was thin. He was the deputy general manager of the Jiuzhou Pavilion, Pei Hao. There was a young woman next to him. It was Su Yang, whom Linny had met earlier. What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to come earlier? To be late for such a big thing. If Zhou Xian were here, you'd already be out of the running, Pei Hao said. Don't mention it, brother Hao. I met a retarded Didi driver on the road. We quarreled on the way, and he even kicked me out of the car. Otherwise, I would have arrived long ago. In the past, Su Yang worked in a KTV, and Pei Hao was a regular customer there. Because he was generous, they got to know each other very quickly. She even added him on WeChat. After this, Soo-young had asked Pei Hao to contact him for this job. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore, but let me remind you, if you succeed in applying for the position of personal butler, you are not allowed to make such mistakes again. Brother Hao, don't worry. As long as you can help me get this job, I will definitely not let you suffer any losses. The final decision on this matter is not up to me. I can only put in a good word for you and give you some advice. In the end, it's up to Mr. Lin. Pei Hao narrowed his eyes and sized Soo-young up. Even so, I feel that the other candidates' conditions are not as good as yours. Your chances of getting this are still very high. I think so too. Which of those coquettish B***cheese out there can compare to me? Soo-young puffed out her chest and in a very confident manner. If she could get this job, it would be a huge advantage for her. This way, she would have better opportunities to rise to the top. Thinking of this, Soo-young could not stop smiling. She was slowly but surely getting into the high life. Just thinking about it was enough to satisfy her. Ring, ring, ring. Pei Hao's phone rang at this time. Okay, I got it. After a simple reply, Pei Hao hung up the phone. Then, he stood up and patted Soo-young's butt. Let's go. Zhou Xian has already brought Mr. Lin over. Let's go to the meeting room first. Brother Hao, don't worry. I will definitely not let you down. Don't just say it. Use your actions to show it. I know. The two of them left the office together and went to the meeting room next door. When he saw the other 5 women, Soo-young's expression was filled with disdain. She did not take these people seriously at all. You think you can compete with me? Look at yourself. A few minutes later, the door to the meeting room was pushed open and Lin Yi and Zhou Xian walked in one after the other. It's you! Upon seeing Lin Yi, Soo-young's anger flared up. Thinking about what happened just now, she could not help but get angry. A stinky person actually came here. What qualifications did he have? Pei Hao panicked. Was this idiot crazy? She actually dared to talk to Mr. Lin like that. Soo-young, what are you doing? As a qualified personal butler, it was a core principle to not show one's emotions. Soo-young actually shouted here. What kind of etiquette was this? Brother Hao, he is that brainless driver that I met on the road. What's wrong with this woman? Why is she here? Lin Yi asked. He had not expected to run into Soo-young here either. She looked like she was here to apply for a job as a personal butler. What does it have to do with you where I am? How dare you show your face here? Do you know what kind of place this is? Soo-young crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at Lin Yi arrogantly. The thought of being scolded out of the car made her furious. Slap! Pei Hao could not take it anymore and slapped Soo-young in the face. Are you king crazy? How dare you talk to Mr. Lin like that? Soo-young was stunned. You. Why did you hit me? Mr. Lin is the owner of the Jojo Pavilion. Why do you think I hit you? He's the owner of the Jojo Pavilion? Soo-young's jaw dropped, and her eyeballs almost popped out of her head. He's just a DD driver. How can he be the owner of the Jojo Pavilion? Soo-young said. I came here in his car, and there's even an order history on my phone. Can't he buy a villa in the Jojo Pavilion if he drives for DD? Lin Yi asked back. This. Suddenly, Soo-young had a moment of realization. Perhaps she had misunderstood from the beginning. That Pagani Zonda might really be his car, and he might only be driving for Didi to experience life. Mr. Lin, I know I'm wrong. I hope you won't lower yourself to my level. Please give me another chance. Zhou Xian, get this person out. The meeting room is filled with the smell of trash. It's a little pungent. The other women couldn't help but snicker. Mr. Lin was really humorous. If they could work for such a tall, rich, and handsome man a job, they would even take less pay. Ms. Su, you're not welcome here. Please leave quickly, otherwise I'll have to call security. Su Yang turned around and looked at Pei Hao. This was her last lifeline. What are you looking at me for? Get lost! Pei Hao cursed. If Mr. Lin found out that he knew her, he might be implicated as well. Without any explanation, Pei Hao pulled Su Yang away so that he would not be implicated. The meeting room became quiet after this. The few women who came to apply for the job were all restless. They had to leave a good impression on Mr. Lin so that their chances would be higher. Mr. Lin, the remaining 5 are the personal stewards we've selected for you, Zhou Xian said. Lin Yi looked at the 5 of them. They were all decent-looking, but their temperaments seemed a little lacking. None of them are satisfactory. Lin Yi shook his head. Let them all go back. Give each of them 5,000 yuan. Don't make their time coming here have been for nothing. I'll reimburse you later. Zhou Xian shook his head secretly. He had carefully selected the 5 women here, but Mr. Lin wasn't satisfied with any of them. The taste of rich people was really particular. The 5 women were very disappointed that they weren't chosen by Lin Yi. Although they could get 5,000 yuan as compensation, it was still a pity that they could not stay. After returning home alone, Lin Yi walked around once more and took a comfortable bath. He enjoyed it very much. Buzz buzz buzz. At around 9 p.m., Ji Qingyan sent a WeChat message. Come pick me up at Zhongtang Hailu. I'll be done soon. Okay. After hanging up, Lin Yi took his car keys and drove to the hotel parking lot. When are you coming out? Lin Yi asked through WeChat. Right away. Give me a few minutes. There's a place to rest in the lobby. You can go sit there for a while. Ji Qingyan said very considerately. Okay. Bored, Lin Yi went to the lobby and ordered a cup of coffee. He turned on his phone and started to kill time. A few minutes later, the elevator door opened and a dozen people came out. Yan, we haven't had a gathering together for a long time. Let's find a place later to have round 2. The woman who spoke was half a head shorter than Ji Qingyan and her face was slightly red. It was obvious that she had drunk quite a lot. It's getting late. I have to go back. What are you afraid of? With our escort, Ding Yi, here, we will definitely be able to send you back safely after the games. Don't worry. After this, a man named Ding Yi, who was wearing a casual suit and a Cartier watch, smiled and said, Yan, we haven't seen each other for a few years. It's not easy to get together, so we should have fun. We might not have the chance again in the future. I still have work to deal with when I go back, and I've already called for a car. A car? Using Didi? Yes. Ji Qingyan nodded and said. Yan, Didi is not safe these days, the short woman said. It's been reported on the news several times. If they meet a good-looking girl, the driver will often plot against them. I've seen the news too. Another girl said, Qingyan, with your figure and face, even a driver without any inappropriate thoughts would be seduced and forced to commit a crime. I think it's better to let Ding Yi send you. When they were in school, the two of them were like a beautiful couple. Now, the gang were trying their best to set them up. It's okay. The Didi driver is my friend. Don't worry, Ji Qingyan explained. Yin Yan, you're really amazing. You even know friends at this level. Ji Qingyan's classmates could not understand her behavior at all. She graduated from a famous school and came from a wealthy family. Her path to starting a business was smooth, so how could she know friends who drove Didi? People of such low status weren't even in the same world as Ji Qingyan. Ji Qingyan nodded with a smile. She didn't say anything else, but instead looked around. Then, she saw Lin Yi on the sofa in the lobby. Lin Yi. Lin Yi stood up when he saw Ji Qingyan walking toward him. Let's go. Yan Yan, is he your friend? Find you chapters on nv/lbi.com. Ji Qingyan's female classmates were all stunned when they saw Lin Yi. He was so handsome that he could easily debut at a C-level position. No wonder Yan Yan would make such a friend. It's because he's handsome enough. Yeah, if it were me, I wouldn't mind making this friend either. The boys couldn't stand it anymore when they saw the girls whispering to each other. At the end of the day, you guys graduated from a famous school. You're behaving a bit too much like a nymphomaniac, aren't you? The person who spoke was Wu Yongbo. He had been Ding Yi's roommate in college, and they were very close. We're just admiring him. What's the point of being handsome? Wu Yongbo said nonchalantly. No matter how handsome you are, you're still a Didi driver. What's wrong with being a Didi driver? Lin Yi asked back. Nothing. Yongbo smiled playfully. I just think you're lucky to have a friend like Qingyan. What's wrong with making friends with her? I'm not a bootlicker. I don't feel honored. Qingyan, your friend isn't that capable, but he's got quite the temper. Yongbo smiled. He drives for Didi, yet he's got a sense of superiority. Ji Qingyan's expression changed slightly. He has enough wealth. Qingyan, don't joke around. What wealth can a person driving for Didi have? Wu Yongbo said. With Brother Yi's level, he easily crushes him. What are you talking about? Ding Yi said, he is still Qingyan's friend. We have to be polite when we speak. There are 360 lines. Every line has its own champion. There is no distinction between noble and lowly professions. We cannot look down on others. Haha, what you said is right. Although there are no distinctions between noble and lowly professions, there is a distinction between noble and lowly salaries, Wu Yongbo said. You have a PhD from Harvard. After you returned to China, you received 60 million in venture capital. A few days ago, you even took out a fully equipped Mercedes-Benz SG Class. I reckon that even if he drives for Didi for the rest of his life, he will never be able to afford such a car in his lifetime. The group of women nodded one after another. The words were not pleasant to hear, but they were very reasonable. Ding Yi had just returned from overseas, and the venture capital had come to him on their own accord. With just a few words, he had received $60 million. Although he was handsome, he might not be able to earn so much money in his lifetime. Therefore, his words were indeed a little arrogant. Ji Qingyan was speechless and even felt a little embarrassed. If she had known that they would be like this, she would not have attended this class reunion. It's getting late. Let's go back, Ji Qingyan said. The two of them walked out together, and Ding Yi and the others followed. DD. Just as they walked out, they saw a white Mercedes-Benz G-Class with its headlights turned on. This car is really beautiful. A few women could not help but exclaim, "My husband loves this car," but he was short of money and ended up buying a domineering car. Everyone says that owning a Mercedes-Benz G-Class is every man's ultimate dream. Ding-yi, it seems that you also had such feelings. I also bought it blindly, Ding-yi said. The main thing is that this car is not considered expensive. It is only slightly more than 2 million yuan, which is within my budget. Haha, brother E, you are already very pretentious when you say that. A car that is slightly more than 2 million yuan, and you still say that it is not expensive? Aren't you trying to anger me? Wu Yongbo teased. To be honest, after I work hard for a few more years, I'll buy a sports car to drive. That's a man's ultimate dream. I remember when I was in university, you said that your favorite car is the Pagani Zonda. After you buy it, you have to let us experience what it feels like to ride in one, Wu Yongbo said. Forget about the Zonda. Ding-yi said regretfully, the price of the Son of the Wind is now as high as 28 million yuan in the country. Even if I work hard for my whole life, I might not be able to drive it. At most, I'll buy a Lamborghini. I don't even dare to think about the Zonda. Damn, damn, damn. Ding-yi, look, there seems to be a Zonda parked there. Hearing the other boy's words, Ding-yi and the others looked over. It immediately caused waves of exclamations. Oh my god, it really is the Zonda. Ding-yi and the others walked over, wanting to take a closer look. This supercar had a price of $28 million. Ding-yi, is this your ultimate dream? A girl asked. T/his chapter is up.d by NVEL, bin.co/m. That's right, Ding-yi said enviously. This car has a 6.0L dual supercharged V12 engine with a maximum power of over 700 horsepower and a 0-100 speed of 3.2 seconds. There are only a few of them in China. I didn't expect to meet them in Shanghai. There are too many rich people in Shanghai, Wu Yongbo said. Although we are all successful in our careers now, in the eyes of the top rich people, we are probably nothing. Yeah. Ding-yi smiled. Let's just earn some money. If we can't afford a Zonda, we should at least buy a Lamborghini to play with. Cough cough cough. Lin-yi coughed a few times as he stood behind them. You've been watching for so long. You should be done, right? Can you give way? What, you want to look at it too? Wu Yongbo teased. Go ahead, but don't touch it. If you damage it out, you'll make Qingyan suffer. Lin-yi pressed the car keys in his pocket. Pagani's xenon headlights lit up, and the gull-wing door opened slowly like a wing. Ding-yi and the others were stunned by this action. F***CK, what's going on? The owner is here? Ding-yi frowned slightly. Maybe the owner is unhappy to see us standing here. Let's stand back. It's possible. This car is almost $30 million. If it is damaged, not only will the owner feel sorry for it, we won't be able to afford the compensation. Exactly. Ding-yi and the others stepped back. If they offended the owner of the car and got scolded again, it would not be worth it. Kid, the owner of the car is here. What are you still doing there? Get out of the way quickly. Don't embarrass yourself there. Ji Qingyan was embarrassed to death. How could she have such a bunch of arrogant classmates? Let's go. Okay. Lin-yi and Ji Qingyan got into the car together, leaving Ding-yi and the others dumbfounded. Kid, what are you doing? If the owner sees you, you won't even know how you died. Wu Yongbo stopped mid-sentence. Because they saw the car keys in Lin-yi's hand. They froze on the spot as if they were struck by lightning. This This car is yours? Is it not allowed? Lin Yi asked. Aren't you a Didi driver? How can this car be yours? Who said you can't drive for Didi when you own a Pagani? Lin Yi said with a smile. Don't let poverty limit your imagination. Ding Yi and the others froze on the spot. Their faces were filled with awkwardness, and they wanted to find a place to hide in. Using Pagani to drive Didi? You rich kids sure know how to play. They soon saw the headlights of the Pagani turn on. As expected, someone who can get Qingyan is not an ordinary person. Sigh. That's what I'm saying. With Qingyan's status, how could she ride an ordinary Didi? Thus, her boyfriend is a top-tier rich kid. Driving Didi is just for entertainment. Lin Yi, I'm sorry. I didn't know they'd be so snobbish. Qingyan said apologetically. It's fine. Lin Yi said indifferently. Should we go home? Qingyan thought for a moment. I drank a glass of red wine just now, so I'm a little dizzy. Let's go out for a walk so I can sober up. That's fine too. Let's go out for some fresh air and get rid of the smell of alcohol. Qingyan fiddled with her phone. I've already placed the order. Hurry up and snatch it. Okay. Lin Yi didn't intend to charge her at first, but since she had placed the order on her own accord, he didn't refuse. Qingyan's order was displayed on the phone very quickly, and Lin Yi grabbed it firmly. System mission, received a 5-star rating. Reward, 100,000 experience points, June 10th. Lin Yi noticed that he had received 6 5-star ratings since he started using Didi. He was now on the 7th mission. If everything went as planned, he would be able to complete the mission tomorrow. 100,000 experience points meant 10% of the job completion rate. Just thinking about it was exciting. Lin Yi hummed a tune as he brought Qingyan to the beach. There weren't many people on the beach at night, and the white waves were very eye-catching under the lights. Lin Yi looked to his right and saw his own Jojo pavilion. If others wanted to see the ocean, they had to drive here. If he wanted to see it, all he had to do was open the window. The life of a rich man was so boring. Turn your head away. Qingyan said after they parked the car. Huh? You want to change into a swimsuit? I don't have a swimsuit with me. How could I change into it? Qingyan said, I want to take off my stockings and walk on the beach. If you just want to take off your stockings, why are you acting as if you are changing your clothes? I'm wearing a skirt, so of course you have to turn your head away. It's not like you have a vacuum inside, what's there to be afraid of? Qingyan pinched Lin Yi's waist. What kind of person do you think I am? You women are really weird animals. If others see you wearing underwear, you will scream and call them indecent. On the beach, you can wear a bikini and let others look at you. Isn't that weird? How can it be considered the same? Qingyan said. Everyone on the beach wears that. Besides, I've never worn a bikini before. Why don't you just take it off now? That way, we'll be even and you can also get change. Thug. Qingyan said. If you don't turn around, I'll go down and change. No, you should stay in the car. Lin Yi turned his head to avoid Qingyan calling him a thug again. However, he could see the reflection from the car window. He took off his black stockings, revealing Qingyan's snow-white legs. He had to admit that Qingyan was very sexy when she took off her stockings. He'd better enjoy the scene by himself. Let's go for a walk on the beach. No problem. When they reached the beach, Qingyan took off her high heels. The sea breeze blew against her long hair. For a moment, it was hard to tell which was more beautiful, her or the sea. By the way, there's something I want to tell you, Ji Qingyan said after walking for a while. What is it? Just now when we were having dinner, my dad called. He said that I must take you to Grandpa's birthday. What do you think? Lin Yi asked. I know you didn't want to go, and I refused on your behalf, but they didn't agree and insisted that I bring you over, so, Qingyan said shyly. Are you going to pretend that I am your boyfriend then? Lin Yi asked. Qingyan nodded shyly. I'm at a disadvantage. Lin Yi said. I didn't say that I was the one suffering a disadvantage, but you were the one who complained first. All right, since you put in so much effort to perform the squats, I'll go with you and help you deal with them. At least you have a conscience. After walking for a while, Ji Qingyan felt much better. The sea breeze at night is a little cold. Let's go back first. No problem. Ji Qingyan held her phone. I'll make an order first. No need, this trip is free for you. All the orders I've taken in the past few days came from you, I can't keep picking your wool. TL note, Chinese idiom to mean keep taking advantage of. Tisk, you're the one with wool. The two returned to the car and headed toward Ji Qingyan's Yunshui villa. Why are all the lights on in Jojo Pavilion? Ji Qingyan asked curiously. Isn't that normal? Lin Yi said. Otherwise, it would be so dark and creepy. You don't know, do you? Ji Qingyan said. The Jojo Pavilion is the most luxurious villa in Zhonghai. There are a total of 9 villas of different styles. The cheapest one cost more than 800 million yuan. It's been built for more than half a year, but because of the high price, it hasn't been sold. Therefore, at night, almost all the lights in Jojo Pavilion are turned off. This is the first time I've seen lights from Jojo Pavilion on at night. Get the latest chapters on n/velbin.com. I'll drive closer then. I'll take you there. Lin Yi said. Sure, it's a way to burn time anyway. Ji Qingyan said. Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan arrived at the entrance of the pavilion together. Our company took part in the bidding for this piece of land back then, but we didn't have enough budget, so we were rejected in the first round. I didn't expect it to be end up being turned into a mansion like this. Ji Qingyan said. At the end of the day, you're a female CEO. You don't have to be so envious, do you? I'm not envious of the house, but I heard that the scenery inside is very beautiful, and the plants are all rare species. Ji Qingyan combed her hair to the side. I heard that the swimming pool inside uses air-transported water. I don't know if it's true or not. What's the big deal? I'll show you around and you'll see for yourself. Stop, 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 stop. Ji Qingyan quickly stopped Lin Yi. This is private property. Do you think this is an ordinary residential area? You can't just go in like that. Lin Yi smiled. I'm driving a Pagani Zonda. Would they dare to stop my car? Don't say that you're driving a Pagani Zonda. Even if you're driving a Boeing 747, they will stop you as long as you're not the owner of one of the Jojo Pavilion residences. I don't believe you. I think you're being overconfident. Ji Qingyan rolled her eyes at Lin Yi and said, just take a look from outside. Don't have any unrealistic thoughts. Don't say that. What if I really can go in? If you really can go in, I'll go for a swim and let you feast your eyes on the sight. Ji Qingyan said with a smile. She wasn't afraid of swimming naked, let alone going for a swim. Then I really have to give it a try. Lin Yi started the car and drove toward the door. Are you crazy? You really want to go in? Ji Qingyan shouted. You're a rich kid after all. Isn't it embarrassing to be chased out? It's okay. I'm a thick-skinned person. I'm not afraid of embarrassment. But I'm afraid of being embarrassed. Ji Qingyan said, hurry up and leave. I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously? You already said that it would be a feast for my eyes. If I didn't take it seriously, wouldn't I be a monk? Pervert. Ji Qingyan ridiculed, but try as hard as you want, there's no way they will let you in. How would you know if you don't try? Ji Qingyan was speechless. She could not persuade him anymore. Was Lin Yi not a little too conceited? He would be at a massive disadvantage. As Lin Yi drove to the entrance of the Jiuzhou Pavilion, Ji Qingyan was nervous. She did not know what would happen next, but it would not be good. At this moment, Ji Qingyan saw more than a dozen people running out of the duty room. They were all wearing security uniforms and had serious expressions on their faces. Her heart was beating fast. The management of the Jiuzhou Pavilion was too strict. They sent out such a huge force just to stop Lin Yi? What if Lin Yi started fighting with them? At that moment, she saw more than a dozen security guards standing in 2 rows, saluting to the car. The most surprising thing was that the door opened automatically. No one came to stop them. Ji Qingyan was stunned. This was completely different from what she had expected. Why is the door open? And why are these people saluting you? Maybe it's because I drive a Pagani. Ji Qingyan was speechless. Was the Jiuzhou Pavilion not the most secure villa in Zhonghai? Just because Lin Yi drove a Pagani, they let him in? Was that not a little too presumptuous? After driving to the villa area, Lin Yi found a place to park his car and prepared to take Ji Qingyan out for a walk. Although it was already dark, the villa area was brightly lit. It did not affect the view at all. On the contrary, it gave off a tranquil feeling. Let's go for a walk. It took Ji Qingyan quite a while to accept reality. After getting out of the car, Ji Qingyan's eyes were attracted by the scenery in the villa. Standing in the villa area was like being in a tropical rainforest. Lin Yi, look! There's fruit on the tree. Ji Qingyan said excitedly when she saw the fruit. This was the first time she had seen a fruit tree in the villa area. Don't make a fuss. If you want some, I'll pick some for you. Ji Qingyan shook her head. I don't want to eat it, I just want to look at it. The two walked on for a while and saw a man-made river about 5 meters wide. Below a constructed wooden bridge were colorful koi swimming in groups, which made for a very natural beauty. Lin Yi had done a lot of research on fish. With just one look, he could tell these koi were imported from Japan. The bigger ones were sold for at least $100,000 each. The fish in this pond would not have cost less than a few $1,000,000. After crossing the artificial river, they spotted a 300 square meter swimming pool in front of them. It was the largest outdoor swimming pool in Zhonghai. Ahem, President Ji, you said that if I could bring you in, I'd be able to feast my eyes on a certain sight. Isn't it time to fulfill your promise for the beautiful scene in the swimming pool? Ji Qingyan was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. She felt that this world was filled with deep malice toward her. It was like this the last time they went to the Peninsula Hotel, and now it was like this again. What the hell? Although I am a woman, I still want to protect my dignity. There's no swimsuit here. How can I swim? Let's talk about it another day. Ji Qingyan said with a smile, as if she was acting cute. Seeing the clear pool water, Ji Qingyan really had the urge to give it a try. It had been a long time since she last swam, and her skills were a little rusty. It was just that the conditions did not allow it. That's fine too. I'll write this down in a notebook. We'll talk about it later. Don't worry, I, Ji Qingyan, am a woman of my word. I can't believe you have to write it down in a notebook. You stinking men are all perverts. Hey, don't take your anger out on me. I'm just urging you to be a woman of your word. Tisk, Ji Qingyan said. This place is too big. I don't think we'll be able to finish touring in such a short while. Let's go back first. We're leaving already? Aren't we going to the villa to look around? Lin Yi asked. They were already at the door, and Lin Yi did not want to leave anymore. It took an hour to travel to and from Jiuzhou Pavilion and Yunshui Villa. If he had the time, he might as well enjoy it. Go to the villa? Ji Qingyan was surprised. Set aside those unrealistic thoughts. We're already lucky to be able to go to the courtyard. If you dare to go inside the villa, you'd be trespassing. Be careful, or you'll be arrested. There's no one in the villa. What are you afraid of? Lin Yi said. A 20-something-year-old is too cowardly. Ji Qingyan was speechless. This has nothing to do with cowardice. It's against the law, okay? Didn't you say that the Jiuzhou Pavilion was the most luxurious villa in Zhonghai? Don't you want to go in and see it yourself? Of course I do. Ji Qingyan teased. But this is a matter of principle. I don't do bad things, but when you're arrested, I can help you find a lawyer. What a coward. Lin Yi walked toward Villa number 1. Ji Qingyan was dumbfounded. Was he crazy? Was he really going in? Seeing that the situation was not quite right, Ji Qingyan trotted over in her high heels. She followed Lin Yi's footsteps and pulled his arm back. You're going to die. Let's go. Lin Yi did not move. Instead, he put his hand on the fingerprint lock. Welcome home. In an instant, it was as if the world had gone silent. Ji Qingyan looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. What's going on? What else could it be? It's just a welcome home message. This is your house? I just bought it yesterday. Ji Qingyan suddenly understood. No wonder the security guards came out to salute him when they saw Lin Yi's car. It wasn't because he drove a good car, but because he was the owner of this place. She pinched the soft flesh around Lin Yi's waist and said angrily, You lied to me. Mainly because you didn't ask me. Lin Yi smiled. Let's go in and take a look around. I think you're trying to trick me. After that, Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan walked in together. Ji Qingyan had been to many villas in the past few years, and she always thought that her Yunshui villa was not far off. Even if some villas were more advanced than Yunshui villa, the level of sophistication would be limited. However, compared to the Jiuzhou Pavilion, Yunshui villa was not even worthy of a second glance. This place was worthy of being called the #1 mansion. Lin Yi, you must have spent a lot of money to buy this villa, right? Ji Qingyan asked curiously. I don't know the details, it's about a few billion. The house was given by the system, but Lin Yi could not say that he did not spend money and instead just gave a random number. You're lying to me again. How am I lying to you? Isn't the villas in the Jiuzhou Pavilion worth a few billion? I'm in real estate, you can't lie to me. Ji Qingyan said. The most expensive villa here, the first villa, has a selling price of about 1.2 billion. How could it be possible to spend several billion? So much money would be enough to buy the entire JoJo Pavilion. Discover W stories on no/e/lbin.com. That's right. I bought the entire JoJo Pavilion. Ji Qingyan was dumbfounded. Her clever brain was short-circuiting at this moment. You. What did you say? You bought the entire JoJo Pavilion? The house was built just to be sold it. It shouldn't be surprising that I bought it. Did you get your money from thin air? It's easier than getting it from thin air. Ji Qingyan didn't refute, because she couldn't find any reason to refute. No wonder he wanted to experience life on Didi. He must have been too bored. I won't send you off tonight. You can stay here. You can choose whichever room you want to sleep in. All right then. I won't stand on ceremonies with you. You can send me to work tomorrow. Ji Qingyan said, but do you have pajamas here? I'm the only one living here, so there are no ladies' pajamas. I won't peek on you though, so you can just sleep naked. Who sleeps naked? Qingyan said embarrassedly. You rich people, since you're so busy. Qingyan was speechless. You're richer than me, okay? Lin Yi found a set of pajamas for Qingyan when they reached the fitting room on the second floor. You should wear these, they're new. Qingyan didn't really care about whether it was men's and women's pajamas so long as they fit. She took the pajamas to the bathroom and prepared to take a shower. Lin Yi ignored her and went back to the master bedroom to sleep. After the shower, Ji Qingyan lay in the bedroom, unable to fall asleep. What was Lin Yi's background? How could he be so rich? Why had she not heard of him before? The next morning, Lin Yi woke up early. After the two washed up, Lin Yi sent Ji Qingyan to the company and received a 5-star review. The mission notification in his mind showed that he was at 8 out of 10 completion. If he took on 2 more missions today, the mission would be completed. He didn't know what kind of explosive reward the system would give him this time. After sending Ji Qingyan off, Lin Yi drove to Peninsula Hotel. He had been busy the whole morning and had not eaten yet, so he had to get a bite first. Just as he drove to the parking lot, he saw Wang Tianlong. Boss Lin, you're here. Lin Yi nodded. Come and have something to eat. I'll get the kitchen to prepare it now. No need, I'm just here for breakfast. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Go do what you need to do. I'll take care of myself. Lin Yi said. The hotel was already his, and the middle and high-level leaders already knew of his existence. However, the ordinary employees might not even know who he was yet. It was a good opportunity for him to examine their working conditions. Okay, I got it. Tianlong went back to his work, and Lin Yi went straight up to the second floor. The second floor of the hotel was a restaurant headed by a 3-star Michelin chef. With the size of the Peninsula Hotel, it was definitely worthy of having such high standards. There weren't many people here for breakfast in the morning, and only half of the tables were occupied. Lin Yi found an empty seat and looked at the menu. He then ordered a few signature dishes, preparing to sample them. Look, that guy is so handsome. The girls at the next table discussed when they saw Lin Yi. He is indeed handsome. I want to get his WeChat. Then go. As long as you take the initiative, a story might develop between you two. Lin Yi's arrival instantly became the focus of all the women in the restaurant, and they would glance at him from time to time. What are you looking at? A man said to his girlfriend. I just looked at him. He's quite handsome. TSK, he might be a gigolo. All the hosts in the club are that handsome. What are you talking about? What's with the attitude, calling a handsome guy a gigolo? I'm just saying. I think you're just jealous. After ordering, Lin Yi handed the menu to the waiter. Lin Yi? Just as Lin Yi was waiting for the dishes, he heard someone call his name. Looking at the person who spoke, Lin Yi instantly felt that this world was too small. Follow US stories at nvl/by/n.com. Yesterday, Ji Qingyan had just fired Yu Lily, and he didn't expect to meet her at his hotel today. What a coincidence, I didn't expect for you to apply here. It is indeed quite a coincidence. Yu Lily crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked down at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, oh Lin Yi, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to quietly latch onto President Ji's thigh. I fired you 1 step ago, and then you went to complain and asked her to fire me. That's really something. Do you think it's appropriate to tell me this now? I'm a guest at the Peninsula Hotel after all. Isn't it a little inappropriate to treat God like this? Do you think you're worthy of being called the Peninsula Hotel's God? Yu Lily said in disdain. Why am I not? You'd better take a hike. You're just a gigolo for a rich woman. Do you really think you're a high-class person? The waiter ran over to Lin Yi when he saw them arguing. He whispered in his ear. Manager Yu, this customer seems to be quite special. You'd better keep your mouth shut. What's so special about him? I know his situation. Yu Lily said venomously. He used to be my subordinate. He relied on his good looks to get on the president's good side. In reality, he's just a gigolo. If he didn't have a rich wife to support him, he'd never be able to come to the Peninsula Hotel for a meal. Everyone else in the restaurant had looks of disdain on their faces when they heard Yu Lily's words. It's a good thing I didn't ask for his WeChat just now. So, it turns out he's a gigolo who sleeps with rich women. It's disgusting just thinking about it. You really can't judge a book by its cover. He looks quite elegant, so I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. I misjudged him too. We need to learn from this. Don't just pounce on handsome guys anymore. The couple sitting at the other table had different expressions when they learned of Lin Yi's identity. See what I said? He's just a gigolo. You should believe me now, right? The man said proudly and contemptuously. You're right about that. I hate men who sleep with rich women the most. They don't rely on their own hands to work hard, and they only know how to take advantage of opportunities. It's disgusting just thinking about it. That's right. Other than being a little better looking than me, he can't be compared to me in any other way. I wouldn't go begging a rich woman to support no matter how long I live. Lin Yi smiled as he listened to the others gossiping about him. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Go get Wang Tianlong. Oh, not bad. You even know our manager's name. But let me tell you, even if you get Manager Wang here, it's useless. We still have a relationship, and he won't do anything to me just because of a low-level client like you. Then you can call him here and let me see his attitude. All right, for the sake of our former relationship, I'll make your death a little quicker. I'll let you see the cruelty of this society. Saying that, Yu Lily looked at the waiter beside her. Go and call Manager Wang here. No need to call him. I'm already here. Wang Tianlong snorted coldly and walked over from not far away. Yu Lily went up to him and said, Brother Long, I suspect that this person has been behaving inappropriately. I suggest that the hotel security remove him to avoid affecting the dining environment of the other guests. Wang Tianlong's anger was burning in his heart. He pointed at Yu Lily's nose and cursed. Are you King blind? The person sitting in front of you is the owner of the Peninsula Hotel. Do you think he has been behaving inappropriately? Do you not want to work here anymore? Hurry up, pack your things and get lost. Yu Lily was stunned. She felt like she was hearing things. Manager Wang, what did you say? He's the owner of the Peninsula Hotel? That's right. The day before yesterday, Director Lin bought the Peninsula Hotel. How dare you talk to Director Lin like that? I think you should stop working here and pack up your things and leave. Everyone's head buzzed when they found out Lin Yi's identity. Oh my God, that handsome guy is the boss of the Peninsula Hotel? He's so young and promising. We've all misunderstood him. How can such a handsome and rich little brother be a gigolo? As expected, every handsome person has an extraordinary identity. We're all judging a gentleman's heart based on the words of a scoundrel. The couple sitting at the other table had awkward expressions on their faces as well. That's a slap to the face, isn't it? He's a good-looking guy, but you called him a gigolo. You have a problem with your mentality. Looks like I'll have to reconsider our relationship. Yu Lily looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. Lin Yi, are you really the boss of the Peninsula Hotel? Yu Lily's voice trembled as she spoke. She was obviously frightened. Didn't Tianlong tell you my identity? Do you think he would lie? If you really have such a background, why did you work at Chaoyang before? I'm allowed to experience life, right? All right, stop talking nonsense. Tianlong continued, hurry up and pack your things and get out of here. Don't embarrass yourself further. Lin Yi, listen to me. I know I did something wrong. I used to target you when I was at Chaoyang. I've already realized my mistake. Please give me another chance. I can give you another chance, but I'll see if Tianlong dares to keep you. Tianlong shivered. He was sure that if he dared to give Yu Lily another chance, he would also need to pack up and leave. Hurry up and stop talking nonsense. Don't ruin Director Lin's appetite. In the end, Tianlong called for security and chased Yu Lily out. He didn't want to drag himself down by spouting nonsense here. Director Lin, I'm really sorry for ruining your appetite. It's okay. Tell them to hurry up and serve the dishes. I'm hungry. Okay. I'll tell the kitchen to hurry up and serve the dishes. Lin Yi stretched after the meal and prepared to drive for Didi. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. There were only 2 orders left, and he would get the reward from the system when he was done. Awesome. Ring, ring, ring. Before Lin Yi could start taking orders, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. Hello? Hello, Mr. Lin. Let me introduce myself first. I'm the Senior Vice President of Didi Chuxing, Tian Yan. And then? What's the matter? Well, you bought 21% of our shares yesterday. As the second largest shareholder of the group, I'd like to talk to you as the company's representative. I'm wondering if you have the time now? Lin Yi wasn't surprised to receive a call from Didi's Chuxing. The system had helped him buy 21% of their shares. Logically speaking, they all wanted to contact him. However, now was not the time to meet them. There were only 2 more missions to complete, so he had to finish them first. I have something to do now, let's talk about it later. Okay, I'll call you later. Tian Yan was very polite and did not waste any time. As an elite in the workplace, she knew that time was precious for people like Lin Yi. Wasting a second of his time was likely to annoy him, so she hung up the phone in time. After hanging up the phone, Tian Yan's phone rang again. It was the president, Qing Shuang. How's the situation? Has Chairman Lin agreed to meet with you? Not really. He said he had something to do, so I hung up and prepared to call him back later. Qing Shuang was silent for a few seconds on the other end of the phone. Do you have any other arrangements? I plan to go to visit Jericho to check it out firsthand. They are Didi's biggest agent in the coastal area. I want to see if there are any problems and take care of it at the same time. Anyway, I'm free now. You can make the necessary arrangements, but the priority is on Director Lin. Don't delay the important business. Don't worry, I know what to do. After leaving Peninsula Hotel, Tian Yan took her cell phone and prepared to call a taxi. As a Didi executive, Tian Yan had already formed the habit of calling for a taxi at any time. This would help her better understand the actual operations on the ground. In the parking lot not far away, Linny had just opened Didi's app when he found a suitable order. Prepare to take the order from the Peninsula Hotel to the Jericho Company Limited. Linny did not say anything else and directly snatched the order. How could he let someone steal his business from right at his doorstep? With that, Linny successfully grabbed the order and drove the car to the entrance of the hotel. Seeing the silver Pagani driving towards her, Tian Yan sighed in her heart. Although the economic situation in Yang City was very developed, a car like Pagani Zonda wasn't something that would be commonly seen. Zhonghai was indeed not ordinary. Moreover, the driver was a little handsome. Are you Ms. Tian with the card number ending 6888? Yes, that's me. Tian Yan was stunned. You are? Didn't you call for a car just now? Yes, but I called for a Didi. I drive for Didi. Get in the car. Tian Yan was stunned for a while. What did you say? You drive for Didi? Doesn't it look like it? No. Tian Yan was a little confused. When did her company become so powerful? Were all the drivers under her company driving Paganis? But I do drive for Didi. Hurry up and get in the car. Okay. No matter what, Tian Yan was an elite in the workplace, and she quickly got used to Lin Yi's identity. Although she had achieved financial freedom long ago, it was her first time riding in a car of this level. It was way more advanced than her BMW 7 Series. Are you using your Pagani and driving Didi to experience life? Tian Yan asked. You could say that, Lin Yi said with a smile. The passenger was a normal one, and it would not be a problem for him to complete the order. Rich kids these days sure know how to have fun. They even use such a method to flirt with girls. I'm guessing many girls will say that they're hot when they get into your car. Lin Yi noticed that Tian Yan's temperament was similar to Ji Qingyan's. Both of them had the aura of a professional woman. However, in comparison, Ji Qingyan was more innocent. You make me sound like a scumbag, Lin Yi said. Can't I drive for Didi if I'm driving a supercar? Yes, you can, but I have to remind you to pay attention to your words and actions. If you do anything to discredit Didi, you'll be suspended, Tian Yan said with a smile. Will I be suspended just because you say so? Of course. Tian Yan smiled at Lin Yi. I'm the senior vice president of Didi. Do you think I have the right to suspend you? TSK, you sure have a mouth full of lies, Lin Yi said. You say you're the senior vice president of Didi, and I say I'm a shareholder of Didi. Tian Yan laughed so hard that she fell back. She then took out her work card from her bag and waved it in front of Lin Yi. This is my work card. I'm really Dee Dee's vice president. I'm not lying to you. I'm really Dee Dee's shareholder. Lin Yi said. I bought 21% of your shares yesterday, and you just called me to ask me to meet you. Tianyan was stunned. She felt like her brain was lacking oxygen. Only a few of the company's executives knew about the acquisition of the shares, and they did not have the time to explain it to the public. Unless something unexpected happened, it was impossible for outsiders to know about it. Moreover, he had just said that she had called him. If that was the case, the person sitting in front of him was most likely the new shareholder of the company. You're Mr. Lin Yi. That's right, it's me. Tianyan's chest heaved up and down. She had never thought that such a coincidence would happen to her. Director Lin, I'm really sorry for the offense earlier. I hope you won't take it to heart. It's all right, just give me a 5-star review later. Of course, of course. Tianyan said respectfully. But I still want to ask, are you serious about driving for Dee Dee? Of course I'm serious. But you're already so rich, how can you still experience life? I was still working as a salesman in a real estate company before. Tianyan took a deep breath. It seemed that the world of the rich was really not something a commoner like her could understand. Mr. Lin, after taking this job, can you give me a chance to sit down and have a chat? We'll see. I'm a little busy today. Sure, we can chat after you're done. Okay. Lin Yi drove to the entrance of Jericho Company. Here we are. Thank you for driving me here, Director Lin. Tianyan was a little nervous. It was amazing that she took the second largest shareholder's car for a business trip. What's going on? Can't you pay? I don't think so, Tianyan said suspiciously. If she couldn't pay, the order wouldn't be completed, and it would not be counted toward the system's mission. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, a push message came from the phone. Greetings, Dee Dee driver. Due to your violation of the rules of the platform, we've decided to suspend your service. Huh? Suspend your service? Lin Yi and Tianyan were confused when they saw the notification on their phones. Why did they suspend their service? Lin Yi looked down and realized that it wasn't Dee Dee Company that had announced it to him. It was a company called Jericho. Lin Yi looked up and realized that the company in front of him was Jericho. What a coincidence. What's the relationship between this Jericho company and Dee Dee? Lin Yi asked. This company is our operator in the coastal area. All activities here are managed by this company. Tianyan felt like she was about to die from anger. What the hell was Jericho doing? They were ruining everything at this critical moment. Lin Yi rubbed his chin as he seemed to understand what was going on. Yesterday in the car, I scolded a woman called Su Yang, and then she complained to the platform. That is when I got a call warning me. However, the other party was also stunned. It is probably because of this that he had been suspended today. Director Lin, don't worry, I'll take care of it. This Jericho really did not want to do business anymore. They even dared to block Director Lin's car. He was really out of his mind. Calm down first, I'm the victim here. Look at how angry you are. Lin Yi said. It's mainly because these people are too lawless. There's no order at all. Tianyan said. I'll get the company to check the phone number of their person in charge right now. They'll be disqualified as agents as soon as possible. Tianyan continued. It's better to convince people with logic, Lin Yi said. I have phone records here. Give them a call first and see what's going on. Then I'll have to trouble you, Director Lin. Lin Yi took his phone and found the phone records from yesterday. I'm Lin Yi. You're the one who banned my operating status, right? The other party was obviously stunned for a moment, but they soon realized who Lin Yi was. That's right, it was me. Aren't you awesome? Not only did you scold the passenger, you even dared to scold me. I'm going to ban you today. Let's see what you'll do after that. That passenger scolded me first, all right? What's wrong with scolding you? The guy asked in response. Don't you know your own status? The customer is God. You have to suffer even if he scolds you. Do you think you're a big shot? Get the F***ck out of here. Don't use Didi in the future. You'd better watch what you say. The vice president of Didi is by my side. Stop bragging, okay? Who do you think you are? How can you bring our vice president out there? I'm Tian Yen. I'm downstairs at the Jericho Company. You have 3 seconds to come down. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Tian Yen? The other party paused for a moment and then burst into laughter. Awesome, you actually dared to find someone to pretend to be Boss Tian. I'm F***king impressed. Lin Yi hung up the phone speechlessly after this. How does Didi choose your agents? Did you guys look for a bunch of retards? Director Lin, calm down. I'll go deal with this right now. Let's go. If the two of us don't go up, we probably won't be able to solve this problem. Don't worry, Director Lin. I'll definitely give you a perfect answer. With that, the two of them got out of the car together and walked into the Jericho Company. In the conference room, a few executives of Jericho Company were busy having a meeting. What's going on? Why are they quarreling? The person who spoke was a middle-aged man named Lu Wenda, the general manager of the Jericho Company. He was slightly chubby and sat in the main seat of the meeting room with his eyes closed. Yesterday, a Didi driver scolded a passenger and the other party called the head office to complain. Today, I banned that kid's operating license. The person who spoke was Luo Yuanfa, the director of the Jericho Operations Department. Other than those two, the other executives of the company were also here. T/his chapter is updat by nvel bin.co/m. Did the other party make a phone call to try to reason with you? Yes. Luo Yuanfa smiled and said, and that kid also said that he found Didi's vice president and thought that he could bluff me. After being scolded by me, he hung up the phone on his own accord. All right, it's just a little punk. Don't bother with him, Lu Wenda said. As long as this incident doesn't repeat itself, there's no need to discuss this nonsense. Just seal it off directly. It's not worth wasting time on them. Got it, Chief Lu. Lu Wenda straightened his expression and said. Let's continue the meeting. I just heard some news. An unknown rich man has bought 21% of Didi's shares. As the saying goes, a new official is always in the limelight. The platform is likely to make relevant changes. Everyone, be prepared. Got it, Chief Lu. Little Luo, this is especially true for your operations department. You have to keep your spirits up. We are Didi's biggest operator along the coastal region. We can't make any mistakes during this period. Don't worry, Chief Lu. I'll definitely take care of the drivers below us. Luo Yuan said with a smile. Just then, the door to the meeting room was pushed open and Lin Yi and Tian Yen walked in. Who are you? How dare you barge into our conference room? Lin Yi smiled. Didn't you ban my license? Let me talk to you. Lu Wenda glanced at Luo Yuanfa. Luo, this is your operation department's business. Go handle it. Luo Yuanfa turned around and looked at Lin Yi. Kid, you have some guts. You actually came to our company. Still, let me tell you, even if you came here, it's useless. I'll seal you up. You have to endure it even if you don't like it. Get lost, or I'll call security. Lin Yi shrugged and sat down on the sofa. Tianyan, you handle it. Tianyan looked at Lu Wenda, Luo Yuanfa, and the others with a cold face. Right now, as the vice president of Didi, I'm disqualifying Jericho Company from partnering with us. You're the vice president of Didi? Tianyan snorted and threw her business card on the table. Upon seeing Tianyan's card, Lu Wenda, Luo Yuanfa, and the others widened their eyes and felt their jaws hit the floor. They were all badly frightened. What was going on? Why was even the vice president alarmed when a person's operating license was revoked? President Tian, please listen to my explanation, Luo Yuanfa said. This person is suspected of insulting passengers and has caused a bad impact on our company's reputation. Otherwise, we wouldn't have done this. So what if he insulted the passengers? Tianyan said coldly. Let me tell you. The person standing in front of you just bought 21% of Didi's shares yesterday. He is the second largest shareholder of the company. Do you need us to say anything else? As soon as these words were said, it fell on the attendants' heads like thunder. They knew that someone had bought the company's shares. Discover NW Chapter SNN0EL buy.com. They never expected that it was this man in front of them. Tian. President Tian, you are not joking with us, right? Lu Wenda said with fear and trepidation. He is just a Didi driver, how could he be a shareholder of the group? Then I have to say, Director Lin is using Pagani to drive for Didi. What else do you want to say? Tianyan questioned. Director Lin has a chivalrous mind and refuses to be mixed up with those good-for-nothing sons and daughters. He ventured out to experience life, but he was actually banned by you people without so much as a question. From today on, your operator license is revoked. Pack up your things and leave. Luo Yuanfa, look at what you've done. Lu Wenda cursed. Go apologize to Director Lin, or I'll kill you. Luo Yuanfa's head buzzed as he crawled toward Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, please don't lower yourself to my level. Just treat me like a fart. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? Why are you so scared now? Lin Yi said. What do you mean customers are gods? So what? You want me to just roll over and die? With your behavior, you must have bullied a lot of people over the years. Luo Yuanfa didn't say anything because there was no room for argument. As one of Didi's shareholders, it's better to deal with this seriously. Lin Yi said lightly. Just like Tianyan said, pack up and leave. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, Lin Yi's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller, Lin Yi didn't hang up and instead said, Tianyan, you take care of the rest, I'll go down first. Got it, Director Lin. Coming out of the meeting room, Lin Yi picked up the phone. Wang, you wanted to see me? The person called Wang was known as Wang Suiping, the director of the orphanage. She was the one who took care of Lin Yi, and all the children in the orphanage called her that. In other words, if it wasn't for Suiping, Lin Yi would have died a long time ago. Are you busy with work now? Suiping asked with a smile. Everything's fine. You and Uncle Zhao are fine, right? We're fine too. You don't have to worry about me, Sui Bing said. I want to ask you something. There's a girl named Lu Cece, you should know her, right? Lu Cece? What's wrong with her? Lin Yi asked. Lin Yi was a little confused. Mother Wang probably didn't know about him and Lu Cece, so why was she asking about her? A few days ago, this girl called me and said that you guys broke up. She wanted me to talk to you. Sui Bing said. Lin Yi finally understood what was going on. Lu Cece knew about his history. She should know that there was no hope of getting back together with him, so she called Wang and wanted her to talk to him about it. You watched me grow up. You know my character, I wouldn't do things without reason. You're still so stubborn, kid. It was obvious that Sui Bing had expected such an outcome. I know I can't persuade you, and I can't get involved in the affairs of young people, but you're not young anymore. You need to start thinking about marriage. Lin Yi smiled. Wang, I'm guessing that's not the only reason you called me today. Sui Bing knew Lin Yi, and the opposite was also true. She would not have called him just because of Lu Cece. There must be something else. It's nothing, actually. Sui Bing said with a smile. I have a good friend. Her daughter's about the same age as you, and she's single as well. I just wanted to set you up with her, so I took the time to meet her first. Sui Bing said with a smile. No way. You're trying to force a connection. Lin Yi said with a smile. It's mainly because my friend has taken a liking to you. She told me a long time ago, and I waited until now to call you. Sui Bing teased. I only called you because I had no other choice. It's just a meeting, so what's the big deal? Lin Yi said. Wang, just say the word, and I won't hesitate even if there's a fire pit dead ahead. You little brat, what are you talking about? Sui Bing lectured. I'll send her contact information to your phone later, and you guys can meet up when you have time. Okay. I know you're busy with work right now, so come back when you have time. I miss you already. Lin Yi's nose twitched. Got it. I'll come back to see you in a few days. You don't have to make a special trip. Just come back when you're free. Don't delay your work. I got it. All right then, that's all for now. I won't disturb your work. Lin Yi hung up the phone and shook his head helplessly. This Lu Cece really did not want to give up. Soon, Lin Yi received a WeChat message from Wang Sui Bing. It was the specific information for the blind date. Her name was Song Yunhui. She worked in a bank and there was a photo of her attached to the back. Because she was using an extremely powerful beauty filter, it was impossible to tell what she really looked like. Since Mother Wang had said it herself, Lin Yi had to give her respect. He had to find some time to meet her. Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, Lin Yi's phone rang again. It was Ji Qingyan. Are you busy? Is business good? Ji Qingyan asked with a smile. Business is bad. We haven't finished the deal yet. The most important thing is the experience. It doesn't matter if you make money or not. Lin Yi nodded. You should have a reason for calling me at this time. It's not a big deal. It's my grandpa's birthday tomorrow, and I want us to go shopping together tonight. I want to buy some clothes, and I'll buy you some as well. Sure, I'll pick you up tonight. I want to buy some clothes too. Lin Yi said. He bought a few sets before, but they were not enough. He needed to buy more. Then it's a deal. Ji Qingyan beamed. Deal. After hanging up, Lin Yi leaned back in his chair. He was a fake boyfriend, but it was not good to go empty-handed. He had to bring some gifts. What would an old man like? Antique calligraphy? That was a good choice. At the same time, Tianyan walked out of the Jericho company gracefully. Director Lin, I've taken care of everything. You've restored my license too, right? Yes, and I've also informed the company to give you the highest permission level within the app. What's the use of the highest permission level? It's just some auxiliary functions, but one of them is very practical. The user can search for your license plate number and specify the order, and then you can decide whether to accept it or not. This function is quite practical. It's our honor to be praised by Chairman Lin, Tianyan said politely. If you have any other questions, you can ask me. I'll do my best to help you. Then I do have something, Lin commented. Do you know anything about antiques? Antiques? Director Lin, are you going to give it as a gift? Yes, an elder is celebrating his birthday. I'm planning to give him something. Tianyan rolled her eyes and said. Director Lin, please wait a moment, I'll make a call and ask about this. As she spoke, Tianyan unbuckled her seatbelt and made a call outside the car. She only came back a few minutes later. Follow US stories at nvl/by/n.com. Director Lin, is one of Zhang Daqian's painting okay? Lin Yi was not a scholar, but he had heard of Zhang Daqian's name. Any painting of such an expert would cost at least 10 million. It wasn't just a yes, it was a strong yes. You can get one of Daqian's painting? Lin Yi asked. Our President Qing got a copy of Mr. Zhang's painting of the peach blossom at the Sotheby's auction house. I'll get someone to send it over if you like it. Tianyan answered. All right, how much is it? I'll send it over to you, Lin Yi said. Director Lin, you're joking. How would I dare to take your money? As long as you like it, it's yours. No, a deal is a deal, Lin Yi said. But I don't think you would take it even if I gave you the money. Tell CEO Qing that I'll exchange 1% of my shares for his painting. No matter who comes out of the winner from this deal, at least the debt will be settled. To you use 1% of the shares to trade. Tianyan was dumbfounded. With Didi's current market value, 1% of the shares was worth at least $500 million. No matter how expensive the painting was, it couldn't possibly be worth $500 million. This handsome and overbearing Director Lin was too generous. Yeah, let your boss know that I'll be using this painting tomorrow. Yongqing isn't far from Zhonghai. It should be delivered before noon tomorrow, right? No problem, we'll arrange for someone to send it over. Get someone to send it to the Peninsula Hotel and give it to one of Wang Tianlong's men. Lin Yi stretched lazily and said. If you have nothing else to do, you can go back too. There's nothing for us to talk about. You guys can just stick to the original business model. I won't interfere too much. Seeing how easy Lin Yi was to talk to, Tianyan could not believe her ears. It was a rare sight in the workplace for everyone to keep their jobs when a new boss walked in. Lin, our president wants to invite you to Yongqing as a guest, so I. Yongqing. Lin Yi mumbled, I'll go there soon, but I'm not sure when. Go back first and wait for news from me. I'm just an ordinary person, so you don't have to keep following me around. The orphanage he lived in was in Yongqing, and Lin Yi had to go back. It had been more than half a year since he graduated, and he had not been back yet. Something was not right. Then I'll go back first. I won't waste Director Lin's precious time, Tianyan said with a smile. Okay. As she watched Lin Yi drive away, Tianyan felt that Linny was not somebody ordinary. He was different from the other rich kids. He had a unique aura about him. All of a sudden, Tianyan felt her face burning up, and she jumped in shock. How could I have those kinds of feeling? That's impossible. Ring, ring, ring. Just as Tianyan was feeling nervous, her phone rang in her bag. She was surprised to find that it was Linny calling. Tianyan's heart started beating rapidly. They were done with business matters, but Director Lin was still calling her. Could it be for something else? Tianyan got even more nervous at the thought of it. Director Lin, you wanted to see me? Pay for the fare just now. Remember to give me 5 stars and a good review. Tianyan was a little flustered. Okay, I'll pay now. Soon, Linny received a 5-star review from Tianyan on his phone. He looked at the mission board again and realized that the completion rate was already at 9/10. If he accepted one more mission and got a 5-star review, the mission would be completed. He looked at the time and realized that it was already noon. Thus, Linny went back to the Peninsula Hotel lazily and had a meal on the side of the road, preparing to accept the mission. In truth, Linny did not care whether he accepted the remaining mission or not. He was going to look for Ji Qingyan at night anyway, so he just needed to continue milking this cow. However, they were quite familiar with each other, and Linny felt that it was better to practice moderation with her. Therefore, he decided to use Ji Qingyan as a safety card. Time to accept the order. From the Wanda Plaza to the Peninsula Hotel. What a coincidence, I'm going to my own territory. Linny didn't think too much about it. He headed toward Wanda Plaza according to the location on the map. Wanda Plaza was bustling with activity. People were coming in and out of the plaza every day. At that moment, a young man and woman walked out of the mall. Brother Fei, didn't you buy a Porsche? Why didn't I see it? The woman said as she held onto the man's arm. There were too many people here. I didn't park here, the man called Brother Fei said. If these poor people saw a luxury car like a Porsche, they would definitely crowd around and take photos. If they accidentally touched my car, my heart would ache. You're right. A luxury car like this, which costs millions, would definitely attract a crowd if it was parked in a public place. Let's go. I hope that when we leave later, we won't attract a crowd, Brother Fei said. Before you came to look for me, I had just parked my car when a group of girls came over to take photos. There were also quite a number of girls who wanted to ask me for my WeChat. If I hadn't scolded them, they probably wouldn't have let me go. It's normal for those girls to want to get close to you because you drive a Porsche. While they were talking, the two had already walked to the parking lot and found that there were many people standing in front of their car taking photos. How annoying. I parked my car so far away, but there are still so many people taking photos. These poor people haven't seen the world. Let's go. We don't need to pay any attention to them. Let's get in the car and swallow these poor people up. Okay, I'll follow your plan. The two of them then walked toward the Panamera. What are you taking photos of? Stay away from my car. You can't afford to damage it. What are you yelling for? It's just a Porsche, what's there to be proud of? Someone retorted. Hee hee, this isn't a Cayenne, it's a Panamera. I bet you guys can't afford to eat or drink for the rest of your lives if you scratch it. Get away from my car. Fei yelled. Hey, dude in front, your Porsche is blocking the road. Can you give way? Linny said. F***CK, what are you shouting for? It's a Panamera, can I not block you for a while? That is a Pagani. Upon seeing Lin Yi's car, Brother Fei immediately shut his mouth and apologized profusely. I'm sorry, I'll get out of the way now. Brother F, that sports car driver is so arrogant, the woman said. How can he not be arrogant? That's the Pagani Zonda. The price is more than 20 million. How can it be so expensive? The woman's eyes lit up. Such an expensive car cost enough to buy 10 Panameras. Haha, finally, someone is here to take care of this pretentious criminal. If he drives a lousy Panamera, he thinks the sky is the limit. However, compared to Pagani, he is just a pile of trash. I look down on this kind of villain who has so much ambition. They only have a little bit of money, but act like they're a king. It's fucking disgusting. Fei and his girlfriend drove to the side to make way for Lin Yi's car. Many people took out their phones to take photos when they saw Lin Yi's car approaching. Don't just look at the car, look at the driver. He's so handsome. Handsome and rich. God is too biased. I want to ride in a sports car like this too. I'll die without regrets. After the road was cleared, Lin Yi drove a few dozen meters ahead and arrived at the designated location. At this time, a slender woman was making a phone call. You're here so soon. Don't worry, baby, I just finished shopping. I'll be there soon. Don't worry, I didn't drive home. I called for a Didi and I'll be there soon. Wait for me at the hotel. I bought a lot of new lingerie. I'll show it to you if you do well. The woman looked around after hanging up. She'd been waiting for a few minutes, so why wasn't the car here yet? At that moment, Lin Yi arrived in front of the woman in his Pagani. Explore Tati stories at no/l/bin.cm. Are you Mrs. Young with the card number ending 3838? How did you know that? I'm the driver you called for. Get in. Tianqin was a little confused. Was Didi really that awesome? The company was actually launching a luxury car plan? Moreover, the driver was quite handsome. Unfortunately, his status was a little low class, otherwise she would be able to chat with him. Sitting in the passenger seat, Tianqin smiled. Your Didi company is pretty good. To think that you'd come up with such a creative marketing method. Lin Yi shook his head with a smile. This woman was probably the same as Su Yang from before. They thought that this car was Didi's. Why can't this car be mine? Yours? Tianqin smiled disdainfully. Little bro, don't joke around. Which second-generation rich kid would come back to drive a Didi? Do you think I'm one of those inexperienced girls? Ha ha. Lin Yi smiled and didn't say anything else. He'd better focus on driving. He just needed to get another 5-star rating and he'd be able to complete the mission. Thinking about it now, the full career experience system was pretty good. He had completed 10 missions so far. Su Yang's mission had left behind a bad rating, which was not counted toward the mission. As for the remaining 9 5-star reviews, 6 of them were from Ji Qingyan, Wang Ying, Tian Yan, and Xia Xinyu. In other words, 8 of the 5-star reviews were taken care of by acquaintances. He had received a 5-star review from Xia Xinyu based on his own ability. Moreover, it was because she had asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend. As for the other orders, the customers he met were not easy to get along with. It seemed that modern society was still very hostile. It was indeed very hard for Didi drivers who lived at the bottom level of society. After all, not everyone could work the way he did without caring about others' expressions. Hey, what are you doing? Why did you change routes? Are you trying to charge me more money? Don't you know that I'm in a hurry? I'm not taking a detour, I'm taking a shortcut. The address on the map is too far away. The Peninsula Hotel was his territory, and Lenny knew the shortcut, so he decided not to follow the navigation on the app. He did not think that he would be misunderstood. Bullshit, Tianxin said. I think you're going on a detour. Lenny was speechless. He thought he was being kind. Fine, I'll follow the original route. Is that good enough? What do you mean enough? You took a detour just now. Do you know how much time was wasted? Tianxin said. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? You can believe whatever you want. Lenny was speechless as he cursed in his heart. Why are you in such a hurry? Lenny noticed that there seemed to be a brand logo of a sexy lingerie on Tianxin's pocket. Lu Cixi had also worn this brand before. It did not seem to be cheap. Lenny thought about it. This woman had just bought lingerie, and now she was going to a hotel. Was it not obvious what it was for? Lenny felt a chill at the thought of it. It was not nice to think about such a shriveled body. Compared to Ji Qingyan's voluptuous body, this woman was light years away. All right, there's no need to go any further. Just park at the side entrance. She's afraid of people seeing us. Lenny thought to himself. The gullwing door opened, and Tianxin got out of the car. Lenny sat in the car and thought about it. It felt like his hopes for a 5-star review was doomed. These people were too hard to please. Soon, a notification came from his phone, informing him that he had received a 5-star review. Huh? Lenny was very surprised to see this 5-star review. He had made such a scene, and he still got a 5-star review? The young woman wasn't that good-looking, but she still had some redeeming qualities. However, Lenny soon realized that something wasn't right. He'd already received a 5-star review, and the system mission should have been completed by now. Why was there not any reaction at all? He looked at the system mission and found that it was still, September 10th, the same as before. System, is there something wrong with you? Lenny asked. I've already completed 10 5-star reviews, so why haven't I completed the mission? The previous passenger gave the host a star, not a 5-star. Bullshit, I even got a 5-star review notification on my phone. The host's application has been tampered with. Everything is based on the system. Tampered with? Lenny rolled his eyes as if he understood what was going on. He picked up his phone and dialed Tian Yan's number. Tian Yan answered Lin Yi's call again. Lin, you wanted to see me? I haven't left the station yet. I can go back at any time. There's no need to come back. I just wanted to ask if you guys changed the evaluation system. Lin Yi asked. Is it true that any of my passengers' evaluation is now a 5-star rating? Director Lin, how did you know about this? There's no need to do that. You guys should change it back to the way it was before, Lin Yi said. I want to experience the life of an ordinary person. I don't want any privileges. Got it. I'll inform the technical department to adjust your privileges, Tian Yan said. Okay, get the people under you to do it. After this, Lin Yi hung up the phone and got ready to work. 2 hours later, Lin Yi received 4 orders, obtaining 3 4-stars and 1 3-star for his work. All 4 of them thought that the car belonged to Didi and didn't think that it belonged to Lin Yi. The second-generation nouveau riche did not look the part and was only treated as a driver. He did not get any bonus for the trips. Lin Yi sighed and muttered to himself. It looks like driving Didi isn't a good job either. It's quite difficult to get a 5-star rating. He looked at the time and saw that it was already past 4 in the evening. Ji Qingyan was about to get off work, so he had to go pick her up. He had no choice but to continue with her plan to pick her up. Ring, ring, ring. His phone rang, and he saw that it was Wang Ying. Sister Ying, what's up? Lin Yi asked. Tell me the truth. Do you have any connection to the CEO? Wang Ying asked. Lin Yi thought for a moment. We're friends. What's wrong? I heard from the personnel department that the president wants to promote me to the position of sales director. Did you put in a good word with the president? I just mentioned it in passing. Lin Yi smiled. With Sister Ying's strength, she's more than enough to become the sales director. Looks like I didn't dote on you for nothing. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free. I'm afraid I can't do it over the next few days. I have a lot of matters to handle. We can celebrate after you officially take up your new position. The sales director was a very important position in Chaoyang Group. Whether Wang Ying could become the sales director also depended on the other company executives. However, with Ji Qingyan around, it should not be too much of a problem. Okay, then it's settled. Wang Ying said with a smile. Okay, it's a deal. After hanging up, Lin Yi looked at the time and realized that it was almost time. Hence, he slowly drove toward Chaoyang Group. He stopped beside his little Sherry and wiped the dust off. Although it was a little broken, it had always been there for him during his most difficult times. He had to treat it well. It didn't take long for Ji Qingyan to walk out of the elevator. Her blue tuxedo dress and French white shirt made her look smart and capable. A document was suddenly sent up to my desk at the last minute. Sorry, I worried you since I was a little late. It's okay, I just got here too. Are you hungry? If you're hungry, eat first. If you're not, let's go shopping first. Ji Qingyan said. What about you? I'm fine either way. I'll follow your preference. Women can't say that. It's easy for people to misunderstand. Tisk, Ji Qingyan said, then let's go shopping first. We'll eat together after. I've already placed an order, so hurry up and grab it. As she said that, Ji Qingyan's order popped up in the app. Lin Yi reacted quickly and snatched the order. At that moment, Lin Yi felt that the 5-star review was waving at him again. He looked at the address of the order and saw that it was Times Square. With that, Lin Yi sped away. Soon, the two of them arrived at Times Square. Ji Qingyan carried her bag and prepared to get out of the car. Hey, you haven't given the 5-star review yet, Lin Yi said. Ji Qingyan smiled proudly. You can get a 5-star review if you want, but it will depend on your performance today. I finally understand. You're asking me to carry your bag. Smart. Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry. With Ji Qingyan's personality, a 5-star review wouldn't be out of the question. Ji Qingyan wasn't as purposeful as Lin Yi when shopping. She wanted to shop for clothes, but she also wanted to shop around other stores. She had not bought any clothes yet, but she had bought a lot of cosmetics. I think there's a swimsuit shop up ahead, Lin Yi muttered. You want to buy a swimsuit? I have a big swimming pool at home. I should at least enjoy it. You're right. Let's go take a look, Ji Qingyan said enviously. Even though she lived in a villa, it was nothing compared to Lin Yi's Jojo Pavilion. At the very least, there wasn't an outdoor swimming pool. Are you going to choose swimming trunks for me? Lin Yi asked when he saw Qingyan come in. I'm not going to buy them for you. Qingyan said. There are women's clothes here too. Let me take a look. Lin Yi rubbed his chin. You're right. You said earlier that you wanted me to feast my eyes. After buying the swimsuit, I think you'll be able to fulfill your promise. Qing Yan blushed. You're just trying to trick me. If I'd known that the Jojo Pavilion was yours, I wouldn't have said that. But you could have just said something else. I didn't force you. Tisk, you're just being unreasonable. Ji Qingyan said. Hurry up and go in. It's a public place. Don't talk about this kind of thing in public. All test NOVL on novelben/.cm. Lin Yi smiled when he saw Ji Qingyan's shy expression. Sure, let's talk in a private place. Sir, ma'am, how can I help you? The salesgirl said warmly as they entered the shop. We'll look around by ourselves first. We'll call you if we need your help, Lin Yi said. Okay. Lin Yi went shopping very quickly. He picked out a few suitable sizes and got ready to pay. After all, it was his own swimming pool and no one would be watching him, so the style wasn't that important. If it were not for the fact that he was afraid of immorality, Lin Yi would not have a problem not wearing swimming trunks at all. Lin Yi quickly picked out his swimming trunks, but Ji Qingyan was surprisingly slow. She kept picking and choosing, and after more than 10 minutes, she still could not find a suitable set. Let's go, I'm not going to buy it anymore. Ji Qingyan said. Why aren't you buying it? I can't find a suitable one. You can't go that far. There are so many styles, and you still say that you can't find a suitable one? The looks are fine, but the sizes are not complete. Ma'am, the swimsuits in our shop have all the normal sizes. Obviously, the salesgirl didn't want to let Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan off so easily. What's a regular size? Lin Yi asked casually. Regular sizes are ABC cups. They're all full size. Lin Yi glanced at Ji Qingyan. Don't tell me you're a D cup? Ji Qingyan's face turned red. She was a little embarrassed. You're going to die. There's an outsider here. Why do you keep saying everything? Let's go. Let's go to another store. After paying, the two walked out of the shop and went to the swimwear shop next door. They seemed to have more styles than the previous one. Wait for me outside. I'll try my best to come out as soon as possible. Lin Yi nodded and said, President Ji, I think with your figure, a bikini is more suitable for you. In that case, I won't buy a bikini. Ji Qingyan snapped proudly before walking into the swimsuit store. After about 2 minutes, Ji Qingyan walked out with a white handbag. It was obvious that she had bought the swimsuit that she liked. Let's go to the 4th floor. The 4th floor? Lin Yi thought for a moment. I seem to remember that the 6th floor is where the international brands are sold. I'm not buying normal clothes, I'm going to buy a dress. There are a lot of people coming tomorrow, so I won't be wearing formal clothes, Ji Qingyan said. After setting their target, the two of them went to the 4th floor. Lin Yi noticed that not only were there ladies' dresses, there were also a lot of niche brands. Although the brands weren't loud, the styles were quite pleasing. After walking for a few minutes, the two of them stopped in front of a store. Lin Yi, what do you think of the dress that's changing color? It's all right, let's give it a try. The two of them walked into the shop together, and Ji Qingyan pointed at the evening gown on the mannequin. I'd like to try this on. Sure, please wait a moment. From the way they were dressed, it was obvious that they were rich people, so the shop assistant was willing to serve such customers. If they were ordinary people, they might not have been so willing. Soon, the dress was taken down, and Ji Qingyan took it to the fitting room. During this time, Linny waited outside while feeling bored. Linny, come here for a moment, Ji Qingyan called from the fitting room. You're changing. It's not good for me to go in. I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Linny thought about it and realized that she was right. She was not afraid even as a woman, and he was a man, so what was there to be afraid of? In the fitting room, Ji Qingyan's back was facing Linny as she covered her chest with her hands. Help me fasten the zipper at the back, I can't do it myself. The dress that Ji Qingyan chose had a backless style, and the zipper could only be fastened from the bottom. The back was pure white, and it shone like jade. Aren't you revealing a little too much? Ji Qingyan chuckled and pointed at the chair beside her. There's a shawl too, it can be used to cover my back. Linny glanced at it and saw that there was indeed a light-colored shawl on the chair. However, his gaze was attracted by Ji Qingyan's underwear. President Ji, are you sure you are a D cup? Why do I feel like you are actually an E cup? Don't look at it so openly. Ji Qingyan grabbed her lingerie over with one hand. How could she forget about it when she was changing? Even so, Linny didn't care about it and helped Ji Qingyan to zip up. It's done. Coming out of the fitting room, Ji Qingyan stood in front of the big mirror while holding the hem of her dress as she turned slightly. How is it? Does it look good? Very good. Ji Qingyan was so amused that she staggered back and forth. Which teacher taught you such poor English? It's so terrible. It's enough to express what I mean. Don't worry about the details. Ji Qingyan smiled and nodded. Since you said it looks good, then I'll choose this one. No problem. The female employees were also amazed by Ji Qingyan. Even if they wore it on themselves, it definitely would not look as good. Madam, I feel that this evening gown is tailor-made for you. It fits you too well. Thank you. I'll go change first. Please help me pack it up later. Okay, no problem. Hubby, this evening gown is really beautiful. I want one too. It's perfect for your company's opening day the day after tomorrow. The person who spoke was a young woman in a black wrap dress. Beside her was a man in his 40s with a pot belly. He had an air of arrogance about him. It's no big deal. The middle-aged man looked at the saleswoman. Get me a dress of the same style. I'm really sorry. This gift is a custom-made one from our store. If you want it, you have to make a reservation first. It'll be ready in about a month. I'll have to wait a month? The middle-aged man was unhappy. Can you hurry it up? We need to wear it the day after tomorrow. I'm really sorry. That can't be done. Because of our promise of guaranteed quality, it'll take at least a month to make it. You don't have to play this game with me. It's just about money. I'll give an extra $10,000 if you'll tell your designer to quickly make a set for me. The salesgirl was about to cry. Sir, this evening dress is made by an Italian designer. It's completely handmade. It can't be delivered to you the day after tomorrow. The middle-aged man pursed his lips. He had already said so much, but the other party still had not given in. He reckoned that there was really no way to pressure them into hurrying up. You heard it too. It's true that it can't be made the day after tomorrow. Let's change to another style. No, this is the one I like. With that, the young woman walked over to the salesgirl and said, This dress costs more than $80,000, right? Yes, the salesgirl said. Judging from their looks, I don't think they can afford it. Let them take it off, then just put it in my bag. Who says I can't afford it? Ji Qingyan asked with a cold face. It costs more than $80,000. Can you really afford it? The woman crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked indifferent. Of course, Ji Qingyan said, and I can afford it on my own. The woman was furious. What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm a sugar baddie? You know exactly what's wrong with you. The woman was frightened by Ji Qingyan's strong aura and took half a step back. Honey, this woman is a bully. Help me stand up to her. The middle-aged man looked at Ji Qingyan with a teasing look. I know you're not short of money, but let me tell you, as long as I say the word, this evening gown will still be mine. On what basis? The middle-aged man touched his pocket and took out a golden card. See, I'm a gold member of Times Square and have the right to buy it by force. Now you should understand, right? Seeing the golden card in the middle-aged man's hand, the salesgirl was surprised. According to the membership system of Times Square, one had to spend at least $5 million to become a golden member. Not only were there discounts when shipping, but they had the right to buy things first. Therefore, even if the lady in front of her could afford this dress, she still had to sell it to the other party first. Up to TED Chapters nnvelben.com. Ji Qingyan did not say anything. She was a regular customer of Times Square, and she understood the membership system. Even though she had her eyes on this evening gown first, he was a golden member, so she could not buy it even if she wanted to. Hee, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take off your clothes, the young woman said proudly. Ji Qingyan's face was cold as she walked toward the fitting room in her skirt. Wait, where are you going? Lin Yi said. I'm going to take off my clothes. You can help me unzip. Okay. The two went to the fitting room as Lin Yi helped Ji Qingyan unzip before walking out. Seeing that Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan were scared, the middle-aged man and the woman beside him became very arrogant. As a person, you have to understand that there's always someone better than you. Although your conditions aren't bad, you're still not on the same level as us. Next time you go out, keep your eyes open so that you don't lose face. Lin Yi smiled and did not say anything. Instead, he stood at the side and waited for Ji Qingyan to come out. A few minutes later, Ji Qingyan changed her clothes, handed the dress to the shop assistant, and prepared to leave. Why are you leaving? Lin Yi said. I'm not buying the dress. What are you still doing here? Who said you are not buying it? I have to buy it. Ji Qingyan tugged at Lin Yi. They're golden members of Times Square. They have the right to buy it first. Even if I choose the item first, it's useless. They're just golden members, what's so great about that? Haha, golden members aren't that great, but they can still take this dress from your hands. After hearing this, Lin Yi took out a platinum card from his pocket. Since your golden members have the right of first refusal, then my diamond members should be even better, right? The shop became extremely quiet when everyone saw the shining card. They all knew that the minimum net spend to become a diamond member in Times Square was at least 10 million. It was said that there were only a few diamond members in the whole of Shanghai. Who would have thought that they would run into one today? Let's take the dress, Lin Yi said. Such good-looking clothes have to be worn by good-looking people. Some people are too unattractive, and they give off the aura of a city countryside mongrel. It would be a waste of money for them to take these clothes. Ji Qingyan was a little embarrassed since there were so many people here at this moment. The salesgirl looked at the middle-aged man. Sir, I'm really sorry. This gentleman has a diamond membership, so I can't sell this evening dress to you guys. Yes, we won't buy it. The two of them were extremely embarrassed. They thought that they would be able to do whatever they wanted here with a gold membership, but they didn't expect to meet a tough guy. It was a slap to their face. Soon, the salesgirl packed up Ji Qingyan's evening dress. Because he was a diamond member, he even ended up getting a 30% discount. It was a good deal. "Lin Yi, it's all thanks to you today," Ji Qingyan said. "It's nothing. I didn't want to take it out at first, but he was a little too cocky." Ji Qingyan looked at Lin Yi with a smile and whispered, "Since you stood up for me, I'll fulfill my promise tonight and let you feast your eyes. Then I'll have to trouble you to fulfill your promise." After buying the dress, the two of them went to a suit store. While there, Ji Qingyan said, "Let's go check out a suit. I'll be paying today. You're buying clothes for me and also want to give me a visual feast later." "I'm a little embarrassed." "Tisk, let's go check out the clothes first." Ji Qingyan said, "Don't forget, you still have a mission at hand. You have to act well in the play tomorrow." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." After a while, the two went to a niche men's clothing store called W&Y. Not only did Ji Qingyan choose a suit for Lin Yi there, she also bought a pair of leather shoes, a shirt, and a tie. When Lin Yi came out of the fitting room, Ji Qingyan's eyes lit up, and she was stunned. How did this guy grow up so much? He looked like a completely different person in a suit. The female staff at the side was even more dazzled as she almost jumped onto Lin Yi. "He's practically a walking mannequin. He can even make a debut like this. He's so handsome, the heavens won't tolerate him." Lin Yi looked at himself in the mirror. From what he remembered, this was his first time wearing a suit and it felt pretty good. However, at that moment, Lin Yi saw Ji Qingyan squatting by his feet, helping him tidy up his pants. This scene made Lin Yi feel quite strange. "How do you feel?" After tidying up her pants, Ji Qingyan asked, "I think it's pretty good." "Since you said it's pretty, then I can't go wrong with it. Let's take it." "Okay." Ji Qingyan handed her bank card over. "Use my card." Lin Yi changed his clothes and carried his bags to the food court in Times Square. He ate something and then prepared to go home. In the parking lot, they found a large group of people taking photos of his car. "This car is too cool. There are probably only a few in all of Huaxia. And it's a local car from Zhonghai. Only young Master Qin and young Master Wang have the ability to buy it." "Hee hee, stop taking photos. I know the owner of this Pagani," a man wearing shorts and a tattoo on his arm said. His words immediately attracted the envious gazes of many young women. Since he knew the person driving the Pagani, he had to be someone special too. "Handsome, can we chat on WeChat?" a long-haired girl said. "No problem." At the same time, a few bold girls came up to ask for his WeChat. The tattooed man didn't reject anyone. He added all of them as his heart bloomed with joy. This was so King exciting. He bragged about this, and so many girls wanted to add him on WeChat. He had to eat more kidneys for the next month to make up for this scam. Cough cough cough. "Bro, I don't think I know you." The tattooed man looked at Lin Yi and asked, "Who are you?" "Do I know you? Didn't you say you know the owner? This Pagani is mine." The tattooed man was stunned. You are the owner?" Lin Yi pressed the key in his pocket and the xenon headlights of the Pagani lit up. The gull-wing door opened and the crowd cried out in surprise. Find updates on n/v/elben.co/m. It really was the owner of the car. Slap. A second later, the long-haired girl slapped the tattooed man in the face. Liar! Slap! Slap. Slap. Another series of slaps rang out. The girls who had added the tattooed man's WeChat all slapped him across the face, making his face look like a pig's head. Serves you right, Ji Qingyan said quietly after getting into the car. Lin Yi smiled. They were all women, and Ji Qingyan hated scumbags to the core. This time, Ji Qingyan did not place the order because she did not know where to set the destination to. If she set the destination for her own home, the swimsuit she just bought would be useless. If she set the destination for Lin Yi's Jiuzhou Pavilion, it would make it seem like she really wanted to go. Therefore, Ji Qingyan simply held her phone and decided not to place the order. Lin Yi could just take her anywhere he wanted. Lin Yi did not think too much about it either as he dragged Ji Qingyan back to the Jiuzhou Pavilion. Inside the pavilion, all the lights were lit up, as if it was daytime. Lin Yi changed into his swimming trunks when they reached the edge of the pool. He was going to go swimming for a while. However, Lin Yi's swimming skills weren't very good. He learned it in physical education classes during his university days, and he only knew how to do the basics. Seeing Lin Yi beside her, Ji Qingyan couldn't help but look at him. This guy's figure was too good, right? Abdominal muscles, mermaid lines, why were they all on his body? If you want to look, you might as well do it openly. Why are you sneaking around like that? Lin Yi said. I think you're the one enjoying the feast today, not me. Who's looking at you? Ji Qingyan turned her head and snapped. I'll go down first. Help yourself. As he said that, Lin Yi suddenly plunged down, splashing water all over Ji Qingyan's body. Lin Yi, I think you did it on purpose. Ji Qingyan stomped her feet angrily. How did I do it on purpose? Lin Yi was confused. You splashed water all over me. Stop acting. Didn't you already buy a swimsuit? You can just change into it. The clothes will be dry tomorrow and you can still wear it. Ji Qingyan did not say anything because the small incident gave her a way out. Although she had promised Lin Yi that she would keep her promise, it was still a little embarrassing for her to change into a swimsuit right now. Now that her clothes were wet, she had no choice but to change. With that, Ji Qingyan carried her clothes back to Villa Number 1. During this time, Lin Yi was at the edge of the pool. He took his phone and told the people at the property to send over fruits and other snacks to eat later. When she changed into his swimsuit and walked out, Lin Yi could not take his eyes off her. Damn it, I'm going to get a nosebleed. Ji Qingyan's swimsuit was not a one-piece, but it was not a bikini either. Lin Yi noticed that Ji Qingyan's back was even more perfect than he had imagined. Especially her straight thighs, there wasn't a single blemish to be found. It was definitely a perfect figure. Apart from that, there was also a layer of gauze shawl on her body, making her look even more elegant. I've changed into my swimsuit. I've fulfilled my promise. I like people like you who keep their promises. Lin Yi climbed up from the pool as he spoke. Ji Qingyan was about to enter the water, so there was no need for him to swim. Instead, he just sat there and enjoyed the view. Ji Qingyan took off her shawl and touched the water in the pool. It's warm. It's self-heating, Lin Yi said as he sat on the bench. If you want to take a bath, I'll get you the shower gel right now. You're the only one who can come up with the idea of taking a bath in the pool. After testing the temperature, Ji Qingyan got into the pool in a much gentler fashion than Lin Yi. Ji Qingyan's swimming skill was better than Lin Yi had imagined, as she seemed just like a mermaid. Lin Yi sighed as he sat on the bench and looked at her graceful swimming. This was the life. The only thing that was unfortunate was that it would be better if they were at an outdoor beach. At this moment, Lin Yi saw Ji Qingyan's phone. He remembered that he had not completed the previous order. I want to use your phone, Linny said. Ji Qingyan surfaced and combed her hair. Go ahead, the password is 950824. Holding Ji Qingyan's phone, Linny saw that the screensaver was a selfie of her, gesturing a V with her hands. It was a little cute. Linny logged into the Didi app and gave himself a 5-star rating. At this moment, the system notification sounded. System mission completed. Reward, 100,000 experience points. Job completion, 75%. Reward, Wangjiang Dock. Linny almost jumped up when he heard the notification in his head. It gave him a shock. Linny still had some impression of this Wangjiang Dock. It was a state-funded dock, but after recovering the cost, it was sold to a private owner. Now, it was in his hands. Most importantly, Wangjiang Dock was not far from Jiuzhou Court. There was a beach in the middle of it, and it was only a few minutes' drive away. Linny checked the details of the dock with his phone. He found out that Wangjiang Dock had quite a background. When the Wangjiang Dock was built, the government wanted to turn it into the largest cruise ship terminal in Huaxia to stimulate the tourism industry in Zhonghai. Wangjiang Dock did not disappoint. When it was built, it became China's largest cruise ship terminal. It covered an area of 180,000 square meters and had 120 berths. However, 5 years had passed since it was built, and it had now become the second largest cruise ship terminal in China. Even so, it could not erase its status in the hearts of tourists. The system was really generous. It actually sent such a big gift, so Linny had to go check it out tomorrow. However, Linny was more concerned about the 75% completion rate. According to this number, he was not far from unlocking the next class. Linny thought about it. According to the current rate, it was not a big challenge to unlock the next class in a week. Even so, Linny had already made up his mind. He still had to work toward 100% completion. That represented the ultimate reward. He could not give it up unless it was absolutely necessary. Just as Linny was thinking about these things, Ji Qingyan swam to the edge of the pool and walked up while holding the handrail. Linny was a gentleman. He handed a towel over and wiped the water off Ji Qingyan's body. I haven't swum in a long time. I've only swum a few laps and I'm already out of breath. Our pool is free for you to use. You can come here more often in the future. Linny said with a smile. That's more like it. After wiping the water off their bodies, the two returned to Villa number 1 together. Ji Qingyan did not mention anything about going home. It was obvious that she was planning to stay here. What happened to your blanket? Upon returning to the second floor, Ji Qingyan was a little surprised to see the blanket in Linny's bedroom. The blanket was very old, and there were a few patches on it. Using something like that did not fit Linny's identity at all. I brought the blanket and pillow from the orphanage back then. I'm used to it, so I didn't want to throw it away. Linny said. You're an orphan? Linny shrugged nonchalantly. I heard from Mother Wang that I was sent to the orphanage when I was born. I've been in the orphanage for so many years. I'm sorry for bringing up your sad past. Don't be so sensitive. I'm not sad at all. Linny said. Mother Wang treats me like her own son, and I have a lot of friends in the orphanage. I don't lack love, and my values are normal. It's different from the orphans on TV. Get the L-test VLS at .o/v/e/l/by.co. All right then, as long as you're not angry. Ji Qingyan was wrapped in a towel, holding her clothes in her hands. I'm going to bed. Good night, don't sleep in late tomorrow. You still have to take me to work. No problem. Lin Yi made an okay gesture. When it comes to a fat sheep like you, I can't wait to take you to work every day. After washing up, Lin Yi went back to rest. He found a friend request on WeChat with a verification message below. Hello, I'm Wenhui Song. Wenhui Song? Lin Yi mumbled, why does that sound so familiar? A few seconds later, Lin Yi remembered who this person was. Was it not the blind date that Mother Wang had tried to introduce to him? He did not think too much about it and approved the friend verification. Hello. Wenhui sent him a message on her own accord. Hello. Lin Yi replied. I'm off tomorrow. When will you be free? My family wants to meet you too. Wenhui said. Any time is convenient. Lin Yi replied. He had to give face, otherwise it would be hard for Mother Wang to explain herself later. Shall we meet at Tianyue Tea House at 9 in the morning? Wenhui asked. Tianyue Tea House? Is that the Tianyue Tea House on Wenxing Road? Wenhui asked. Yes, that's right. Okay. Lin Yi rubbed his chin after they agreed on the time and place. Tianyue Tea House was not cheap at all. A simple pot of tea cost hundreds of yuan, yet they really dared to set such a meeting place. The next morning, both of them woke up at the same time. After washing up, Ji Qingyan got into Lin Yi's car. Since they had a clear destination, Ji Qingyan placed the order after getting into the car. She was not as hesitant as she was the night before. Lin Yi had just gotten into the car when he heard Ji Qingyan say, "Oh right, I bought some pajamas and mailed them to you. Remember to pick them up later." "I don't think that's a good idea," Lin Yi said. "You bought me a suit yesterday, and pajamas today. You're making me feel bad." Ji Qingyan covered her mouth as she chuckled. "You're so petty. I bought it for myself so I have something to wear at your place. I don't want to wear yours anymore. It's not comfortable at all." Okay, I was just overthinking it." Ji Qingyan got out of the car, but did not forget to remind Lin Yi. "I won't message you anymore since I'm going to work. Pick me up at 3 in the afternoon. It's Grandpa's birthday today, so I can't be late." "Okay, I'll see you then." Lin Yi looked at his watch as Ji Qingyan left. It was already 8:30. If he went to the dock now, he would not have time to go on the blind date. Ring, ring, ring. Lin Yi's phone rang. Wang. I heard that you two have an appointment?" "Yeah, we're on our way." "That's good then." Wang Suiping lowered her voice. "I've asked around for you. This girl looks pretty good and she has a good job. Don't waste the opportunity, I still need to drink your wedding wine." "I got it," Lin Yi said with a smile. "I'll secretly prepare 20,000 yuan for you. If it really works out, I'll give you this 20,000 yuan for your wedding." Suiping sighed. "It's not much money, but Mom can only give you this much." "What are you talking about? I'm already working to earn money, how can I still take your money?" Lin Yi knew the situation in the orphanage. It was all thanks to the help of society that they were able to survive until today. They were already living beyond their means. If they were to give him another 20,000 yuan, it would be like adding salt to their wounds. These are the rules. If you guys really end up together, I have to show something. All right, let's not talk about this. I'll go back to see you in a few days. All right, bring me back some good news. No problem. After hanging up, Lin Yi took a deep breath, wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes, and headed towards Tianhua Tea House. Find PT Tez on n/vln.cm. Ring, ring, ring. Just as he hung up, his phone rang again. Am I a busy person now? Looks like I need to prepare another phone to learn some time management, otherwise I'll never have enough time. Hello. Lin Yi said as he picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Lin. Last night, you bought our Wangjiang dock. I'm the manager of the dock, by Songjiang. I'll be there in a while. You should still be at the dock, right? Yes, I'm calling because of this. If it's inconvenient for you to come here, we can go and report to you. No need, I'll go myself. Lin Yi looked at his watch. But I have something else to do, so I'll see you in 2 hours. Okay, we'll wait for you here. Okay. After hanging up, Lin Yi drove for a while and arrived at Tianhua Tea House. Tianhua Tea House was quite famous in Zhonghai, and people with a bit of status liked to come here to drink tea and discuss business. Hello, sir, how may I help you? A waiter wearing a cheongsam smiled as he saw Lin Yi come in. I'm here to look for someone called Song Wenhui. She must have reserved a table here. Are you Mr. Lin Yi? Yes, I am. Miss Song already told me that you can go straight to the 3rd floor. Okay, thank you for your hard work. The 3rd floor of the tea house was empty, probably because of the day. There was only one table with people sitting at it. Meanwhile, there were 5 people sitting at the long table. It seemed that there were quite a number of them. Lin Yi could vaguely tell that the person sitting in the middle should be Song Wenhui. He did not know who the rest of them were. Yo, it's Lin Yi, right? The middle-aged woman sitting next to Song Wenhui said when she saw Lin Yi coming up. It's me. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Wenhui's mother, Yin Wan. This is my son and Wenhui's younger brother, Song Wenwu. The rest are Wenhui's aunt, Yin Chui, and second aunt, Yin Hua. Lin Yi nodded to greet them. It seemed that men didn't have much status in the Song family. Lin Yi, I've heard about your situation from Chui Ping. I heard that you work in a real estate company. In that case, wouldn't it be cheaper to buy a house from you? Wenhui's mother was straightforward. It would be cheaper, but I don't work there anymore, Lin Yi said. Is it because the pay isn't good anymore? Yin Wan and the others were happy to hear that. After all, they made a lot of money. It's not due to a job change, it's due to the company's decision. Lin Yi said. Their faces changed. This was not a good sign. What are you doing now? You can't be unemployed, right? She asked. That's not the case. I usually run Didi, and I'm earning barely enough to make a living, Lin Yi said with a smile. The Song family's faces did not look too good. Yin Wan muttered to herself, what's going on with Chui Ping? She said he was working at a real estate company, and now he driving for Didi? She's lying. Mom, calm down first, Song Wenhui said in a low voice. His job isn't very decent, but he's pretty good looking, and there's news about the relocation of the orphanage's land. Let's talk about it first. All right, I'll give him another chance for the sake of the next generation, Yin Wan said. Judging from the current situation, if it was not for Lin Yi's outstanding looks, they would have probably have left. Let's talk about it then, Yin Wan said with a fake smile. Yeah. You should know our Wenhui's situation. She's very decent to be working in a bank, and there are a lot of guys chasing after her. You're pretty good looking, but that's not enough to sustain a living. Wenhui said with a smile. Auntie is right. Lin Yi said with a smile. How I just make it clear to you. I'm hoping that you can buy a 3-bedroom apartment in Zhonghai with a floor area of at least 100 square meters in cash. In cash? Lin Yi felt like had misheard wrong. Were these people dreaming? Looking at the current prices of houses in Zhonghai, the cheapest one near the outer ring cost around 50,000 yuan per square meter. The land was around 100 square meters, while the build-up was around 150 square meters. The full amount was around 7.5 million yuan. Including other procedures, such a place would cost around 8 million yuan. It would be difficult for young people to pay for it in cash. If you don't pay in full, you'll have to pay the mortgage in the future. How much pressure will you be under? When we get old, you'll have to pay for our medicine and treatment. If you use our salary to pay the mortgage, who'll support us in the future? Yin Wan changed her position and continued. And 100 square meters is just my minimum requirement. You two have one room, your child one room, and I'll have one room with his father. If you look at it this way, we aren't asking for much. Wenhui saw that Lin Yi didn't agree to it directly, so she spoke up. My parents have raised me for so many years. It should be normal for me to bring them to live with me, right? If you really like me, then such a thing shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Lin Yi almost laughed out loud, but held it in. Is there anything else you want? Don't worry, I'll tell you if there is. Yin Wan said with a smile. We're just a normal family. We're done talking about the house, so we won't make things too difficult for you. The betrothal gift is $888,000 for luck. Lin Yi said. Isn't that a little too much? Lin Yi asked. Is that too much? Yin Wan said in shock. Wenhui's colleague paid 1.66 million for the betrothal gift a few days ago, and we only asked for 888,000. That's not a lot. No, I mean, according to the rules here in Zhonghai, the betrothal gift will be returned to the person who gave it. I'm afraid you'll feel pressured. Lin Yi said. Huh? What kind of custom is that? Yin Wan said. We don't have such a rule. The bride price is given to the family. Read latest chapters at n/velbi.co/m. Bride price is given to the family? Lin Yi was stunned. What kind of idiotic rule was that? Yeah, it's the money given to the family. We've raised our daughter for more than 20 years. It shouldn't be a problem to give us some money as compensation, right? Isn't that the same as selling your daughter? Lin Yi said with a smile. So you're saying that if I spend money and marry her, I can treat her like a nanny or a fertility machine? Lin Yi asked. What are you talking about? Yin Wan slapped the table. Our Wenhui married you to enjoy life. It's already good enough that she can go to work. Do you still want her to also do housework? All right, go on. What else do you want? Lin Yi said. The only thing left is the car. In this aspect, our requirements aren't very high. Yin Wan said. Buy a BMW 5 Series, Mercedes-Benz E-Class or Audi A6. As long as it's more than $500,000, you can decide what brand you want to buy. Wait, I have to emphasize this. Wenwu said. If you want to buy these 3 types of cars, you have to import them. You can't drive the domestic ones at all. They're rubbish. Lin Yi nodded with a smile as he looked at Wenhui. What do you think? Wenhui asked. I think, with my conditions, that's not too high, right? I have a colleague who just graduated from a college. She's living in a villa now and drives a car worth more than $1 million. My conditions are better than hers. It shouldn't be too much to ask for these things, right? That's right. Our shall we's conditions are right here. It's definitely not too extreme to make such a small request, agreed Song Wenhui's aunt. I also have a request. When we get married, the hotel must be a 5-star hotel. When all our relatives and friends come, the quality mustn't be too low, added Song Wenhui's second aunt. Yes, yes, yes. This is very important. I forgot to mention it just now, the other aunt added. According to your request, this whole set will cost at least 10 million. You all know my situation. Do you think I can take out this amount of money? Do you think I'm printing money in Shanghai? Lin Yi asked. Lin Yi's fingers tapped on the table and said calmly. Do you want a spaceship? I'll get one for you too. What are you talking about? Yin Wan said. I know you just graduated, so you probably won't be able to afford it, but you can ask your family for it. Young people nowadays don't get married without relying on their family. My parents are dead, so how can I ask my family for help? Do you want me to rob a tomb? We're not talking about your biological parents. I heard that the orphanage is moving and the land will be sold, so that's where the money will come from. Yin Wan said with a smile. Lin Yi's face turned ugly. Everything they said before was just for fun, and he did not take it to heart. However, he did not expect these people to have their eyes on the orphanage. No wonder they were in such a hurry to set up a blind date with him. After a long time, the orphanage was moving. Lin Yi, I have a small request. Song Wenhui said. What request? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. I hope that after we have a child, the child will have the same surname as me. Wenhui said. Say that again? Lin Yi asked. Wenhui doesn't mean anything by it. You're an orphan anyway. If you have a child, you'll have the same surname as the Song family. Although Wenhui is a woman, she still has to carry on the family name, don't you think so? Yin Wan said. What's the matter? Is your son impotent or a transvestite? Can't he complete the mission of carrying on the family line? What the hell are you talking about? Do you believe? Lin Yi picked up the teacup on the table and splashed the tea directly on Song Wenwu's face. Believe what? Do you really think I have a good temper? Song Wenwu was screaming from the heat, and Lin Yi slowly stood up. I came here today to deal with you guys, so that we can have a good time together. But you guys are planning to rob my mother's orphanage. All of you are adults now, so don't you have any shame? You want to buy a house and a car? Are you worthy of it? Lin Yi turned around and left after saying those words. It was not worth wasting so much time with a bunch of idiots. Meanwhile, the Song family couldn't be bothered with Lin Yi anymore, their attention was on Song Wenwu. Son, you're fine. I'll send you to the hospital now. No need, it's just a cup of tea. Song Wenwu exclaimed fiercely, F***ck, how dare you throw tea at me? I won't forgive him. He's gone, how are you going to chase him? Song Wenwu walked to the windowsill and saw the scene outside the tea house. We won't be able to catch up. Song Wenwu picked up the flower pot. I'll F***king smash him to death when he comes out. At that moment, Lin Yi walked out of the tea house with his car keys. Song Wenwu immediately threw the flower pot at Lin Yi. However, he purposely changed the angle when he threw it. He was not afraid of injuring Lin Yi, but he would be finished if he really died. Lin Yi had barely walked out of the tea house when he saw the flower pot falling from the sky. Bang! The flower pot broke into pieces. Fortunately, Lin Yi reacted quickly and took a step back, otherwise, he would have been injured. What the hell is going on? Lin Yi frowned. Although the flower pot didn't hit him, the pieces flew out and hit his car. Before Lin Yi could figure out what was going on, he heard Song Wenwu scolding from the third floor. F***ck, you dodged fast. Be careful when you go out in the future. Don't let anything fall on you and kill you. Lin Yi smiled and said lightly, do you know that the consequences of doing such a thing are very serious? So what if it's serious? I'll hit you with a flower pot again. Song Wenwu scolded. How dare a stinky guy throw tea at me? He's tired of living. But I drive a good car. Don't think I don't know that your car is a shabby sherry. You, driving that luxury car? Are you trying to King bluff me? Lin Yi did not say anything as he pressed the car keys in his pocket. The Pagani's gullwing door immediately opened like an eagle's wings, as if it was about to soar. The flower pot didn't hit me, but the pieces that flew out and hit my car. Can you tell me how you are going to pay for it? Pagani? Song Wenwu and his family were dumbfounded when they heard what Lin Yi said. They poked their heads out and found that there was really a Pagani parked below. Is this car yours? That's right, Lin Yi said. The original price of this car is 28 million. It needs to be repainted. Including the labor and material costs, it'll be about 2 million. Will you pay in check or cash? Alipay or WeChat? She was dumbfounded. The Song family was dumbfounded. Was he not a Didi driver and an orphan? How could he afford such an expensive car? All right, don't just stand there. Go down and take a look. Wen Hui said anxiously. She regretted it so much. If she knew that Lin Yi was so rich, she would not have made so many requests. As long as she was with him, all these things would be hers. Yes, 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 go down and take a look. Song Wenwu was dumbfounded as he ran out with his family. There was a large crowd outside the tea house. The sports car had been scratched. This was a massive bill he would have to foot. At that moment, the Song family knew that it was not an illusion. That sports car was really Lin Yi's. There was also a flower pot fragment underneath. The scratch on the door was not big, but it was undoubtedly damaged. N/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m. Lin Yi, is this really your car? Song Wenhui asked nervously. If it's not mine, is it yours? Think about how to compensate me for the damage. I didn't ask you for much, Lin Yi said. This guy's pretty nice. It's a Pagani Zonda, after all. It needs to be patched up with foreign paint, and he even needs to send a professional engineer to repair it. It'd be pretty good if he could get all done for only 2 million. Supercars sure are different. If it was a domestic car, it'd be done for 100 bucks. Can't help it. That's the value of supercars. The Song family was petrified when they heard the discussion. Even if they were to sell their kidneys together, they would not be able to raise so much money. Lin Yi, calm down first. My brother was impulsive. Wen Hui said. We thought about it just now and decided not to ask for so many things. I think you're a good person. I don't care about material things. Although you were fired, I'm willing to fight with you. You're thinking too much. Lin Yi got back in the car. Go back and get the money. If you can't get 2 million within a week, you'll have to wait for the court summons. Lin Yi drove off as he spoke. The Song family looked at Lin Yi's taillights and wanted to cry. They wanted to die. They had missed out on such a rich man for nothing. What a sin! After leaving the tea house, Linny looked at the time and realized that it was only 10 o'clock. Thus, he decided to go to Wangjiang Dock. He had to collect the reward from the system first. As for the car, he could just send it to Zhou Haitao when he had time. There should be a professional repainting team in the racing field, so it should not be a problem. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yi's phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Mother Wang. Son, call me back when you're done. Lin Yi called back with his phone. Mother Wang, were you looking for me? How's the blind date going? Any progress? It didn't go well. Lin Yi smiled. But that friend of yours doesn't have a good character. Quickly block her WeChat and contact details, or she'll get you involved when she's struck by lightning. Lin Yi could tolerate a lot of things since could not let Mother Wang lose face. However, those people actually had their eyes on the orphanage. Lin Yi could not tolerate this. What's wrong? Calm down. Why are you still so angry? It's nothing. I just don't think she has a good character. Just do as I say. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll keep an eye out for good girls when I meet them. You don't have to worry about my marriage. I'm an adult now, I can handle it myself. Lin Yi said with a smile. Then hurry up. You're one of the first kids I sent out. Go out and make a name for yourself. Yes, sir. All right, I have to go help with the cooking. You should go too. Yeah, I'll be back to see you in a few days. Tell me in advance before you come back. I'll make you some good food. Okay. Lin Yi was in a great mood after hanging up the phone. It was the greatest happiness in life to have someone who cared about him no matter where he went. Lin Yi then drove to the Wangjiang dock. Rows of yachts were docked at the pier. There were many tourists who rented boats on the shore, and there were even girls wearing bikinis. The waves, white waves, and bikinis formed another scene of Wangjiang dock. There were many cars parked at the parking lot of the dock, and there was no lack of luxury cars around. There were even 3 Lamborghinis there. Thinking about it carefully, this was understandable. An ordinary boss did not have the ability to come here to rent a yacht and play. These were all rich people's games. Because it was a weekend, there were twice as many people visiting as usual. Lin Yi was forced to wait for a few minutes before he found a parking space. Even so, Lin Yi was not in a hurry to find Bai Songjiang after getting out of the car. The place was his property now, so he decided to take a look at the facilities first. Handsome, can you add me on WeChat? We're going to a barbecue party later, do you want to come? As Lin Yi was strolling around, he saw a girl in a bikini standing in front of him. She was wearing a white chiffon dress, making the bikini faintly visible. No. Her looks were at most 60 points, and Lin Yi did not think much of her. What are you trying to show off for? I don't even want to add you. The woman in the bikini said disdainfully as she turned around and left. Lin Yi was speechless. Not adding you on WeChat was already considered showing off? Lin Yi shook his head and continued to wander around the dock. He soon found some problems. He had to mention these things to the dock management when he met them later. Manager Miao, when we went out to sea just now, we broke the seat of the boat. The person who spoke was a tall girl. She was wearing a coat and a black swimsuit underneath. She spoke in a delicate and sweet manner, giving off a numbing feeling. In front of her stood a slightly plump man in a suit. He looked a little like the manager of the dock. The man's name was Miao Changyu. He was the manager of the operations department of Wangjiang Dock. If I remember correctly, you rented yacht number 6, right? Miao Changyu said. Yes, yes. At that time, you were the one who signed the rental procedures for us. This is not easy to handle. Miao Changyu said with difficulty. The seats of yacht number 6 are all real leather, and they were newly bought. Now that they are broken, it will be difficult for me to report this. Manager Miao, please help me think of a way to resolve this. I didn't do it on purpose. The tall woman grabbed Miao Changyu's arm and said coquettishly. Okay. I won't make you accompany me, so let's forget about this matter. Miao Changyu patted the girl's butt and said with a smile, but you must be careful next time. Thank you, brother Miao. Let's add each other on WeChat and keep in touch in the future. Sure. After adding each other on WeChat, Miao Changyu patted the girl's butt again. If you have any problems in the Wangjiang Dock area in the future, come to me. I'll help you settle it. Got it, brother Miao. They broke something in the dock, but you just let her go? Lin Yi asked. The two people who were about to leave had ugly expressions on their faces when they saw Lin Yi. What does that have to do with you? The tall woman said disdainfully as she wrapped herself in her towel. I'm not talking to you. Miao Changyu was the one in charge of this. Bro, I'm the operating manager of Wangjiang Dock. Whether they pay or not has nothing to do with you, right? So you still know your responsibilities? Lin Yi said. If she doesn't pay, then you should pay for it yourself. F*CK, this is so F*King interesting. Miao Changyu cursed. This is our internal affair, what does it have to do with you? Aren't you meddling too much in own business? Just then, another woman walked over. It was the person who asked for Lin Yi's WeChat. Jejia, what's wrong? I met a psychopath. I already talked to Brother Miao, but he jumped out and asked me to pay for it. Do you think he's crazy? The bikini girl's expression immediately turned to disgust. Because they went out to sea together just now, she was also responsible for this. Are you crazy? What, do you think you can meddle in other people's business just because you're handsome? Lin Yi shrugged and looked at Miao Changyu. I'm too lazy to argue with them, but if Won't can't handle this properly, then you have to think about the consequences. F*CK, I won't make them F*King pay. What kind of person are you? Who do you think you are? Then just wait and see. Lin Yi didn't waste any more words and walked towards the office building of the Wangjiang Dock. When Lin Yi arrived at the office building, he found that it was clean and tidy. Even the tiles under his feet could be used as a mirror. The source of this content n/o/v/l by n. Sir, do you have any business here? I'm Lin Yi. I'm looking for your manager, Bai Songjiang. Lin Yi? The female receptionist was obviously stunned. Are you Boss Lin who just bought our Wangjiang Dock? Yes. Lin Yi smiled. Hello, Boss Lin. The female receptionist bowed deeply to Lin Yi, feeling a little dizzy. She thought that the new boss would be a fat middle-aged man and was even afraid that he would have feelings for her, so she deliberately wore pants today. If she knew that he was so handsome, she would have worn black silk and a short skirt. Let's go. Take me to Bai Songjiang. Okay, President Lin, please follow me. Manager Bai is waiting for you in the conference room. Under the guidance of the female receptionist, the two of them went to the conference room on the 3rd floor. The two of them soon arrived at the conference room. When they saw Lin Yi come in, Bai Songjiang immediately went up to greet him. Hello, President Lin. We have been waiting for you for a long time. The system had sent a photo of Lin Yi to Bai Songjiang when they purchased the Wangjiang dock, so he recognized him at a glance. I was delayed by something. It's okay, Bai Songjiang said. We just rushed over. Lin Yi nodded. Then let's cut the small talk and get down to business. Okay, President Lin, this way please. Bai Songjiang ushered Lin Yi to the main seat. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the executives one by one as he said lightly. I don't think everyone is here yet. Lin Yi didn't know how many managers there were, but he did not see the person who had quarreled with him earlier. Boss Lin, please wait a moment. We are only short of the operations manager. There are too many people present today, and he's busy with work, so he's a little late. Lin Yi leaned against the back of the chair and held his head with one hand. There's no rush. We will have a meeting when everyone is here. I'll ask someone to hurry him up again. After that, Bai Songjiang looked at the female secretary beside him. Little Lu, go and hurry him again. Ask Manager Miao to come over quickly. Got it. Upon seeing that Lin Yi's expression was not very pleasant, everyone in the meeting room was silent. This was the typical example of a newly appointed official burning the candle at both ends. Within a few minutes, they heard footsteps and faint sounds of conversation coming from outside. Manager Miao, why are you so late? Director Lin is already here. You're the only one left, the female secretary said. Don't mention it. I met a retard on the way and wasted a lot of time. Otherwise, I would have come earlier. Let's go over quickly. Okay. The conference room door was pushed open and Miao Changyu and the female secretary entered one after another. Manager Miao, you're so ostentatious. Miao Changyu looked up and instantly felt his legs go weak. You're Director Lin. Why, do you recognize me now? Miao Changyu's face was ashen, as if he had lost his bones. If he had not been holding on to the wall, he would not have been able to stand properly. Director Lin, I'm willing to pay a fine for what I did just now. Please give me another chance. I've given you a chance, but you don't cherish it. You can't blame anyone else. Leave your work permit and leave. Director Lin, please, if I lose my job. I don't want to hear any other explanations, Lin Yi said in a low voice. Manager Bai, tell security to kick him out. Got it, Boss Lin. None of the executives present understood what was going on. However, Boss Lin had fired Miao Changyu as soon as he took over the position, and he extended him any leeway. This was not a good sign. Miao Changyu was kicked out, and the meeting room quieted down. The executives were all nervously waiting for Lin Yi's next instructions. I just checked around the dock and found that some of the equipment is old. I'm going to modify the dock soon, and I hope you can come up with a plan as soon as possible in the near future. Lin, among all the docks in Huaxia, our Wangjiang dock is ranked second. All the equipment is pretty good. There's no need to upgrade it. Bai Songjiang was very honest. He meant that they had enough equipment and there was no need to spend any money right now. I understand what you mean, but you just said that our Wangjiang dock is ranked second in Huaxia. Lin Yi paused. Are you willing to submit to others? The executives were all excited at this. Bai Songjiang replied. President Lin, are you going to turn Wangjiang Pier into the largest pier in Huaxia? Lin Yi shook his head. No. Then what do you mean? The executives were all confused. What did President Lin mean? They couldn't figure out his intention at all. I want to turn Wangjiang Pier into the largest yacht pier in the world, and it has to be of a unique grade, so that others won't even have the chance to catch up. Lin Yi's words were like thunder, shocking the executives at Wangjiang Dock. After learning that the dock was going to be acquired, they thought that the new boss would be a middle-aged tycoon. However, they were seeing a totally different type of person. No one thought that the new boss would be so ambitious. Even so, they did not know that this was just a part of Lin Yi's grand plan. This was just the beginning. I'll say two things now, Lin Yi said. First, come up with an upgrade plan as soon as possible. If you have the confidence, design it yourself. If you don't, contact a professional design company. You don't have to consider the budget. You have to turn Wangjiang Dock into a world-class cruise ship wharf. Got it. Boss Lin, the executives said excitedly. Second, the basic-level employees at the pier will get a 20% raise, and all the executives will get a 10% raise. Don't think it's unfair. Without the efforts of the basic-level brothers and sisters, none of you would be safe. Got it, Boss Lin. I've said what I need to say. You can handle the rest yourself. If there are any problems, you can report directly to me. Understood, Lin. Lin Yi walked out of the meeting room after giving his orders. He already had 3 properties under his management: Peninsula Hotel, Shanghai International Racing Track, and Wangjiang Dock. As for the 9 Regions Pavilion, that was his place of residence, so he did not count it. Compared to Peninsula Hotel and the racing track, Wangjiang Dock was definitely the most impressive. Hence, his priority was still to upgrade Wangjiang Dock. Even though it was a huge project that cost a lot of money, the 3 industries under his name all had money coming in, so it was not a problem for him to complete the upgrade for the time being. Apart from that, he still held 20% of the shares of Didi Company, which was a huge amount of money, and more than enough to support the current development. At least, that was the plan. After sorting out his thoughts, Lin Yi walked to the parking lot and prepared to leave. However, he noticed that there were many people taking photos in front of his car. Lin Yi frowned slightly when he saw those people taking photos. He realized that the 2 women who were confronting him earlier were also among them. Are you done taking photos? The 2 women who were taking selfies saw that it was Lin Yi who was talking, and their faces instantly turned ugly. It's you again. Why are you always haunting us? Aren't you being annoying? Haunting you? Lin Yi was speechless. This is a public place. Where I am has nothing to do with you, right? Then what does it have to do with you that we are taking selfies here? The girl named Jejia said. Is this your car that you are taking selfies with here? How do you know it's not our car? The girl called Jejia said, you have a problem with us taking selfies with our own car? Isn't that too much? The girl who had asked for Lin Yi's WeChat was a little nervous when she heard this. She whispered, Jejia, isn't that a little over the top? This isn't our car. What's there to be afraid of? The owner isn't here anyway, and they don't know whose car it is. You're right. Lin Yi almost laughed out loud. You're saying this is your car? The girl named Jejia put her hands on her waist and said disdainfully. That's right, open your eyes and take a good look. This car is called Pagani Zonda, a sports car worth tens of millions. I don't think a poor guy like you has ever touched the steering wheel of such a car in your entire life. Is this man insane? They're taking pictures of their own car, and he's coming here to pick a fight? Has he been hurt by a woman before? Does he want to fight pretty women whenever he sees them? It's a psychological illness. I think he's a rich person hater. He might be a classic example of a keyboard warrior on the internet. What a pity. He's so handsome, but he's a cynic. Check out LTSTVL on novl/bin.cm. The girl named Jejia put her hands on her waist as she looked at Linny with disdain. Hee, what else do you want to say? I advise you to leave quickly. Don't embarrass yourself here. I feel like this car doesn't belong to you. Linny said. There are all kinds of birds in this big forest. The girl named Jejia crossed her arms in front of her chest. If it's not my car, does it belong to you? That car is mine. Linny took out the car keys from his pocket and pressed it. The car door opened, giving the two ladies a fright. In an instant, everyone shut up. I'm really sorry for delaying your photo-taking session here. Haha, exciting, a large-scale face-smacking scene. That is too F***ing embarrassing. These plastic surgery girls are too good at bragging. I'm so embarrassed that I'm getting cancer. The two girls were so embarrassed that they wanted to find a hole to hide in. They wanted to give him a blow to regain some pride, but in the end, they were the ones who lost face. The two lifted up their veils and covered their faces as they left the crowd awkwardly. They did not have the gall to stay any longer. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Linny got into his car and prepared to continue taking orders. Ring, ring, ring. At this moment, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was a message from Wang Tianlong. What is it? Boss Lin, it's like this. Someone just sent a painting to me and asked me to pass it to you. All right, I got it. I'll head over now. System mission, 205-star reviews, reward 200,000 experience points, 11/20. Linny did some calculations when he saw the mission. With another 200,000 experience points, his class completion rate would reach 85% and he would be one step closer to starting a new class. However, Linny was not in a hurry to accept the order. He was still some distance away from completing the mission, and it was not too late to pick it up at a later time. After all, it was not easy to get a 5-star rating. He first went to the Peninsula Hotel, picked up the gift, and ate lunch at the same time. After he drove back to the Peninsula Hotel, he found Wang Tianlong checking on the hotel's fire safety. He was doing it himself, and he was being very responsible about it. Director Lin, I'll go get the painting for you now. Lin Yi nodded. Just send it to the second floor. I'll go get something to eat while I'm there. Okay. Lin Yi ordered something on the second floor of the hotel, ready to finish his lunch. It did not take long for Tianlong to jog over with a 1-meter-long brocade box. Director Lin, the painting is here. Open it and let me take a look. Okay. Tianlong called someone over to open the brocade box. Lin Yi could not understand what was so good about the painting, but it was Zhang Daqian's original work. He could not hurt the man's pride since it was given to him as a gift. Okay, put it away. Just then, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was Ji Qingyan. Where are you? I'm eating. What's wrong? Do you remember that I bought a blue chiffon shawl? Yes, why? I think I left it at your place. Ji Qingyan said. Come and pick me up. We'll go after we get the shawl. All right, I have to go back and change too. Wait for me in the parking lot in 30 minutes time. Lin Yi said. Okay. Lin Yi hung up the phone and put the painting back in his car, ready to pick up Qingyan. Within half an hour, Lin Yi arrived at the parking lot of Chaoyang Group. Just then, Ji Qingyan walked out of the elevator as well, and the two drove back to Zhozhou Pavilion. Hurry up and change, we'll be leaving soon, Ji Qingyan said. Linny took out his suit when he reached the fitting room. Just as he was about to put it on, he heard the sound of running water in the bathroom. She even needs to take a shower? Is this woman a germaphobe? Linny did not worry about it anymore, as he changed into his suit and shirt and prepared to leave. It was 20 minutes later when Ji Qingyan came out of the shower. Her voluptuous figure was wrapped in a white towel, and there was steam rising from her shoulders. She was a stunningly beautiful woman. You're really built like a clothes hanger. This is the first time I've seen someone wearing a suit like this. You're also the first person I've seen wearing a towel like this. Rascal, you only know how to take advantage of me. Ji Qingyan walked over. Wait a moment, I'll help you tidy up. As she spoke, Ji Qingyan walked to Linny and squatted down to help him tidy up his pants. Not bad, not bad. Ji Qingyan stood up and continued to dry her hair. Give me a moment, I'll be done soon. Okay. Linny nodded. By the way, where is your grandfather's birthday party? It's at East Lake Villa, on the Outer Ring. You should know about it, right? I know, I drove by it once before. Although it was a villa, due to its geographical location, the price of the East Lake Villa was not too expensive. It was not even as expensive as Ji Qingyan's Cloudwater Villa. The only advantage was that it had a good view and its own courtyard. It was more suitable for people of old age to retire and stay there. Ji Qingyan went back to her room to change her clothes while Linny waited for her downstairs. At this time, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was an unknown number. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yi? A gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me. Mr. Lin, I'm the owner of Patek Philippe Times Square. The 175th anniversary watch you ordered from us 3 days ago has arrived in the shop. I'm going to send it over. Is it convenient for you to receive it now? I'm going out soon. You can send it to the property in Jiuzhou Pavilion. Mr. Lin, because the goods are so expensive, we have to personally hand it over to you, so. Then get someone to send it to the East Lake Villa. Got it, Mr. Lin. After hanging up, Linny continued fiddling with his phone to kill time. 10 minutes later, Ji Qingyan walked down the stairs after into her changing blue evening dress. There was a diamond necklace on her neck, accentuating her cool temperament. However, her mountain peaks were even more dazzling than the diamond necklace. Sensing Lin Yi's aggressive gaze, Ji Qingyan lifted her shawl to block his view. Stop looking and help me fasten the zipper. I was wondering why you looked like you were about to jump out of your dress. You didn't fasten the zipper. News tirais at n/vel/b/i/n.co. Couldn't you look somewhere else? You just had to look there. It's mainly because it's too prominent. I didn't want to look there either. You only know how to smooth talk, ladies. Linny walked over with a smile and helped Ji Qingyan zip up the back of her dress. He soon found that the two mountains were completely wrapped inside. That's right. Just hide it. Linny said with satisfaction. You mean that only you can see it and no one else can? Is that what you mean? Ji Qingyan said, pinching her waist. Smart, that's exactly what I mean. You're too beautiful. Let's go, don't flatter yourself. After a while, the two of them drove toward East Lake Villa. Because it was located east of the Outer Ring, the price of a house in East Lake Villa could not be considered expensive anymore. To be able to buy a house here was not considered a luxury. At this moment, the courtyard of East Lake Villa was gradually filled with many guests. There were the connections that the Ji family had accumulated over the years, as well as many of the younger generation members of the family. At this moment, all of them had rushed over to congratulate the Ji family's old master on his birthday. In the courtyard, the most eye-catching person was the old man who was dressed in a red tang suit as he stood at the entrance to the villa. Although he was leaning on a walking stick, he looked rather healthy. The old man's name was Ji Yongqing, and he was the star of the banquet today. "Grandpa, I wish you the best of luck every year. I pray that the more you live, the younger you'll become." The woman who spoke was dressed in a white gown, and she was pouring tea for Ji Yongqing with a cup in her hand. Lin Yi had seen the woman pouring tea for Ji Yongqing before. It was young Tianqin, who had given him a bad review the day before. Apart from that, there was a middle-aged couple and a young man beside her. The middle-aged couple's names were Feng and Anrong. They were Tianqin's parents. The remaining young man was around 30 years old. He wore a black suit and looked very talented. The man's name was Jinping. He was Tianqin's boyfriend. "It's just a birthday, and you all came back just for it." Especially Jinping, he came all the way back from Yanjing. "That was too hard," Yongqing said with a smile. "Grandpa, Jinping's business in Yanjing has already stabilized. I heard from him that he wants to work hard and take over the market in Zhonghai now," young Tianqin said proudly. "Oh, that's amazing," Ji Yongqing said. "Yanjing and Zhonghai are the richest cities in China. If you can take over both of these markets, it will be amazing." "Thank you for your praise, Grandpa." Young Feng and Ji Anrong stood on the side, seemingly quite satisfied with their future son-in-law. Fu Xingping could be considered a young genius in all of China, much less Zhonghai. "Old Ji, your grandson-in-law is amazing," an old man with half-white hair walked over and said. "His car is the most valuable one among the people who came here today, and he is also a good-looking person. He will definitely have a bright future. If I encounter trouble one day, you have to help me. Grandpa Lu, you are too polite. Because of your friendship with my grandfather, if you really ever encounter a problem, just say the word and we will definitely help," replied Yang Tianqin. "Then I will thank you in advance. Look at old Ji. He really has a good granddaughter. She really knows how to bring him honor," another old man remarked. "I don't have such luck in my life." Faced with the praise from everyone, young Tianqin smiled. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction arose within her. Seeing that everyone's attention was on their own daughter and son-in-law, young Feng and Ji Anrong also felt proud. They smiled at Ji Antai and asked, "Antai, why is Qin Yan still not here? What time is it?" Ji Anrong said, "I just made a call. She's on her way. She'll be here soon," Ji Antai said. "I heard that Qin Yan has a boyfriend. He'll be coming this time, right?" "Yes, they drove here together." "Does Qin Yan have a boyfriend? Why didn't she tell me? What does she do at home?" Ji Yongqing asked. "They've only known each other for a short while. I'm not too sure about the details, but his conditions should be good. Moreover, he's a good-looking person, so she should very compatible with Qin Yan," Ji Antai said proudly. "As long as they're compatible, it's fine," Ji Yongqing said with a smile. "Now that both of them are settled, I won't have to keep thinking about them anymore." Ji Anrong and the others did not mind. No matter how good her boyfriend was, he would not be able to match up to Jinping. At this moment, young Tianqin tugged at Fu Xingping's sleeve and said in a low voice, "When my cousin and her boyfriend come here later, you have to behave well and not embarrass me. Ever since I was young, I've never been able to outshine her in anything. Whether or not I can overshadow her today is up to you." "Tianqin, why didn't you say so earlier? I have a friend who bought a new Bentley worth more than 6 million yuan. If I had known earlier, I would have driven his car here, Fu Xingping said with a smile. It doesn't matter. That Lamborghini of yours is not bad either. No matter what, it's still worth more than 4 million yuan. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, everyone heard a series of rumbling sounds, which attracted their gaze. They were shocked to discover that there was a silver supercar parked at the entrance. My God, this car seems to be the Pagani Zonda. It sells for more than 20 million in China. Which big shot is it? He actually drove such a luxurious car here. The Ji family were only considered a medium-sized family in Zhonghai. Because of this, the guests were all surprised to see a top-class luxury car like the Pagani Zonda here. Only the top-class hedonists in Zhonghai could drive such a car. They did not expect the Ji family to have such connections. It was truly amazing. The gullwing door soon opened, and Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan got out of the car one after another. The guests were all surprised to see Ji Qingyan. Isn't that the young lady of the Ji family? Isn't she too beautiful? She's like a fairy in the sky. So, this car belongs to the boyfriend of the young lady of the Ji family. That's too much. With the young lady of the Ji family's looks and talent, it's only natural for her to have such a boyfriend. Everyone's attention was on Ji Qingyan. The young couple's faces were not looking too good at this moment. They were smiling just a moment ago, but their expressions soon turned stone cold. Tianxin's expression was even more conflicted as she kept looking at Lin Yi. Both his face and the car he was driving looked familiar, as if she'd seen him somewhere before. Tianxin suddenly remembered that he'd taken a taxi yesterday, and the driver was the same person. Ha ha. Tianxin's expression turned delighted at the thought. She had actually found a boyfriend who drove a Didi. Ji Qingyan, you're really something, aren't you? After getting out of the car, Ji Qingyan walked in with Lin Yi. Grandpa, we're late, Ji Qingyan said embarrassedly. It's okay. I'm just happy that you guys could drop your work and come over. Ji Yongqing's gaze then fell on Lin Yi. Granddaughter, this is the first boyfriend you've brought home. Introduce him to Grandpa. This. Ji Qingyan did not know how to start. She had never asked about Lin Yi before. He only said that he was a Didi driver, but it was not appropriate to say that at a time like this. Haha, Qingyan, don't you know what to say? Tianxin asked with a smile. If you don't know how to introduce him, I can help you. Lin Yi was surprised to see Tianxin. Was this not the passenger he had picked up the day before? Moreover, she even gave him a bad review. Lin Yi? Qingyan paused. You know Lin Yi? Not really, I've only met him once. Tianxin crossed her arms in front of her chest. Grandpa, let me tell you, this guy is a Didi driver, not some rich guy. What? He's a Didi driver? It wasn't just Ji Yongqing everyone was surprised. How could Ji Qingyan have a Didi driver boyfriend with her looks and knowledge? That's right. Tianxin said with a smile. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. I didn't drive yesterday, so I hired his car when I went shopping. Guess what? He told me it was his and tried to seduce me. I can't believe this is happening. Ji Yongqing's face turned ugly. It did not matter what Lin Yi was doing, but he dared to lie to his granddaughter. This could not be tolerated. What nonsense are you going on about? Ji Qingyan said. This car belongs to Lin Yi. So what if he drives Didi to experience life? Qingyan, you've been in society for so many years, but aren't you being a little too naive? Tianxin said sarcastically. Didn't you think it through? Which one of those young masters in Zhonghai isn't a model? Which one of them would come out to drive for Didi? It sounds like a novel plot. If you really think that Lin Yi is a Didi driver, then how do you explain this car? Tianxin spread her hands. If you really want an explanation, then let your cousin-in-law tell you. Him? Your cousin-in-law is Didi's general agent in Yanjing. He'll explain everything to you. Lin Yi was a little surprised. He did not expect this man to be Didi's agent. I follow US stories at nvl/by/n.com. If that was the case, he should be his subordinate. Under everyone's gaze, Fu Jinping stood up. Since last month, Didi's headquarters have launched luxury car business, ranging from millions to tens of millions of luxury cars. It's to expand into the high-end market. Mr. Lin should be a driver in the luxury car business. Fu Jinping pushed up his glasses and continued. I just didn't expect him to use his position to seduce female passengers. I'll inform the headquarters to investigate this matter. So that's what happened. After learning Lin Yi's identity, everyone present looked at him with disdain. Swindlers nowadays are too rampant. How could they do such a thing? I didn't think that even the young lady of the Ji family would be fooled. It's all thanks to Miss Young and her boyfriend. Otherwise, we would have been fooled too. Ji Ontai was embarrassed. Daughter, what's going on? Dad, let me explain. Lin Yi is definitely not a scammer. Tianxin smiled. Qingyan, don't explain. If there's no evidence, why would I lie? If you really don't believe me, just look at her phone. There should be her registration information in the app. So what if I drive for Didi? Is that against the law? Lin Yi asked. Of course not. Tianxin said. But it's wrong for you to come out and lie to people. And you, Qingyan, you graduated from a famous school and have a lot of experience in society. How could you let a chauffeur lie to you? TSK, this is the face of the Ji family. I've already explained that Lin Yi isn't a liar. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. All right, Qingyan, stop talking. Ji Yongqing said. Hurry up and make him leave. I don't want to see him again. Ji Yongqing was a very open-minded person. He was not too particular about the social status, but he could not stand his granddaughter being deceived. Creak. At this moment, the sound of brakes could be heard. Everyone saw a black Volkswagen sedan parked at the entrance of the villa. A man and a woman alighted from the car. They were both wearing suits, but they did not look very high-end. Instead, they looked like they were in work uniforms. Who is this? Dressed in such rags to attend the birthday banquet? The man and woman didn't care about the others pointing at them. They simply asked politely. May I ask if Mr. Lin Yi is here? I'm here. Lin Yi recognized the woman who spoke. She seemed to be the owner of Patek Philippe. Although he couldn't remember her face clearly, he still had some impression of her. Upon seeing Lin Yi in the crowd, the female member picked up the small box in her hand and walked over quickly. Mr. Lin, let me introduce myself again. I'm the manager of the Patek Philippe Times Square store. This is the 175th anniversary wristwatch you recently bought. Please sign for it. Okay. Lin Yi took the pen and signed his name on the document. After signing, the female store manager opened the password-locked box in her hand. There was a very exquisite gift box inside. When the gift box was opened, a shining wristwatch was displayed in front of everyone. It's really 175th anniversary edition Patek Philippe's. Upon seeing the diamond inlaid on the wristwatch, everyone was rendered speechless. Get the latest CHDers on n/velbin.com. As far as I know, the price of this wristwatch is as high as 17.5 million. How could it appear here? Fu Xingping exclaimed in shock. Sir, it's like this. 3 days ago, Mr. Lin spent 17.5 million to buy this 175th anniversary piece wristwatch. Because this wristwatch has always been stored in the headquarters, it was only given to Mr. Lin today. He actually spent 17.5 million to buy a watch. Yang Tianxin's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Could it be that she had really misunderstood him? Could it be that he really came out to experience life as a rich second generation? At the same time, the other people present also reacted. There might really have been a misunderstanding here. Since the store manager personally came to deliver the goods, there naturally would not be any mistakes. There was no doubt that he was the one who bought the watch. Spending 17.5 million on a watch was even more extravagant than spending 20 million on cars. Therefore, the Pagani Zonda at the door should not belong to Didi's, but Lin Yi. All right, that's all for you guys. You can go back now. Lin Yi waved his hand. All right, we won't bother you anymore. The two of them then left and drove away. Ji Qingyan took a deep breath. She was used to Lin Yi's rich behavior since he was able to buy 9 villas in the Jiuzhou Pavilion in one go. Holding the watch in the box, Lin Yi put it on his hand. The weight was not too heavy, but it was quite comfortable. Old Ji, your granddaughter is amazing. She found such a good son-in-law. Your Ji family will be on a higher level in Zhonghai in the future. I knew it. With Miss Ji's ability, why would she find a mediocre man to be her boyfriend? I didn't expect him to be such a well-hidden person. The rise of the Ji family is just around the corner. Ji Qingyan felt a little embarrassed when she heard the compliments from others. There was a trace of joy in her heart. Then thank you for your kind words. Ji Yongqing agreed and looked at Tianxin. Tianxin, you guys seem to have made a mistake. Lin Yi can afford a watch worth more than 10 million yuan. He should be able to afford this car. Please apologize to him. Grandpa, what's there to apologize for? Tianxin said. It's just a misunderstanding. Tianxin is right. Anrong stepped forward. This Lin Yi is rich, but he doesn't care about you at all. I don't think he actually cares too much inside, and he might even dump her in a few days' time. What do you mean? Qingyan snapped bluntly. You can't eat any grapes, so you're claiming my grapes are sour? Even though they were pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend, Qingyan did not allow others to talk about Lin Yi like that. Qingyan, don't you see that? Anrong said. I thought this watch was a gift for Grandpa, but I didn't expect it to be worn by himself. He came to the birthday banquet and didn't even prepare a gift. It's obvious that he doesn't care about you. My mom is right, Yang Tianxin said. Look at our Xingping. He started to prepare a congratulatory gift for Grandpa 1 month in advance, unlike you guys who don't take Grandpa seriously at all. Xingping, I think it's about time. Take out the congratulatory gift you prepared, Yang Feng said with a smile. Got it, father-in-law. Fu Xingping returned to the car, took out the gift he prepared, and showed it to everyone. This is the bronze coins from the Pre-Qing dynasty. I've collected a whole set. Mr. Lu's eyesight is really good. He recognized this thing at a glance. Fu Xingping said, I know that Grandpa likes these things, so I spent more than a month to collect them. The emperor didn't let down those who had good intentions, and he finally let me collect them. Otherwise, this gift would have been incomplete. Then you are really thoughtful, the old man surnamed Lu said. This set of pre-Qing copper coins is rarely circulated in the world. In all of China, there might not be more than 50 complete sets. According to my estimation, the value of this set of copper coins is at least 2 million. In a few years' time, it will definitely rise in value. Qin Yan, did you see that? This is a gift prepared with great care, said young Tianxin. So what if you found a rich boyfriend? He doesn't take you seriously and isn't willing to spend a penny on you. It's simply a waste. Exactly. If you find a man, you have to find someone who is good to you. Otherwise, what's the use of going out and having a good time every day? Remarked Ji Anrong. Mother-in-law, Tianxin, it's not a big deal even if he bought a Zonda and a watch worth more than $10 million. With my net worth, I will be able to afford these things if I work hard, Fu Jinping said. Who said Lin Yi didn't prepare a gift? After saying that, Ji Qingyan took out a small box from her bag. Then she opened it to reveal a jade ring inside. Grandpa, this is a gift Lin Yi prepared for you. He put a lot of thought into it. Lin Yi smiled when he saw the antique jade ring. Ji Qingyan was quite a nice girl. She actually said that she prepared her gift for him so that he would not lose face. How thoughtful of her. Qingyan, your boyfriend drove a luxury car worth more than 20 million yuan with a watch worth more than 10 million yuan, yet he gave you such a cheap item? Tianxin said. Who said it was a cheap item? Lin Yi spent a lot of effort to get it. Haha, let's ask old Mr. Liu if it's a cheap item. He's an expert in this area. The old man who spoke earlier walked over. The quality of this ring is not bad. It's indeed a good item, but in terms of collection value, it can't be compared to the pre-Qing copper coins. The market price of this is around $500,000. It also will not appreciate as much as that set of coins. It's only worth around $500,000, Tianxin said in a weird tone. Qingyan, I'm so sad for you. You're only worth $500,000 in his eyes. Sigh. What do you mean by only worth $500,000? Qingyan asked. Gifts are given with sincerity. It took Lin Yi a long time to get this jade ring, and it's enough to show his sincerity. It's only worth $500,000. Even if you put your heart into it, it won't be worth much in Grandpa's collection, Tianxin replied. It's not about the money. All right. Lin Yi patted Qingyan on the shoulder. This was your gift to begin with. You don't have to cover for me. Lin Yi. Qingyan was anxious. Why was he telling the truth? Haha, Qingyan, why are you doing this? Your boyfriend doesn't seem to appreciate your kindness, Tianxin said. Lin Yi's just too busy. Why can't I prepare a gift for him? Tianxin asked. Tianxin shrugged, of course you can. What I'm trying to say is that he doesn't care about you at all. Be careful not to get toyed with. I saw a lot of people on the internet, and they were all knocked up by second-generation rich kids, so they had to raise the children on their own. I was worried that you'd go down the wrong path, and that's why I reminded you. You. Lin Yi put his arm around Qingyan's waist and smiled. Why are you arguing so much? There's no need for that. Besides, I prepared a gift. I didn't come empty-handed. You prepared a gift? Ji Qingyan was surprised. She knew everything about Lin Yi's life these past few days. He picked her up from work during the day, and for the next 2 nights, she stayed at his house. He did not prepare any gifts during that time. I came to congratulate old Mr. Ji. It would be rude not to bring a gift. But. There's no buts, Lin Yi said. Wait for me here. I left the present in the car. I'll bring it over right now. Lin Yi returned to the car and took out the painting of the peach garden before handing it over to Ji Yongqing. Old Mr. Ji, this is the present I prepared for you. I hope you like it. Ji Yongqing took the gift from Lin Yi and opened it curiously. As the scroll was opened, Ji Yongqing's dazed eyes widened. It's Zhang Daqian's peach garden. What? It's the peach garden. Old man Lu rushed over and was shocked when he saw it. It really is Zhang Daqian's peach garden. As far as I know, the price of this painting is at least 200 million yuan. Mr. Lin is giving out such a generous gift. Upon learning the price of the peach garden painting, Ji Qingyan's beautiful eyes widened. Lin Yi actually gave such an expensive thing. They were just a fake couple. Mr. Lu, are you sure you saw correctly? Is this painting really worth 200 million? I don't see anything special about it, it feels very ordinary. This is Mr. Zhang Daqian's original painting. The meaning behind it is naturally not something that ordinary people can see, the old man answered. Furthermore, that 200 million I gave is already a very conservative estimate. If I were to take it to the auction house, it is very likely that it will be sold for a high price of 300 million. The value of the piece is immeasurable. Upon hearing such an explanation, the people who came to celebrate the birthday were secretly amazed. Where on earth did the eldest daughter of the Ji family find such a boyfriend? He casually gave out 200 million as a congratulatory gift. This was too extravagant. Yang Tianxin's face alternated between red and white. She had started to prepare more than a month in advance for the birthday banquet. It was all so that he could surpass Ji Qingyan at this time. Now, it was all ruined by this damn man. Hee, old Mr. Lu, I know that you are an aficionado of the antique world, but this time, I'm afraid you have made a mistake, Fu Xingping said with a smile. Made a mistake? The old man surnamed Lu said, how did I make a mistake? There are some things that you may not know. In truth, 2 years ago, this painting was bought by our Didi CEO, Mr. Qing Shuang, for 180 million yuan. When I went to his house as a guest, CEO Qing personally said that this is his most precious treasure. Someone once offered him 230 million yuan, but he didn't sell it. But now, this painting ended up appearing here. I don't think I need to say anything else. Fu Xingping had already made it clear, so there was something wrong with his brain if Mr. Lu still did not understand what he was saying. LL news tirais at n0v/lbi/.cm. It was obvious that this was a fake. Ha ha. Young Tianxin laughed out loud. Qingyan, as the eldest granddaughter of the Ji family, we all thought that your boyfriend would be able to give out some shocking gifts. However, we did not expect that he would actually use a fake to fool us. This is really making us laugh our heads off. Qingyan, it's not that Auntie is criticizing you, but isn't your boyfriend a little too horrible? How could you use a fake painting to deceive your grandfather during such an important occasion? The Ji family's face has been completely humiliated by you. Ji Antai's brows furrowed tightly. It was indeed disgraceful for such a thing to happen at his father's birthday banquet. After a long silence, Ji Qingyan spoke up. No matter what, I believe that Lin Yi wouldn't lie about a fake painting. He's not that kind of person. Lin Yi smiled. This little Missy Ji Qingyan was quite loyal and had always been on his side. She was really not that bad. Qingyan, your brother-in-law has made things clear. Don't you believe him? Tianxin asked. I think you have been drugged by him. Fu Xingping stood up and said with a smile. Qingyan, I have seen this painting at CEO Cheng's house. I can swear on my heart and assure you that this painting is definitely fake, because the real one has always been at CEO Chang's house. Fu Jinping was the person in charge of Didi in Yanjing, and now, he had to integrate its business in Zhonghai. Presumably, he also had some say in Didi's head office. Therefore, it was unlikely that his words were false. Moreover, it was such a grand occasion, so it was even more unlikely that he would lie. Sigh. The old man surnamed Lu shook his head. I was wrong about this. I have been in the antique world for so many years, but I couldn't even tell that it was a fake painting. I'm so ashamed. Mr. Lu, people make mistakes. It's normal for everyone to make mistakes sometimes. Mr. Fu is right, someone echoed. Who would have thought that he would be so bold as to lie about a fake painting on such an occasion? If Mr. Fu hadn't seen through his trick, we would all have been fooled. Sigh, he managed to win Miss G's heart, but he can't even bear to give her a gift. What kind of person is he? All right, everyone, let's not talk too much, Fu Jinping commented. Mr. Lu, according to the rules of the antique world, if we find a fake, what should we do? When we encounter a fake, we usually destroy it on the spot. Then I'll do a good deed today and destroy this forgery. It'll teach him a lesson. Are you sure you want to do this? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Of course, don't think you're so great just because you have a few stinking dollars. Fu Jinping walked up and took the peach garden from Ji Yongqing's hand. With a hiss, he tore it up on the spot. Haha, this is so satisfying. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, a smile on his face. This is going to be fun. It's ruined. Qing Yin's face turned ugly. No matter what, this was a gift Lin Yi had prepared for her grandfather. No matter what the problem was, it was up to her grandfather to decide how to deal with it. It was not up to him to do anything. Qing Yan, this is the rule of the antique world. If you come across a fake one like this, you have to destroy it on the spot, Fu Jinping said. Ah. Ji Yongqing sighed secretly. Although the painting was fake, it looked pretty good. He could take it out and look at it normally. Now that the painting was destroyed, it was too late to say anything. Don't be angry. Let me handle this. Ji Qingyan paused and turned to look at Lin Yi. She suddenly felt like she was being protected. Handle this? Fu Jinping shrugged. It's just a fake painting that I tore up. I'm following the rules. Old Man Lu walked out and said, Mr. Lin, you're not in the right. Just let it go so you don't lose face. This is none of your business. That cold sentence scared Old Man Lu so much that he didn't dare to say anything more. Are you the person in charge of Didi's operations in Yanjing? Lin Yi asked lightly. That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's nothing, Lin Yi said. I just wanted to tell you that your operating license has been revoked. Huh? Lin Yi's words stunned everyone. Especially Fu Jinping, who started laughing as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Lin Yi, are you trying to make me laugh? Fu Jinping asked. You think you can talk nonsense just because you have some money? I own 20% of Didi's shares. Do you think I have the right to say that? Everyone was shocked. What did you say? You own 20% of Didi's shares? Fu Jinping exclaimed. That's right. Ha ha. Fu Jinping laughed again. I think you're trying to make me laugh. There's a limit to what you can say. Lin Yi, what are you talking about? Ji Qingyan pulled Lin Yi aside. Don't mess around. This isn't the time for jokes. You can't scare Fu Jinping. Lin Yi smiled and whispered into Ji Qingyan's ear. If I really own 20% of the shares, will you let me feast my eyes at night? Ji Qingyan's face turned red and she said indiscernibly. You're going to die. Why are you saying that? Lin Yi laughed and looked at Fu Jinping and the others. I know you guys don't believe me, but you can call Qin Shuang and tell him that I'm Lin Yi. He'll give you an answer. Fu Jinping wasn't sure what to say anymore. He took out his phone suspiciously and dialed Qin Shuang's number. A few seconds later, the call was answered. Director Cheng, I'm Fu Jinping, Didi's operator in Yanjing. I know, say what you have to say quickly. I'm in a meeting. Director Cheng, don't worry, I just want to ask, do you know someone named Lin Yi? What did you say? Lin Yi? That's right, he's right beside me. Qin Shuang raised her voice, I order you to treat Director Lin well. He's the second largest shareholder in our company. If you don't treat him well, I'll immediately revoke your operating license. He's really Didi's shareholder? Fu Jinping was dumbfounded as his legs went soft. Of course. Director Lin holds 21% of our company's shares. If you don't treat him well, Director Lin will have the right to revoke your license as an agent without my permission. But this man said that he only holds 20% of the shares. Could it be that I have just met someone with the same name? That's because I gave Director Lin Zhang Daqian's famous painting, The Picture of the Peach Blossom. Director Lin didn't want to take advantage of me, so he transferred 1% of the shares to me. That's why he owns 20% of the shares now. Bang! Fu Jinping's phone fell to the ground. His head was buzzing, and he felt like the sky was falling. Ji Qingyan looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. How powerful was this man in front of her? He was so young, and he was an orphan. How could he buy so many of Didi's shares? After all, this did not only require money, but also means and the ability to mediate the deal. Normal people did not have that ability to do such a thing. Now, as Didi's second largest shareholder, I announce that your operating rights have been revoked. Lin Yi put his hands in his pockets and said condescendingly. Of course, there might be a breach of contract fee involved. I'll inform Didi's legal department to handle this matter. Lin Yi, don't go too far. Tianxin couldn't hold it in any longer and yelled, there's no need to completely kill them. You're Qingyan's boyfriend, after all. Don't you care about family at all? Anrong exclaimed. If Qingyan asked, I'd agree to anything, but you guys can't go around making requests, Lin Yi said. Now, after we're done talking about Fu Jinping, let's talk about the rest. What else do you have to say after you stripped Jinping of his operating license? Tianxin roared. Her parents' company was already in dire straits. Fu Jinping was her biggest source of income. If he collapsed, she would be in a very difficult position. If she could, Tianxin wished that Lin Yi would die on the spot. Just now, he tore up the painting that I gave to old Mr. Ji in front of so many people. Shouldn't he compensate me? Hiss. The crowd remembered Fu Jinping tearing up the painting. Didi's CEO had clearly stated that he gave his painting to Lin Yi. This meant that the painting he gave to Ji Yongqing was authentic. Judging from the current market, he would have to fork out at least 200 million in compensation. No, don't. Fu Jinping's face was pale, and he was so scared that he peed his pants. I didn't do it on purpose. Director Lin, please give me a chance. If I knew that the painting was real, I would never have torn it up. What's the point of saying all this now? Can you not be sentenced if you say you're sorry after killing someone? Fu Xinping grabbed young Tianxin's hand tightly. Tianxin, you have to help me. Otherwise, I'm really finished. Get lost. Young Tianxin shook Fu Xinping off and said coldly. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. You go your way and I'll go mine. You want me to help you pay off your debt? Dream on. Fu Xinping hugged Tianxin's legs tightly. Tianxin, don't leave me. I was so good to you before. You can't abandon me now. Tui. Stay away from me. Don't dirty my dress. You can't be so heartless. You said you'd be with me forever. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Yi coughed lightly. Men have gold under their knees. If you're a man, get up. It's not worth it for a woman like this. Lin Yi, what do you mean? Tianxin said angrily. If it wasn't for him, Fu Xinping would not be in this situation today, and she would still be able to live the life of a rich lady. But now, it was all over. Hee hee, don't be angry. The show has only just begun. Lin Yi tightened his grip on Qingyan's waist and said in a low voice. Tell your family to bring all the guests to the side. I have something else to tell your family. Okay. Qingyan nodded, not understanding what he meant. Got it. Soon, all the guests were taken to the side. Only the Ji family was left in the courtyard. Vist and Velben, CM for new updates. Grandson-in-law, what are you trying to say? Why are you being so mysterious? Ji Yongqing asked. It's about your granddaughter, Tianxin Yang. Tianxin looked at Lin Yi suspiciously. Stop playing tricks. If you have something to say it quickly. Don't worry, Lin Yi said. You took my car to the Peninsula Hotel yesterday, right? Tianxin's expression changed slightly. My friend and I were going to play cards there. Isn't that allowed? Is it against the law? Then you're really something. You actually invited 2 black guys to play cards with you, Lin Yi said with a smile. Is fighting landlords also popular in Africa? Tianxin was in a complete daze. She had never dreamt that Lin Yi would find out about this. You're talking nonsense. Tianxin's body was shaking, and she could not even speak properly. Am I talking nonsense? If I'm really talking nonsense, why are you so nervous? Lin Yi said with a smile. We've already reached this point. Were Tianxin and the 2 black men fighting the landlord, or did they do something unspeakable? I'm sure you've already made up your mind, so I won't say anything more. Everyone's eyes fell on Tianxin. Ji Yongqing was especially angry, his body trembling. Bastard, how could our Ji family produce such a shameless thing like you? Grandpa, listen to me. It's not what you think. Don't listen to his nonsense. Tianxin kneeled in front of Ji Yongqing and cried. Nonsense? Do you think Lin Yi is so free to make up lies? Ji Yongqing snorted, if he really framed you, show me the evidence. If he's really talking nonsense, I'll kick him out. Old Mr. Ji, I have a few videos on my phone. I'll send them to Qingyan's phone later, and the truth will come out, Lin Yi said lightly. The rest is your family's matters. I can't get involved, so I'll leave first. Qingyan was very curious. The hotel's user information was very confidential, so how did Lin Yi get it? Was he not too resourceful? Grandpa, I admit that I went to the hotel with my 2 black friends, but we really didn't do anything. We were just discussing business. Just now you said you were playing cards with your best friend, and now you're talking about business with a black person. Do you really think I'm old and stupid? Ji Yongqing snorted. And Tai, help me to go back. Got it, Dad. Grandpa, you have to believe me, CHCK for US Tirais on no/v/l/bin, C0m. Slap. Before Tianxin could finish her sentence, Fu Jinping stood up and slapped her in the face. Tianxin, I've been so good to you. I'd buy you anything you wanted. How dare you cheat on me? I'll King kill you. Fu Jinping, you son of a bitch. How dare you hit me? Tianxin cursed. If your stuff didn't work, I wouldn't have found another man. The two of them started fighting, but Lin Yi was not in the mood to pay attention to these common sense things. Thus, he turned around and walked out. Ji Qingyan walked behind him. She could not just leave after what happened to the Ji family. However, Lin Yi was leaving, and she had to see him off. Lin Yi, thank you, Ji Qingyan said softly as she stood beside the car. For what? You asked me to take the guests to the side just now for the sake of the Ji family's image. Otherwise, the Ji family's reputation would be damaged. What's there to thank? Lin Yi said indifferently. You, on the other hand, should not interact with them in the future. You don't want to get infected. Don't worry, I won't do that. Ji Qingyan said. I still have to thank you. You were forced to come with the gift for my grandfather, and you spent so much money on it. You don't have to worry about that. Just make a few more orders and take care of my business. Lin Yi got into the car, and Ji Qingyan waved him off as she watched him leave. Seeing Lin Yi's taillights disappear before her eyes, Ji Qingyan was a little confused. Normally, a man would ask her to do a few more squats or something to feast her eyes on. However, he was just asking her to make a few more orders. Ba 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 ba. What were you thinking, Ji Qingyan? Shameless. Lin Yi opened the app and prepared to accept the orders after leaving East Lake Villa. The mission was now at November 20th. He just needed to get a few more 5-star reviews and he would be able to get the proficiency points. He had a lot of acquaintances around him who often took taxis. He just needed to spend more time and get 9 more 5-star reviews and he would be able to complete the mission. However, the mission the system gave him was to experience life. Lin Yi did not really want to take advantage of his acquaintances. He treated them like insurance cards, such that if he could not complete the mission in time, he could just ask them for another order. You have a new order. Please pay attention to it. Lin Yi grabbed another order from the platform when he saw the mission given out. He was very satisfied with the Buddhist order. He looked at the location and saw that it was nearby Huai, so quickly he drove over. At that moment, a girl with a backpack and a suitcase walked out from the Huai district. She had a ponytail and a round face, looking very cute. The girl's name was Tao Yuan, and she was a student at China University of Finance and Economics. She was just about to call a car back to school. Yuan, Yuan. Tao Yuan, who was walking towards the door, turned her head instinctively when she heard someone calling her name. She saw a boy wearing a black casual suit running towards her. Ma Rui, why are you here? Tao Yuan said in surprise when she saw the person running towards her, but she wasn't very happy. I heard from Xiao Jing that you're going back to school today, so I've been waiting at your door preparing to pick you up. After saying that, Ma Rui prepared to grab Tao Yuan's suitcase. No need. I've already called for a car, so I won't take your car. Both of them were students from the University of Finance and Economics, and they were both majoring in the same subject. Tao Yuan also knew that Ma Rui had been pursuing her. However, a spoiled rich second generation like him had never been her type. She allowed Ma Rui to shamelessly pursue her for more than half a year, but Tao Yuan never gave him a chance. Yuan, my dad bought me a new Audi A6. He just brought it back yesterday, and it hasn't even been taken by an outsider yet. You'll be the first passenger, Ma Rui said, as if showing off. Then I'm not interested. You go first. The car I ordered will be here soon. Yuan, you're the belle of the University of Finance. Taking Didi isn't befitting of your status at all. Take my A6 instead. It's much better than those trash domestic cars. As long as you are driving it, I don't care what kind of car it is, Tao Yuan said. It's different, Ma Rui said. This is an imported A6, not a domestic one. Moreover, it's an Audi. The seats are all made of real leather, so it's very comfortable to sit on it. It definitely can't be compared to a domestic car. Why don't you come with me? Hearing the conversation between the two, the passers-by on the side were also discussing animatedly. This girl is really interesting. She didn't want to sit in a luxury car like the Audi, but she insisted on getting a Didi instead. She really doesn't know how lucky she is. Sigh, if an Audi came to pick me up, I would have gotten straight in. Who's Mrs. Tao with the tail number 4389? As the two were talking, they suddenly heard someone speaking at the door. They looked up and saw a silver supercar. Moreover, the person who was speaking was the driver of the supercar. Tao Yuan was stunned when she heard Lin Yi call her name. How did this person know her name? She walked past the crowd and whispered to Lin Yi. Hello sir, my number ends in 4389. Then get in the car. Huh? Get in the car? Tao Yuan was stunned. Lin Yi nodded. Didn't you call for a Didi? I'm the Didi driver and I'm here to pick you up. Yuan, did you order this car? Ma Rui was confused. Did she not just order a Didi? When did she order a Pagani? What was going on? Tao Yuan was also confused, but she still said. Yes, I ordered it. It should be better than your Audi A6. Yes, it is better than my Audi. The crowd started laughing. This kid was bragging just now, saying that his Audi is better than whatever car she ordered. That's a slap in the face, isn't it? Ma Rui was extremely embarrassed, but he could not refute. The guy's car was enough to buy dozens of A6s. He did not even have the chance to reply. Tao Yuan took her luggage and got into Lin Yi's car, completely ignoring Ma Rui. Looking at Lin Yi up close, Tao Yuan's eyes were full of stars. This guy was really handsome. Little bro, you're already driving a sports car, so why are you still driving for Didi? Tao Yuan asked in a very ladylike manner, completely opposite to her attitude towards Ma Rui. Living on my own, experiencing life. Little bro, you're really good. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Yi didn't have as many thoughts as Tao Yuan did. He'd be grateful if she would just give him a 5-star rating. The University of Finance wasn't too far from Huai, and they arrived at their destination in less than 20 minutes. Tao Yuan held her phone in her hands as she struggled with her thoughts for a while before mustering up her courage. Little bro, can I add you on WeChat? Add you on WeChat? Why? Tao Yuan's face turned slightly red as she said indiscernibly. Do you believe in love at first sight? Love at first sight? Lin Yi pursed his lips. The fare is only 30 yuan or so. You don't have to go that far to play the love card, do you? No, that's not what I meant. Tao Yuan got out of the car shyly and paid the fare of 32 yuan. It didn't take long for Lin Yi to receive Tao Yuan's fare and her 5-star review. He looked at his watch and realized that it was almost 6 o'clock. He was not hungry, so he decided to take a few more orders. Whenever he was hungry, he would call it a day. Over the next hour or so, Lin Yi received 3 orders. All of them were male passengers, but he only received 1 5-star review. Lin Yi, however, was satisfied. The mission had reached 13/20, and he was close to completing it. By then, it was past 7 in the evening, and he felt a little hungry. However, he did not go to the Peninsula Hotel. Instead, he ate something on the side of the road and went home. Buzz. Just as he drove back to the Jojo Pavilion, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Wenhui Song. Lin Yi, I'm going to work tomorrow. Can you come pick me up? Wenhui asked. Lin Yi was a little stunned when he saw the message. Something bad happened during the day, and she was still sending him a WeChat message? Did you get the money? I'll go pick it up tomorrow. Lin Yi said. What money? Wenhui asked. There was an emoji at the back. Your brother scratched my car. It's 2 million yuan for repairs. Lin Yi said. Song Wenhui, Lin Yi, I like funny people like you. Wenwu is your brother-in-law, why would a family joke like that? Lin Yi, who's your family? Are you still living in your dreams? Song Wenhui, I know you're still upset about what happened during the day, but that was just to test you. Now that you've passed our family's test, we're already boyfriend and girlfriend. I have to go to work tomorrow. Come pick me up and take me to work. Lin Yi, wake up, it's not dark yet. All right, stop joking. If you didn't like me, you wouldn't have come to the blind date, right? So from the moment you arrived at the tea house, our relationship was already set. Stop dreaming, 2 million in compensation. If you are even a penny short, you'll have to wait for the court summons. Lin Yi blocked Song Wenhui after replying. Lin Yi shook his head. These low-end gold diggers had no bottom line at all. He went home and took a comfortable shower. Lin Yi watched the live stream for a while, then went to play a few rounds of video games to kill time before closing his phone and lying down. The next morning, when Lin Yi opened his eyes, it was already past 7. There were 2 new WeChat messages on his phone. Xia Xinyu, bro? Are you there? Xia Xinyu, I'm going out today. Can I call you for a car? Seeing Xia Xinyu's message, Lin Yi remembered that it was the female streamer who had accompanied him shopping that day. This kind of business had to be done. A 5-star review was all but his. Lin Yi, what time? Xia Xinyu replied very quickly, almost instantly. Xia Xinyu, we can leave at 9, but do come to our neighborhood half an hour earlier. If it's not convenient, I can come find you. Lin Yi, no need, 8:30, see you then. Xia Xinyu, yes, thank you, bro-y. Lin Yi did not understand. You guys had to pay for the trip, so why were you thanking him? He looked at the time and realized that it was only past 7 o'clock. Lin Yi was not in a hurry, so he got up slowly and washed up. Then, he went to the Peninsula Hotel for breakfast before heading toward the Tianyi house where Xia Xinyu was staying. Lin Yi saw Xia Xinyu waiting at the door a few dozen meters away from the Tianyi house. He noticed that the girl was dressed much more mature than she was a few days ago. She was wearing a cool beige dress with a necklace around her neck. It was the finishing touch. There was also a white packet in her hand. Lin Yi did not know what it was. When she saw Lin Yi's car approaching, Xia Xinyu got into the passenger seat, attracting many envious gazes. Bro, don't worry, I'll order now. Knowing that Lin Yi was here to experience life, Xia Xinyu took the initiative to order after getting into the car. She did not dare to delay. Soon, Xia Xinyu's order was displayed on her phone. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment when he saw the destination. "You're going to the Zhonghai International Racetrack?" Yes. Xia Xinyu nodded. "The authorities have organized an event. They invited 3 streamers to go in for a live outdoor broadcast. I finally got a chance to go in." Lin Yi smiled. The live broadcast was already in his territory. However, Zhou Haitao was still smart. The Red Sea had not yet receded, so it was a good decision for them to have some live broadcasts. "I'm leaving. Sit tight." Okay, read latest chapters at n/velbi.co/m. Xia Xinyu picked up the white bag beside her. Bro, it's too hot. I brought you some fruit in case you're thirsty. Have a taste. You're quite sweet. Lin Yi said. Put it aside for now. I'm driving, so I can't eat it. It's okay, I'll feed you. Xia Xinyu used a small fork to pierce a watermelon and brought it to Lin Yi's mouth. Lin Yi didn't stand on ceremonies and ate it in one bite. So sweet. Hee, as long as bro likes it. Driving a luxury car with a beautiful girl feeding him watermelons. This was the life. They then drove to the Zhonghai International Circuit. After parking the car, the two of them got out of the car together. Oh my god, there are too many luxury cars here. Looking at the rows of supercars in the parking lot, Xia Xinyu felt that her eyes were not big enough. When he first saw the few supercars parked next to them, Lin Yi did not notice anything at first. Only after he took a closer look did he find that they looked familiar. The Lamborghini seemed to be Qin Han's. Was he here to play again? Let's go. It's just a few supercars. Don't make a fuss. Okay. Xia Xinyu smiled with narrowed eyes. Bro, these cars don't seem as valuable as yours, but I've never seen so many cars except at the auto show. Lin Yi shook his head with a smile, not saying anything else. Why should I leave? Unless you call the leader out here. It's the same even if you call out the leader. I'm just informing you in advance so you don't waste your time here. They had not even reached the door when they heard the sound of an argument. Why does that sound familiar? Xia Xinyu muttered. We'll find out when we go in. The two followed the sound. There were more than a dozen people standing there. The ones arguing were a man and a woman. The rest of the people looked like assistants. Why are they arguing? Xinyu asked in surprise. Lin Yi looked up. The girl in the lead was dressed very fashionably. She was wearing black denim shorts, revealing her snow-white thighs. Her looks weren't bad either, around 85 points. The other guy who was arguing was the same. He was wearing a military green jacket, North Carolina Air Jordan 1s, dyed yellow hair, and diamond earrings. He was dressed fashionably. Seeing the two people arguing, Lin Yi found the scene a little familiar. But that was all. Do you know those two? Xia Xinyu nodded. That girl's name is Ren Zixuan. She's one of the top outdoor streamers on Douyu. That guy's name is Sun Rue. He's also a big shot outdoor streamer in Douyu. He normally takes care of me. The reason I'm here today was all because of his application. Lin Yi nodded. No wonder he looked familiar. They were both Douyu streamers. He'd probably seen their live broadcasts before, but he didn't have a deep impression of them. Rui bro, what happened? La test novels on n vel/co. Sun Rui turned around when he heard someone speaking. Sinu's here, Sun Rui greeted. What happened? Why are you fighting? What else could it be? Miss Rin said that today's live broadcast quota has changed from 3 to 1 and she wants to kick us both out. Don't slander me. I didn't say that, the owner of the racetrack said that. If you don't mind wasting time, just wait here. In any case, I don't care. If they don't let you in later, don't say that I didn't warn you, said Ren Zixuan. Why did such a rule come out? Xia Xinyu asked. This event was organized by the racetrack's higher-ups. Even if they changed their minds at the last minute, they should have informed us in advance. How could there be no news of this at all? It was all because Miss Rin got into young Master Qin's good books. In the entire Zhonghai, who would dare not give young Master Qin respect? That's why they made such a move, Sun Rui replied. Anyway, I'm not planning to leave. Before I do leave, I have to get an explanation from the racetrack's owner. Sister Xian, the racetrack is so big. Won't it be good for the three of us to broadcast live together? Xia Xinyu said carefully. Hee, what do you mean by the three of us broadcasting live? Ren Zixuan crossed her arms in front of her chest. With my popularity in the Douyu outdoor category, why should I broadcast with you guys? Do you guys deserve to stand in the same place as me to broadcast live? Why don't you take a look at yourself before suggesting such a thing? At this moment, a girl wearing jeans and holding a few badges walked up to Ren Zixuan. Sister Xian, it's done. We can go in with these badges. Young Master Qin is waiting inside. Xiao Jia, you came at the right time. These two are still waiting to go in. Tell them about the situation here. The girl named Xiao Jia looked at Sun Rui and Xia Xinyu with disdain. Don't even think about going in. The girl named Xiao Jia took out a piece of paper from her pocket and took out a stamp. Look, this is an exclusive live broadcast license. It has nothing to do with the two of you. Go back to where you came from. What right do you have? We agreed that there would be 3 of us, and now you're playing this game. This is too much, Xia Xinyu complained. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being able to do it, Ren Zixuan said proudly. If the two of you had my popularity, I would be the one left behind. It's a pity that there are no ifs in this life. Ren Zixuan, don't think that you're great just because you've latched onto young Master Qin's thigh. Sun Rui snorted coldly. He was well aware that today's live broadcast was going to be ruined. He was just a little angry about it. Before this, his popularity could still compete with Ren Zixuan in the outdoor category. If she got this opportunity, she might become the true top sister of the live broadcast world. If he wanted to compete with her after this, he would not stand a chance. If you have the ability, go and hug her too. Ren Zixuan said, I'm not afraid to tell you that I can come here for a live broadcast because of young Master Qin. With just one sentence, I was able to deal with the senior management of the racetrack such that they let me do an exclusive live broadcast here. You guys could never do something like this. You. Brother Rui, calm down, Xia Xinyu persuaded. It's already come to this. Let's go. She has young Master Qin's support. We can't compete with her. Damn it! Sun Rui scolded, let's go. I'm responsible for this. I'll find a place to treat you and your friends to a meal later. No need, no need. Brother Rui, you've taken care of me. Let me treat you. How can I let you treat me? Let me do it. Are the two of you done? If there's nothing else, please go out and continue talking. Not only am I going to do a live broadcast here today, but I'm also going to interview young Master Qin alone. Don't be an eyesore then, Ren Zixuan said. Xia Xinyu didn't dare to say anything. After all, she was just a small-time streamer and had no right to say anything. Rui bro, let's go. Let's go. Don't bother with her. No need to go, Lin Yi said lightly. We're already here, so let's broadcast here today. Huh? Ren Zixuan looked at Lin Yi. Who are you? You sure have a big mouth, don't you? Don't you know who young Master Qin is? In Zhonghai, the grass on the grave of someone who doesn't show young Master Qin respect is more than 2 meters tall. Then call him over. Let me see how great his reputation is. Sun Rui sucked in a breath of cold air. Xin, Xinyu, isn't your friend a little too bold? That's the famous young Master Qin. This. Xia Xinyu was at a loss for words and did not know how to explain this. Although both of them were rich second-generation kids, the rich second generation were divided into different levels. Young Master Qin was a top-class playboy in Zhonghai. There were very few people who could be compared to him. Get your Avrite Ovals at no/v/e/lbn.com. Even if Brother Yi drove a car worth more than 20 million yuan, he should not be a match for young Master Qin. Yi bro, calm down. Xia Xinyu held Lin Yi's hand. It's just a small matter. There's no need to be angry with them. Let's go. This has nothing to do with you guys. I just want to see how great young Master Qin's reputation is. Ha! Ren Zixuan snorted. There really are all kinds of birds in the forest. Is it young Master Qin who can't carry a knife, or are you rich kids too arrogant? Do you think you can ignore young Master Qin just because you have a few coins in your pocket? Then go ask him. Is it because he's arrogant or because I'm arrogant? Lin Yi turned around. You too, come with me. Xia Xinyu and Sun Rui exchanged glances. Xinyu, is your friend really capable of bringing us in? I'm not too sure either, but Brother Yi is indeed not an ordinary person. Then what do we do now? Should we go in? Sun Rui did not know what to do. With young Master Qin backing Ren Zixuan, he could not afford to provoke her. If he really went in, he would definitely make young Master Qin unhappy. It would be difficult for him to survive in the live broadcast circle in the future if this were to happen. Let's go! Xia Xinyu took a deep breath. Brother Yi has already said this. Even if there is a mountain of knives and a sea of fire ahead, I will go with him. Are you sure there is no problem? I don't know either, but Yi bro said it, so I'll believe him. All right, I'll believe him too. Seeing the two of them walking together with Lin Yi, Ren Zixuan gloated. Don't say I didn't warn you too. It'll be embarrassing if you get beaten up later. Xian sis, stop talking nonsense with these losers. Let's go in too. When they get kicked out, we'll record the whole process and show it to the netizens in the live broadcast room. This scene will definitely be popular. You're right. Let's go in too. After entering the racing track, the two groups separated. My God, the racing track is too cool. After entering, Xia Xinyu couldn't help but be shocked. This is one of the best racing tracks in the world. It at least ranked among the top 3. If there's a chance, I want to come here to watch a race just once, then die without any regrets, Sun Rui said. I think that the popularity of today's live broadcast will definitely explode. The only regret is that no one is competing here. Otherwise, the effect would be even better. It's already very good that we managed to get in. You should be satisfied with that, Sun Rui said. Hurry up and set up the live broadcast equipment. Hurry up. Xia Xinyu was still a little nervous. Brother Yi, are you sure there's no problem with this? Just keep your heart steady. Go according to your original plan. With me here, no one can chase you guys away. Thank you, Yi bro. Lin Yi found a place to sit down in the stands and was about to call Zhou Haitao. Zhou Haitao could still deal with people like Ren Zixuan. However, the moment he picked up his phone, he saw people walking toward him from afar. There were about 20 of them, and many of them were familiar faces. Besides Ren Zixuan, Qin Han and Zhou Haitao were also among them, whispering to each other. No one knew what they were talking about. Seeing Qin Han and Zhou Haitao walking over, Lin Yi put away his phone with a smile. Since they were already here, he did not need to make any calls. Xinyu, look, young Master Qin and Ren Yushuan are here. Sun Rui said nervously. Xia Xinyu, who was fiddling with the broadcast equipment, looked in the distance. Indeed, she found a large group of people walking toward her. Brother Yi. Xia Xinyu rushed to the stands. Young Master Qin and Ren Zixuan are here. What should we do now? Just come. Don't panic. Just continue with your work. But young Master Qin seems to have a good relationship with the leaders here. Will they? Qin Han is useless here. Don't worry about anything. Just do your own thing. Lin Yi said. I understand. Even though he said that, Xia Xinyu was still very nervous. She did not have the mood to tidy up the equipment anymore. At the same time, Ren Zixuan, Qin Han, and the others were walking towards Lin Yi. Young Master Qin, Manager Zhou, I was supposed to be the exclusive streamer today, but those two people actually barged in. You guys should take care of them. Qin Han raised his head and looked at Xia Xinyu and Sun Rui not far away. These two people should be the other two streamers, right? Qin Han asked. Yes, that's them. Didn't you tell them that today's event had become an exclusive live broadcast? I've already told them, but Xia Xinyu brought someone who directly brought them in. Moreover, the man was quite unreasonable and didn't listen to my words at all, Ren Zixuan said. He also said that he wanted to know what kind of reputation you had and what qualifications you had to let me come here alone to live broadcast. Qin Han laughed. This is interesting. In the whole of Zhonghai, it's rare to find someone who won't give face-me-face. Young Master Qin, calm down. I'll handle this matter. Zhou Haitao smiled and said. It saves you the trouble of wasting your breath. You're the manager here, so your words are naturally more powerful than mine. But there's someone who won't give me face, so this matter can't be easily settled. I have to go myself to see who's so bold. I think so too. These rich kids these days, I really should show them who is the grandchild and who is the master. They seem to want to show off with just the few coins in their pockets. Qin Han stretched out his big hand and held Ren Zixuan's waist as he walked towards Sun Rui and Xia Xinyu. You too, who let you in? Qin Han asked in a low voice, didn't I tell you that today is the exclusive live broadcast? Seeing the cold-faced Qin Han, Sun Rui was so scared that he began trembling. A rich second generation like Qin Han was not someone he could provoke. Xia Xinyu was also a little scared. She had long heard of Qin Han's great name, but this was the first time she was facing him directly. She did not expect this person's aura to be so strong. It was too scary. What are you shouting for? I was the one who brought them in. Qin Han and the others looked up when they heard someone talking in the stands. They happened to see Lin Yi. Young Master Qin, it's him. Ren Zixuan pointed at Lin Yi and said, "He was so arrogant just now. He didn't think about you at all." Exactly. He thought that just because he was pretty, he could start acting all high and mighty. He didn't even think about his own status, Ren Zixuan's assistant added. Xia Xinyu and Sun Rui were both terrified. Brother Yi had met the second-generation rich kid of Zhonghai. How was he going to end this? "Chief Lin! You're here!" At first, Zhou Haitao thought that he'd made a mistake. He didn't think that the person in the stands was really Director Lin. Director Lin? Xia Xinyu, Sun Rui, and Ren Zixuan were all surprised by the way Zhou Haitao addressed Lin Yi. They thought that they were hearing things. "Old Lin, why are you here?" Qin Han paused for a moment before walking over to greet Lin Yi with a smile on his face. "I was just taking my friends for a walk when I ran into you guys." Ren Zixuan widened her eyes. "Young Master Qin, do you guys know each other?" "Of course we know each other. I'm the owner of the Zhonghai circuit, how could we not know each other?" Hiss. They were dumbfounded. After learning of Lin Yi's identity, Xia Xinyu and the other two were all dumbstruck. Brother Yi was the owner of the Zhonghai racetrack. How much would it cost to buy such a huge racetrack? "Old Qin, that Ren Zixuan? Is she a friend of yours?" Lin Yi asked faintly. Get your Avrite ovals at no/v/e/lbn.com. She's not really a friend, she's just a toy. In Qin Han's eyes, a person like Ren Zixuan was like a disposable toy. There was nothing special about her. That's easy to say. I don't want to see her anymore. Tell her to get lost. No biggie. Qin Han turned around and said to Ren Zixuan, "Let's go. This is none of your business." Ren Zixuan and her team were all stunned. Things had changed too quickly for them to react. "Young Master Qin, didn't you say that I would be doing a live broadcast here?" "I've already agreed with the people in the live broadcast room that I would be doing an exclusive live broadcast here today. If I can't do it today, my broadcasting career will be over." "Then it's your own fault." Qin Han said, "I understand old Lin's character. If you didn't act tough in front of him, he wouldn't have bothered with a small figure like you. If you acted tough before this, now, even if you have tears in your eyes, you have to continue acting tough. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, I'll call security." "Got it, got it," Ren Zixuan said nervously. Qin Han was a temperamental person. No one could mess with him. Seeing Ren Zixuan and the others leave, Lin Yi raised his eyes and looked at Zhou Haitao. "Is this how you do things? We agreed to call 3 people, so we'll do things according to the rules." "Chief Lin, Zhou Haitao had a bitter look on his face. He looked like a mute who could not express his bitterness. If it wasn't for young Master Qin's appearance, he would not have done this. "All right, don't say too much. This is my fault," Qin Han said. "Who would have thought that female streamer was a friend? Why can't I have streamer friends?" "That's not what I meant. Her looks are okay, but her front isn't big, and her butt isn't perky. She shouldn't be your type." Qin Han winked and said, "Do you need me to introduce you to a few foreign horses? It'll be much more exciting." Xia Xinyu wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She might be a little young, but she still had some assets. They did not need to ridicule her like that. "I'm afraid that I'll come back sick." "You should do something that brings glory to the country," Lin Yi replied. "You, on the other hand, have to follow the rules in the future. You've ruined the good reputation of the racetrack." Sun Rui was shocked to see Lin Yi teaching Qin Han a lesson. Who was this friend of Sinews? How dare he teach the famous young Master Qin a lesson? How King awesome. Fine, fine, fine. You're the boss here. Whatever you say, Qin Han said. It's good that you're here today. Let's run a couple laps. My hands are itching for it. No matter how many times we race, you'll always lose to me. There's no need to humiliate yourself. Fuck, you only beat me once, don't be pretentious, Qin Han laughed. I changed my starting habits after the last run, and I've improved my entry skills by quite a lot. It won't be that easy for you to beat me again. Come on then, my hands are itchy too. He then threw the car keys to Zhou Haitao. Get someone to bring my car in. Qin Han threw the keys over as well. Mine too. I'll get someone to do it right away. Sun Rui pulled Xia Xinyu along as Lin Yi and Qin Han warmed up. Don't just stand there, turn on the live stream first. We'll both lose out if we miss it. Lin Yi's Pagani and Qin Han's Lamborghini were soon driven in. The two of them got into the car one after the other, ready to fight. Old Lin, let's bet something, or else it'll be boring, Qin Han said. What do you want to bet? Lin Yi asked. 100,000 a second, Qin Han said. A total of 5 laps. What do you think? We'll give the other party a few 100,000 for the few seconds between us. What do you think? No problem. Sun Rui was not in a good mood when he saw the two of them casually making this bet. He had only ever heard about how extravagant the lives of these rich kids were before this, but he'd finally seen it for himself today. As usual, Zhou Haitao was the starting point. The countdown ended, and the two sports cars roared like wild beasts as they charged forward. Under Lin Yi's guidance, Qin Han's skills had indeed improved. However, he was still lacking in front of the experienced driver, Lin Yi. He had only gone a few dozen meters before the distance between them was pulled apart. Xia Xinyu and Sun Rui's blood boiled as they watched. It was too exciting. In the end, after 5 laps, Qin Han was left 21 seconds behind. Lin Yi was on a completely different level. How are you feeling? Lin Yi smiled as he got out of the car. You're so King sick. I trained hard for days, and I still can't outrace you. Lin Yi's level was already at the top of the professional level. Meanwhile, Qin Han was only at the top of the amateur level, so he could not compare to Lin Yi. Qin Han took out a check from his pocket and signed his name. I admit defeat. Here's 2.1 million. Lin Yi took the check and handed it to Haitao. There's a scratch on my car. Get someone to fix it for me. Fuck, what's going on? Did someone scratch your car? Did you find out who it was? Qin Han asked. It's nothing. Don't make a fuss. Lin Yi wasn't going to let Song Wenwu pay for the repairs because they could not afford it. However, he had to teach them a lesson. Haitao took out his phone and took a picture of the damaged area. Lin, I'll contact the factory afterwards and ask them to send an engineer from abroad so that they can fix it perfectly without leaving any marks behind. All right, do as you see fit. Lin Yi said to Xia Xinyu, you guys stream here. If there's anything you need help with, look for Zhou Haitao. He'll do his best to cooperate with you. I'll be leaving now. Thank you, Bro Yi. You're welcome. Qin Han looked at Lin Yi. You're not going to go to drive for Didi again, are you? Smart, you guessed it already. F*CK, you're a F*King pervert. Why didn't you play with the cute live streamer? Why did you leave to drive for Didi? You don't understand. I'm enjoying myself. Do you want to join me? I'm not going. Those girls get hot as soon as they get in my car. Who can stand it? Get the latest CHers on n/velbin.com. Maybe it's because you're a monkey with a lot of money and are easy to fool, Linny joked. Get lost, go and drive your Didi. I'll take your car one day and give you a bad review. If you give me a bad review, I'll beat you to death. The two laughed and chatted for a while before Linny drove away. After leaving the racetrack, Linny looked at the progress of the mission. With the good review from Xiaoxinyu, it was now at 14/20. It would not be a problem for him to complete the mission today or tomorrow at the latest. Linny took a bite out of lunch and drove until 6 o'clock in the evening. By then, he was ready to call it a day. It was meant to be a life experience, so there was no need to work so hard. He received 8 orders in one day because he was a Buddhist. 3 of the female passengers gave him 5 stars, while the rest gave him 4 stars. Linny was a little puzzled as well. His service was so good, so why was the positive feedback so low? However, upon seeing that the mission progress was already at 17/20, Linny was still very gratified. The rest would be taken care of the next day. There was no difficulty in completing the mission. Linny raised his head and looked at Thursday. He found that he was near Shanqing Road and suddenly remembered that it had been a long time since he last ate fried rice in a small shabby restaurant. The shabby restaurant Linny was talking about was a stand outside that was run by a middle-aged couple. The main dishes were various kinds of fried rice which were all cheap and very affordable. It was only a street away from Chaoyang Group, and Linny used to eat there in the afternoon. When he recalled it, he realized that he had not been there in a few days, so he decided to satisfy his cravings first. He found a parking spot on the side of the road and walked towards the small alley in front. There was a temporary shelter not far away, but he noticed that the old couple were closing their stall. "Auntie Lu, why are you closing so early today?" The middle-aged woman smiled when she saw Linny. "Yo, Lily is here. I haven't eaten your fried rice for a long time. I'm here to satisfy my cravings. Do you want to eat egg fried rice or something else? I don't think I'll eat anymore since you've closed the stall. I'll come back some other day." "It's that child, Xiaojing. She said that she had no clothes to wear, so the two of us thought that we should close the stall early and fetch her back. Then, we'll go buy some clothes," Aunt Lu said. "It won't take long to make fried rice. Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll ask your Uncle Kong to make it for you," Aunt Lu said with a smile. "How about this? I'll go get Xiaojing for you, and you guys make me egg fried rice. I'll bring her with me." "That's not good. I've troubled you several times before." Occasionally, Linny would come to buy fried rice after work, and he would help them pick up their children when they were busy. "Don't mention it. We're all on the same side." Linny turned to leave as he spoke. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, we haven't even talked about what to eat yet. Make a high-quality egg fried rice, add ham sausage slices, 2 poached eggs, and a Dragon Guard spicy strip for me. Yo, it's payday. Even if it's not payday, you have to be extravagant. Linny said with a laugh. Aunt Lu's daughter was called Kong Jing, and she went to school at Zhonghai First High School. In the high school category, Zhonghai First High School was considered a famous school. Countless students from the school went to Tsinghua and Yen University every year. As long as they weren't the last in the year, they could at least go to 211. When he reached Zhonghai First High School, he found that the school gate was already full of people and cars. Linny looked around for a while before he found a parking spot. He looked at his watch. It was already past 7 in the evening, but the third-year students had not finished their classes yet. The rows of lights were still on, and they were all studying at night. He waited for more than 10 minutes before the bell rang. It didn't take long for the students to come down one after another with backpacks strung over their backs. Linny waited for a long time, but he did not see Kong Jing come down. "Hello, classmate. Have the third-year students finished their classes yet?" Linny grabbed a little boy and asked. "Let me go," the little boy replied. "There are still some on-duty students left." The third-year girl could not help but speak up, her eyes unable to look away from Linny. "I see, thank you." "You're welcome." Linny waited for a few more minutes, but Kong Jing still had not come down. He felt that something wasn't right, so he walked over to the class one. "Miss Gu, what do you think we should do about this? Look what my son made her do. He pulled my hair first. He even wrote on my uniform. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered with him." "Isn't that Jing's voice?" Linny recognized Kong Jing's voice, so he quickened his pace and walked over to class one. Linny paused for a moment as he entered the class. Was the woman in uniform on the podium not the Gu Jingshu he had met earlier? Gu Jingshu was wearing blue jeans and black sports shoes. She was wearing a women's shirt, which made her appear simple and elegant. However, he had come to pick up Kong Jing before, and her teacher in charge did not seem to be Gu Jingshu back then. It had only been a few days, and there was already a new teacher. Jingshu was surprised to see Linny come in from outside. Wasn't this the super-rich second generation she had met a few days ago? Why was he here? Bro. Before Jingshu could say anything, Kong Jing trotted over to Linny and stood beside him. "Your parents are closing up the stall. I've come pick you up today." Linny looked at the middle-aged couple standing not far away, and noticed that their faces were filled with anger. There was a fatty standing in front of them with a few bloody marks on his face. That must have been Kong Jing's masterpiece. "What happened? Did you fight with your classmates?" "He's the one who bullied me." Lin Yi's arrival made Kong Jing feel like she had support. She was not afraid anymore and turned around. "Brother Yi, look at my clothes. They're all marked with oil." "All right, I know what happened." Lin Yi rubbed Kong Jing's head and shielded her behind him. "Your son was in the wrong, but Jing scratched your son, which was her fault. Let's call it even. Don't hold it against us." Gu Jingshu was a little surprised. She did not expect Linny to be so easy to talk to. If it was anyone else, they would have already gone crazy. "We're even?" the boy's mother asked. "Open your eyes. What if my son's face is disfigured? He's going to enter the entertainment industry in the future, and this might delay my son's future. Can you take responsibility for that?" "Yes, I still have to enter the entertainment industry in the future. My future has been ruined by you guys. Can you afford to pay for it?" Linny walked over and said. "Classmate, with your looks, it's impossible for you to enter the entertainment industry in the future." Gu Jingshu held back her laughter. This was too direct. These parents nowadays really could not see reality clearly. With Lin Yi's looks, even he had not entered the entertainment industry yet, let alone other people. "What do you mean? Are you saying that my son is ugly?" the boy's mother shouted. "You two, why don't you take a look at yourselves? How can you have such unrealistic thoughts? It'll only happen when pigs fly. I'm telling you, stop talking nonsense. If you don't give me an explanation today, this matter won't be over." Kong Jing said, "He was the one who bullied me first." "What's wrong with bullying you? It's your honor to be in the same class as my son. You have to endure the bullying. Slap. Linny didn't say a word as he slapped the woman's face. You dare hit me? The woman covered her face with her hands, her eyes wide open. She had never thought that Linny would hit her. Jingshu shook her head. How many rich kids like Linny had a good temper? I'll give you a light slap, but if you keep talking like that, you'll probably end up in the hospital. Teacher Gu, take a look. The parent of your students actually dared to be violent in the school. Don't you have to take care of this matter? If you don't give us an explanation, I'll have to look for your principal. The boy's father said. Coward, I beat your wife and didn't even dare to fart. Now, you actually want to sue the principal? Is that all you've got? F***ck, how dare you? The boy's father then turned to Gu Jingshu. Teacher Gu, I hope you can handle this. Gu Jingshu's expression was serious. It's already clear. You guys were at fault first. Even if you look for the principal, it'll be useless. Fine, you guys won't handle it, right? The boy's father was fuming. Let me tell you, I'm the HR manager of Zhonghan Capital. If you guys don't handle this, I'll inform my colleagues in the legal department to handle it. Zhonghan Capital? Lin Yi muttered. The name sounded familiar. It seemed to be Qin Han's company. As the second generation of the rich in Zhonghai, a lot of information about Qin Han was public. Anyone who frequently browsed internet more or less knew about it. Your work won't affect my judgment. Gu Jingshu said. I hope you won't make a fuss anymore. Okay, then remember what you said today. If I deal with this personally, it won't just beta two of them, even your school won't have a good time. Gu Jingshu hesitated. In this society, many things were unreasonable. If they really made a scene, it would probably have a bad effect on the school's name. She did not mind it. She could always find another job, but if it affected Xiaojing, it would not be good. Miss Gu, don't bother with them, Linny said. Let them do their thing. If they can even make a splash, I'll lose. Linny patted Kong Jing's head. Let's go. Your parents are waiting for you. Let's go home. Okay. Kong Jing didn't think as much as Gu Jingshu did. With Linny around, she was not afraid of anything. Linny left with Kong Jing, and the remaining 3 people looked at Gu Jingshu. Miss Gu, I've made it very clear. I need Kong Jing and her parents to apologize in public tomorrow, and also compensate us with 200,000 yuan in medical fees. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Lin Yi's words not only gave Kong Jing courage, but it also filled Gu Jingshu with bravery. Lin Yi was the owner of the Peninsula Hotel and drove a sports car worth more than 20 million yuan. Why would he be afraid of white-collar workers like you? Then let's just wait and see. After saying that, the family of 3 walked out and saw Lin Yi and Kong Jing in front of them. Dad, look, they are right in front. The boy said, that man just beat my mom up. We can't let him go. Li Duong, if you're a man, go teach him a lesson right now. Don't worry, I'll go right now. The family of 3 rushed up. Kid, stop right there. Just as they walked out of the school, they heard someone talking behind their back and realized that it was the family of 3. F0 Low New Hapters at NOV/EL/bin/.com. What's the matter? Lin Yi asked. Let me tell you, you just beat up my wife. This isn't over. If it's not over, then it's not over. I'll be waiting for you. Fine, if you're really all that, then tell me your name. I'll make you beg to come find me the next day. Lin Yi held his phone, but didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked. You're from Zhonghan Capital, right? What, are you scared? If you are, then kneel down and apologize to my wife right now. A lot of people came up to the group upon hearing the argument. I've heard of this Zhonghan Capital before. I think it's Qin Han's company. Is he that rich second generation from Zhonghai? That's right, the one who's so arrogant on the internet. This man will definitely not have a good ending if he provokes people from Zhonghan Capital. Li Duong put his hands on his waist. Kid, did you hear that? You should know what kind of power Zhonghan Capital has. I'm giving you a chance now, so don't waste it. Don't worry, I'll make a call. Lin Yi called Qin Han as he spoke. Your company's HR manager wants me to kneel down and apologize to his wife. What do you think we should do about this? F***ck, are you shitting me? How can our company have such a scumbag? Do you think I'm joking with you? Alright, I'll go find out who this scumbag is. I'll definitely give you an explanation as soon as possible. Don't worry, I'll find out right now. Lin Yi hung up the phone and chuckled. Just wait, someone will deal with you soon. Li Duong heard Lin Yi's words clearly. It was obvious that he was calling someone from his own company. You. Who did you call? Qin Han. Li Duong froze for a second before laughing out loud. What the F***ck, are you F***king kidding me? Li Duong was laughing so hard that he could not hold back his tears. If you said that you would call other executives, I might have still believed you. But you said that you called young Master Qin himself. Are you kidding me? Why don't you take a look at yourself? What right do you have to know our young Master Qin? Do you think that our young Master Qin's contact information is so worthless? Young man, you should be more serious with your bragging. Believe it or not, the rest is not up to me. Ha ha. Li Duong laughed until his tears came out. I think you still don't know who our young Master Qin is. Even those people who are worth billions can't get our young Master Qin's contact information. Who do you think you are? You even dare to brag about this kind of thing. You wouldn't be able to do such a thing even in your dreams. Li Duong's words received the approval of many people. Qin Han was not only a second generation of the absolutely wealthy in Zhonghai, he was also a popular internet figure. How could an ordinary boss be able to get in touch with such a person? This kid is really interesting. He actually said he knows Qin Han? That's too funny. Haha, if he knows Qin Han, then I also know Trump. I think he might have read too many online novels and wanted to slap the face of the male lead, but this is reality, not just a storybook. He might have gone mad. DD. Lin Yi pressed the car key in his pocket and the Pagani's gull wing door opened, stopping the jeering. F***ck, it's the Pagani Zonda. Why didn't I notice it just now? I saw it a long time ago. I even took a few photos. This car is worth more than 20 million. Rich people from Zhonghai, I tell you. Let's go, get in the car, Lin Yi said. Brother Yi, where's your sherry? I've been looking for him for a long time. I don't drive that car anymore. I drive a Pagani now. Hiss. That Pagani is yours? What? Li Duong was dumbfounded. This kid was driving a Pagani? Was he joking? Can't it be mine? Lin Yi asked. Lin Yi and Kong Jing walked towards Pagani under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Li Duong felt like an idiot. How could he threaten the owner of a Pagani? Ring, ring, ring. Li Duong's phone rang. It was an unknown number. You must be Li Duong. Zhonghan Capital had always been run by professional managers. Qin Han did not participate much, so he did not know much about the company's management. He had to confirm the other party's identity first. That's me. Who are you? Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. I'm Qin Han. Hello, young Master Qin. Li Duong almost wet his pants from fright. Young Master Qin actually called him on his own initiative. It was unbelievable. Don't King call me young Master Qin. You dare to mess with Lin Yi? You want to die, don't you? Qin Han cursed. Hurry up and pack your stuff and get out of here. Zhonghan Capital doesn't have a scumbag like you. Li Duong felt like his soul had left his body after being scolded by Qin Han. Only then did he understand the whole process. The person driving the Pagani was Lin Yi. He was not bragging just now. He had really called young Master Qin. Young Master Qin, please listen to my explanation. I beg you to give me another chance. I'll go apologize to him right now, Li Duong cried. I just took out a loan to buy a house and a car. If you fire me, my life will be over. All right, the Africa branch is short of people. If you don't want to be fired, then go to Africa. Qin Han didn't waste any more time and hung up the phone. Bang! Li Duong's phone fell to the ground and he slumped to the ground. What happened? Why are you sitting on the ground? Li Duong's wife asked. We offended someone we shouldn't have. That guy who drives a Pagani really knows young Master Qin. Young Master Qin fired me without saying anything. Li Duong's wife was also dumbfounded. Her intestines were about to turn green with regret. What are you waiting for? Go apologize before they leave. Yes, 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 go apologize. Li Duong grabbed onto his last shred of hope and ran towards Lin Yi. Young Master Lin, don't go! Lin Yi, who was about to drive away, opened the car door when he heard Li Duong calling his name. What's up? Thump! Li Duong and his wife knelt down, slapping their mouths non-stop. Lin, we know we were wrong. Please give us one more chance. Please don't let young Master Qin fire me. You just happened to meet me today. If I hadn't come, it's possible that Xiaojing's family would have been bullied to death by you too. Lin Yi said. If you can't live with the consequences of your actions, then don't do them in the first place. Live with the mess you've created. Lin Yi closed the car door again and left along with Kong Jing. Soon, Lin Yi drove Kong Jing back. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Hurry up and thank your brother Yi, Auntie Lu said. I've already thanked brother Yi, Kong Jing said with a smile. Mom, brother Yi changed his car. It's very beautiful. Then study hard and work at a big company in the future, then buy a good car. Okay. Come, brother Yi. Kong Jing's father soon brought a bag to Lin Yi. You're back just in time. It's just been cooked. So eat it while it's hot. Okay. Hey, brother Yi, it's on us. Don't pay for it. How can that be? These are two unrelated matters. I have to pay. You've already helped us get Jing back. How can we still take your money? That won't be possible. Lin Yi took out $100 and stuffed it into Aunt Lu's hand before running back to his car. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yi wasn't going to keep strolling around, he was driving home. He hadn't driven far when his car stopped at the Chaoyang Group. Lin Yi, who was waiting for the traffic lights, noticed that the lights in the top floor office were still on. What's going on? Is Ji Qingyan still working? Lin Yi drove past when the lights turned green, but he turned around at the next intersection. He had nothing better to do, so he decided to check in on Ji Qingyan. After parking his car, Lin Yi got into the elevator and went straight to the top floor. The lights in the other offices were all off, leaving only the corridor and Ji Qingyan's office lit up. No wonder she didn't call for a cab today. She was working overtime at the office. There were several documents on the desk, a pink cup beside it, and a small biscuit in her hand. She was working overtime but still appeared to be comfortable. At that moment, Ji Qingyan's attention was completely focused on the documents, and she didn't see Lin Yi standing at the door. Isn't this little missy a little too hardworking? Everyone in the company has left, and she's here all by herself. Isn't she afraid? Lin Yi quietly took a few steps back, stood in front of the corridor switch, and pressed it. The lights in the corridor were all turned off in an instant. A second later, Lin Yi turned the switch back on. He repeated the action twice. Who's there? Ji Qingyan's voice rang out, but there was a slight tremor in her voice. Lin Yi didn't say anything, but he tried his best to hold back his laughter. Duh. The sound of high heels could be heard soon as Ji Qingyan walked out of the office. Who's there? Don't play tricks on me. This time, the nervousness in her voice was even more obvious. Lin Yi hid in the corner, not saying a word. Then, he heard the sound of the door closing, as well as the sound of the door being locked. Lin Yi crept out from the corner and walked toward the switch again. He did it a few more times, making loud deliberate footsteps in the process. Buzz buzz. Soon, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was a voice message from Ji Qingyan. Lin Yi, where are you? I'm at the company. Can you come pick me up? Lin Yi frowned. Was this little girl not scared silly? She still had the mood to send a WeChat message at this time? Did she lose her call function? Before Lin Yi could reply, Ji Qingyan's call came. However, Lin Yi did not pick up. He did not want to give himself away. I don't have time. I'm working outside. Lin Yi replied on WeChat. Can you stop working? I think there's a bad guy in the company. I'm scared. There was a sobbing tone in Ji Qingyan's voice. She wasn't just nervous anymore. Thinking of this, Lin Yi decided not to tease her anymore since she had already realized the seriousness of the problem. Carrying his egg-fried rice, Lin Yi walked towards Ji Qingyan's office. Dang. Who are you? Ji Qingyan yelled. Let me tell you, my boyfriend will be here soon. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. Get out of my office. Lin Yi could not help but laugh. He always looked like a grown woman, but he did not think that there was such a side to her. Since your boyfriend is coming, I'll leave first. Huh? The voice outside the door sounded familiar to her, and she immediately realized that it was Lin Yi's voice. She hurriedly opened the door and saw that the person outside was Lin Yi. Ji Qingyan threw herself into Lin Yi's arms. Sob, you're finally here. I think some bad people came to the company just now. You scared me to death. However, Ji Qingyan soon realized that something was wrong. She let go of Lin Yi and looked at him suspiciously. I only just sent you a WeChat message, so why are you already here? Because I've been outside the whole time. Ji Qingyan's expression turned from grief to anger. It was you standing outside. Why were you scaring me? Lin Yi held up his phone. Look at yourself. It's past 9 o'clock at night and there's no one at the company. What if it was not me but someone else? What would you do then? After being lectured by Lin Yi, Ji Qingyan realized that Lin Yi was doing it for her own good. What kind of prank is that? It might have been someone else staying back. Who else has the right to work on the top floor other than the company's president? You should call me then, but you can't scare me. I was scared to death just now. Ji Qingyan wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. She was a little angry at first, but after knowing that Lin Yi was doing it for her own good, she was not angry anymore. A workaholic like you won't listen to others if I didn't do something serious, Lin Yi said. That's why I need to teach you guys a lesson. I just want to finish all these documents. I don't want to push them to tomorrow, Ji Qingyan said guiltily. Oh right, what are you holding in your hand? Egg fried rice. When she saw Lin Yi buy supper, Ji Qingyan's heart was filled with joy. It was quite romantic. He even knew that she did not eat upon working overtime. As they sat on the sofa in the office, Lin Yi opened the fragrant packet of egg fried rice and felt his stomach growl. He took a big bite and put it into his mouth. He was exceptionally satisfied. Ha ha. Ji Qingyan froze at the desk. Did he not buy it for her? Did he not know that she hadn't eaten yet? He actually ate it himself? Cough cough cough. Ji Qingyan coughed lightly. Is your throat not feeling well? Drink more hot water. It's already past 9. I've been busy until now. I know. But I haven't eaten yet, Ji Qingyan said. Don't you have the little biscuit? I only bought 1 serving. Don't try to steal my fried rice. A little biscuit can't fill you up. Ji Qingyan walked over. Give me a bite. You're the CEO. How can you just eat egg fried rice? I'm not a fairy. Why can't I eat egg fried rice? Ji Qingyan then added, there's a small alley next to the company. There's a couple inside who sells really delicious egg fried rice. I've bought it several times. Lin Yi was a little surprised. He didn't expect Ji Qingyan to go there to buy egg fried rice. This is Aunt Lu's egg fried rice. Really? Ji Qingyan's expression brightened. Let me try it. Lin Yi handed the chopsticks over when he saw how cute she looked. However, she did not move. New estirise at n/vel/b/i/n.co. Why aren't you eating? Feed me. I don't want to. No, you scared me just now, so you have to feed me. You're already an adult, but you're still acting like a spoiled child. I can't do anything to you. Lin Yi had no choice. He picked up the chopsticks, took a small bite, and fed it to Qingyan. Their egg fried rice is still the best, Ji Qingyan mumbled. Give me a piece of ham. I want another piece of egg. Why are you asking people to feed you? Lin Yi complained, but he still picked up a piece of ham and egg before feeding it to Ji Qingyan. All right, I'm full. Go ahead. You're full after just 2 bites? You've been out for a whole day. You're hungry too. I'm going to eat some biscuits. Go ahead. My appetite is not as big as you think. I'm not going to eat anymore. Ji Qingyan shook her head. It's too late. I can't eat too much. Otherwise, my recent yoga practice will have been in vain. Okay, you don't have to if you don't want to. Hurry up and pack your things, then we'll go home. There's only one document left. I'll leave after reading it. Do whatever you want. I'll leave after I finish eating regardless. The decision is up to you. TCH, why are you so chauvinistic? Ji Qingyan went back to her desk after complaining. She was going to finish reading the last document while Lin Yi was eating. However, she didn't finish reading the last document until after Lin Yi finished eating. This was because she couldn't help but look at Lin Yi. He still came to see her this late at night. Those people who were lining up to send her flowers must be in the nightclub at this time. I'm done. I'm leaving. I'm leaving too. Ji Qingyan didn't plan to finish the last document. She just needed to come early tomorrow. With that, she closed her computer and tidied up. She was going to the fitting room to change her clothes and go home. Ring, ring, ring. Lin Yi's phone rang, and he saw that it was Qin Han. I'll take care of that, Shabi, so you should take it easy too. What's there to be angry about, young Master Qin? Haha, you're so straightforward. Qin Han laughed. What are you doing now? I found a few A-list celebrities. Their bodies and looks are top-notch. You want to come over and have some fun? I'll make it worth your time. Lin Yi looked up at Ji Qingyan and smiled. I have better people around me. Forget about your so-called A-list celebrities. Well, truckers, that's all for this part. See you all in the next video.